bitch, you thinking small. We need to be thinking big. You need to be thinking big, bitch. You need to be thinking big, bitch. Think big, bitch.
I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. If you ain't gon' pay me, well, you can't be around me, cause they treat me like a king of the whole county. I got it in Cleveland, Jadavion Clowney. I remember days when the bitches used to clown me. And now I'm up, I don't need you up, you be broke with no motion. Then why the hell you around me for? You're too needy, I can't be around these hoes. Cause one thing I don't got is time for hoes. I was down but I'm back, better than ever. It's cold in these streets, bitches better get a sweater. If it's raining, make you stand outside with an umbrella. With them glass slippers, but you ain't Cinderella. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. Hey, I ain't tryna hear your damn story. Like who your baby daddy? Bitch, this ain't Maury. I can't let a broke hoe take me out my glory. That's why I just stay up in my lane like Tory. And I've been down so long, and I'm tryna go so up. Came from the struggle, using maker soda. Sweating bitches on the track, telling them to hoe up. Like you been out here all day, and you didn't make no bucks. I could do bad by my goddamn self. I had to get it all by my goddamn self. And these hoes ain't worried about no generation wealth. I've been down for so long, and this is how I felt. Like I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
I'm not a pimp, I'm a max, and I don't get no bitch no money back. No bitch no money back. Stop it. Get no bitch no money back at all. Fuck you, bitch, hoe. You drunk ass snow. You ain't send hoe. Fuck you. I'll help you, bitch, if you help yourself. You know what I mean? This is ridiculous. This bitch is walking up and down the street. These bitches walking up the street. They don't own nothing.
Yo. This your boy, Dr. Hood. We back with another exclusive H19D. If you didn't know, hit the like and subscribe button for more videos. Smash that bell for notifications. We going in. You know what it is. Umar Johnson. I wanted to do this one last week. Me and Dark Kent was going to blaze this one up last week. But, I mean, it was so many people doing it. I was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna get in the habit of just kind of blocking out everything that's going on the internet and just kind of stick to my program. But to say the least, appreciate everybody that came through, you know, smash the like button, all that good stuff for the algorithm. We had a show, well, as soon as we covered this Deion Sanders thing, you know, that was one of our biggest streams, man. We had people chiming in, chat full, it was going down, man. I appreciate it. And it can only happen when you smash that button. So do that, you know, get the video out there. You see, I got the graphics popping off. Hit me up. You need any graphic needs or logo needs or whatever. I'm back in my bag. So we doing it. It's Dr. Hood. But let's go.
In the morning.
The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Charlemagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We got a special guest in the building.
King Kong Consciousness is back.
Dr. Umar Johnson, welcome.
Peace and Pan-Africanism. Brothers, glad to be back.
Glad to have you, man. First of all, you look slim, brother. You done slimmed down a little bit, huh?
Yes, sir. I think I have. I didn't do nothing.
That nigga didn't slim down. Charlemagne be on some bullshit. And Umar didn't want to take it literal, like, you know, like, yeah, you know what, I have been doing this and that. Because he ain't did shit, man. You know, it could be the water weight, the retention, you know, all of that.
intentional, so let me not sit here and lie.
Okay.
I guess it's just, getting older and wiser, I hope.
And first things first, man, congrats on the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I've been paying attention. I see that you got the building.
Yes, sir.
You've been doing renovations on the building.
Yes,
I saw you put the HVAC in, all kind of other stuff.
They've been hating on him. They said, he ain't got this, he ain't got that. And people don't understand that everything takes a process, but they expect you to do, when they're not doing shit. It's not like they're working and getting to this level and then they're worried about why you're not getting to that level. Also, it's usually the motherfuckers sitting around not doing shit is the main motherfuckers criticizing and putting timelines on when you should complete shit. So apparently he got the school popping. That was the goal. That's what the man did. So all the hate, you gotta live up to it. Like whoever it was, that's why I don't really speak on much. I see somebody, as long as you're trying, it's like, okay, I can't really get too deep into it. Just like Deion, I heard he took the cheerleading coach from Jackson State. Like now the cheerleading coach from Jackson State, she probably was getting kibbles and bits. Now she's at Colorado now doing big things, better, put herself in a better position, and that's what it's all about. It's not about judging right when shit develops. We got to stop that. We got to stop that.
Just about done. Electric is awaiting a permit. HVAC is awaiting controls. They're actually at the school right now. Plumbing is just about done. They got one more piece. Fire alarm is done. They got to check one more piece to that.
Because you just can't slap shit together and build it. It's not like your garage in the backyard or your clubhouse. They got to come through, check it. It's got to clear inspections. There's a lot that goes along into it. If you're doing plumbing, electrical, I know some dudes, they refurbish houses and things. They'll get a house off the auction for a really good deal to look like the comps and everything is good. But when they actually go in and check it out after they made the purchase, there's been somebody has snipped all of the electrical. So you got to run back and that shit could be hell. That shit could set you back tens of thousands of dollars, depending on, where you're at.
Monitoring system is done. I'm hoping by the end of the calendar year, we can get our inspection and have a grand opening in February, hopefully.
And you got to get accreditation too, or?
Nah, well, your accreditation comes from the state.
Gotcha.
So it's the state that gives you the license to operate.
Mm-hmm.
If you want accreditation beyond that, you can seek out professional accreditation bureaus, but that's not legally required.
Man, why don't you talk about that more, Dr. Umar, especially being that they tried to clown you for so long?
He ain't got to talk about it more. Motherfuckers got to quit trying to clown. Like, why try to clown somebody, even if it's somebody that isn't going to open a school at all? But this is his intention. This is what is on his heart. This is what he wants to do. You know what I'm saying? I can see that. We got a special guest in the back. What up, Def Chef?
What's up, my boy? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, man. I'm just trying to swing at this ball a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I mean, shit. One thing I'm going to say is when you come up on the Breakfast Club, you know what you signed up for. Like me, unless me and Charlamagne had a discussion, I'm not coming up on there because Charlamagne, bro.
Right.
And they'll bring you up there to try to make you look a certain way. Like the comment on this is amazing. Like, why would you bring Umar Johnson up there right now? Because you want to bring a contrarian or somebody who thinks a certain way. So you want that thought process up there so you could express all your predisposed talking points. Just like I said, we've been doing. Everybody with a talking point on Deion, you had that talking point 6 months ago. All you needed was for something to happen for you to let it go. Right? Like I said, 10 minutes after Deion took the Colorado job, you could look it up, bro. There's niggas on your timeline, coaches, niggas in the community, already talking about all the people hating on Deion. I'm all like, bro, I've never seen nobody accomplish something at 10. By 10, there's people ready to address the detractors. That's because what you wrote, you had that ready. You probably, all you had to do was bring it up. You know how you could save a status?
Right.
You probably had a status saved. You copy, cut, pasted it, and you posted it. The first thing I seen was people defending Deion, like, oh, you people mad. And I was just like, damn, that's like Mike Leach. You know, Mike Leach just died.
Yeah,
just
man.
Imagine if right now you look up and you see somebody like, oh, you guys hating on Mike Leach. Bro, he just died an hour ago. Like, what you been reading? You haven't even given your time to process the death, but you already processing the detractors. Oh, that's weird. So Breakfast Club know what they doing, just like we know what we doing. Breakfast Club is a microcosm of who we are in society, bro. They give us what we want. They studied us, and they know, just like the McDonald's bag. Breakfast Club, they covered the McDonald's bag.
Right.
That's something the Dr. Hood Network should be covering. Why is Breakfast Club covering the McDonald's bag? Because that's what we talking about. They know what they doing. Breakfast Club is hella divisive, bro.
Yeah, they going in. They going in.
About, you know, not
I
having
don't
the
mind that
school
because if you know that your mission is genuine, it's no need to respond to the negativity because at some day the fruit of your works will manifest.
Right,
Ooh.
right.
You follow.
Yeah,
so
speak for
my
theyself,
thing
yeah.
is, why argue when you know one day they're going to see the school?
Now talk about the process, because it was a long process.
It was a very
and
long
was
process.
Trials and tribulations
Yes,
and
sir.
hurdles. So
yes, sir.
talk about that a little bit and what you had to get through, and also getting funding.
Yes, sir. We took our first donation in St. Louis 2014. We heard about the St. Paul's College, which was an HBCU closed in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted $2 million, so we tried to raise it as quickly as we can. That was a bit ambitious. We didn't succeed.
Right.
It was sold to an Asian company. Unfortunately, an HBCU sold to another race. I think it's a great disappointment for us as a people. So then we just started looking for a day school. So I went to Chicago, Detroit, Florida, Ohio, all over the country. I was just flying, looking for a school.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2017, I was on LoopNet, which was my main source of new property. And I saw this campus in Wilmington, Delaware that I had heard about, but never had a chance to see. So I'm on my way to Nat Turner celebration, August 21st, 2017, the Great North American Eclipse. I stopped, I saw the campus. I said, this looks pretty nice. When I got back from Nat Turner, I had to go to Cuba first to get my Ifa initiation. I practiced Yoruba spirituality. Came back from Cuba, and I got a chance to go into the school, and I saw it. I said, we want this school, but they wanted $2 million. We couldn't afford that. We only had $500,000. So I negotiated with them from August of 17 until February of 19, and they finally decided to sell us.
So damn near a whole year and a half negotiating, and why everybody's talking shit, you know, and they don't understand that that's the process that it takes. They had $500,000. They wanted $2 million for the school, you know. So for people to think that it's supposed to just be like, if I say I'm opening up a school and they think it's supposed to be here by the summertime, you know, that's not always the reality, the way things work, you know.
Well, you know what the primary problem is with, you know, because we could just really skip some shit. You know, I'm well versed on what's been going on with this, bro. And the reason we're even here with this guy is he has said that he was abstinent, right? He was saying he wasn't sexually active. So he ended up fucking with this chick called the Conscious Stripper. Right? So I'm not here to attack entertainers or sex workers or anything like that. What I'm going to say is that if I'm dealing with a drug dealer or a person who deals in pharmaceuticals, right? Let's say you sell steroids. I'm just going to know I'm not dealing with the most honest person, right? I just don't feel honest people decide to get involved with sex work. I'm not saying that you're a liar. I'm just talking about you're an honest person. An honest person is probably gonna go get a legitimate job and they'll struggle. But you know what? When I drive around in my little car, there's not gonna be a bunch of men who could say they've had this experience. Well, you know, that type of deal. So he got with the stripper. The stripper, him being Umar, she wanted, you know, the stripper gonna try to fuck with the nigga who got the biggest name. Well, you can't be fucking with a bigger name than Umar, because if you were, you wouldn't be fucking with Umar. So Umar's still a man. Well, I'm fucking with you. You're a stripper. You're a bust down. You're a jump off. So she wanted more. So then he wasn't going for it. She decided, oh, I'm expose this nigga. So off of exposing him, she said, oh yeah. And he was spending donation money on me. And I'm cracking up because I'm just like, what nigga would tell a stripper he's spending the donation money on her? So that's when I knew she's not credible. But she was never looking to be credible. She was looking to stain his name. Nobody knows the Contra stripper's name. Anybody who's a hotel.
Yeah. Went out for a second. Hold up. Let me get him back in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you there.
Yeah, so bye baby. So yeah, that's the deal with that. Like a stripper exposed him for having an affair. Then it was all like, oh well, you said you wasn't sexually active. So now the thing is that it's mind blowing. Watch this contrast. The activist will destroy him if he says, I'm not sexually active, right? Okay, well, you shouldn't be getting no pussy. The football coach can say, I got sent here by God. And then they'll give him the bread. And then we'll say, you niggas is crabs in a barrel. You see what I'm saying? Uh-huh. When the activist ain't 100% accurate, I've never in my life seen a nigga get crucified for not kissing and telling. I thought that in the hood, we respected a nigga who got pussy but didn't broadcast it to the world. But when you work on behalf of the people, it makes you a liar. So if he's lying about fucking, what else is he lying about? And so that's what happened. Then they started trying to dissect the degrees. And then I've seen them try to blindside him on shows like they did Roland Martin. And, oh, well, he don't got no proof. Man, one thing I'm going to say, Roland Martin got a whole team of researchers. When he brought Umar Johnson on there, he had damn near, he had a whole scouting report, and he had people to come on and attack him. And Umar baked them all. Right. So what this stems around is that Umar really gets pussy when people say he don't. He's hella critical of black people who love white people. Like we don't like niggas, like especially a nigga who'll call out black women. Right? In the black community, you could call out a black man for fucking with a white chick. You can't say nothing to a black woman fucking with a white man. You're jealous. You're this. When we mess with white women, it's because we don't love ourselves. When black women mess with white men, it's because black men aren't good enough. Right? And we have a black man who'll address it and say it like that, and we don't like it. Because usually, here's what we're supposed to do. If it don't affect you, here's the number one way you shut up a man. If it don't apply, let it fly. See, men don't get to have opinions. We get told if it don't apply, let it fly. We can see something that we know is foul. If we speak up, oh, you must be mad. You must be, nah, I'm just operating in the capacity of what I know to be right. When you a black man, you got to get clearance to operate in a correct capacity. Right. That's what's going on. Example, Malcolm X said, the black woman is the most disrespected creature in the world. Umar Johnson say that the average black woman just gonna say, nigga, whatever, I don't fuck with you. Now, Umar, he been a student, a scholar, and an activist his whole life. Malcolm X done pimp bitches, sent them, all type of shit. But he never said he was fucking. He never said he wasn't fucking when he was. So it's the weirdest thing. And I'm not a huge Umar advocate. I'm just talking about what's happening. Me, I want him to hurry up and get the school open. I feel he's too infatuated with opening a big school, bro. Just get the school open. Start off with some portables, right? Because when you open the school, you could say the school's open right now. They just holding it over their head. When you gonna get the school open? Because when you black, even though they say you got to have a 10-year plan, let a black man take 10 years to accomplish anything. And watch how we talk about him. We don't respect black men where it take time. Nah, nigga, you should be rich already. If you a black man, by 19, you should be able to take care of yourself till you're 40. This is how we're viewed.
Right. Nah, you right, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, bro, come on, bro. I remember you when you was a young hot nigga and da-da-da and certain shit. And I'd be like, yo, bro, like this nigga young, my nigga, he just started getting to he got it. I see where we headed.
Yeah.
I see what we doing. And it turned out exactly how I knew it would.
Yeah,
so that's it.
It's a marathon. You got to keep going. It doesn't matter what you accomplished. You know, you got to get up every day and make every day count. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But you know, Deion Sanders, you know, Umar, you know, their job's not done. You know,
job ain't nearly done.
They're not done. You know, people always want the finished product, but then they got a whole bunch of things in their life that they haven't finished, right?
Oh, bruh, come on.
I could write down 10 things I need to do. I got blinds and shit I need to go get, you know what I'm saying, a couple more blinds and all sorts of stuff.
Man, bro, I got one way better than shutting it all down. I'm 48, 4 kids, 3 baby mamas, and I ain't never been married, nigga. Now you think do you really think that was the plan, bro? The Jermaine, you know me. Do you really think that was what I wrote down on paper?
Well, I mean, that's where we come from.
Yeah, but still, I never was on like, I want multiple babies.
One thing about it, I wouldn't judge you either way.
I know you wouldn't. But this is the Dr. Hood Network, bro. You know what's up, bro? If I'm gonna talk about another nigga shit, I'll be damned if I won't talk about mine. If I can't speak on me, I don't belong here. I can't stand people that you always talking about the next man. Then when it come time for you, now we ain't here for that. Nah, nigga, keep talking. You've been running your mouth all morning, all week. So yeah, that's me all day. Like, nah, we could talk about me because I want the people to know when I'm dissecting shit, nigga, I could get dissected first. We could always stop what we doing and say, let's talk about you, Jermaine.
Right. Yeah. You know, keep that same energy. Be as transparent as you want this guy to be.
And keep that same energy. And if you could do that, you got a shot at something. But how many of us can do it though?
Man, I don't understand.
How many people are like a Dr. Hood who could just, okay, I'm going to draw my line in the sand, but I'm also going to admit I came to drawing this line because I was on the other side and I was really over there. How many people can do it? Most of these niggas who's activists or whatever, bro, they're towing the line. You see the interviews.
Is it that amazing to do something that you said you were going to do?
Who's asking this? Black people or Dr. Hood?
I mean,
who's asking me this?
Like, is it that amazing? Like, I said I was gonna do this.
Yes. If Dr. Hood's asking me, yes, bro, it's amazing. Yes.
I said I was gonna do it. Like, why the fuck? You know, is it so much? Like, why help? Like, I could see if it was somebody that helped. let's say somebody was sitting on alongside of him and they were helping Dr. Umar open up this school, blah blah blah, helping the next man open up the auto shop, whatever it is. Why is it always people that ain't even helping anyway talking shit? You know,
man.
And this ain't even with this. That's why I love these topics, because this, you know, I don't even know 1% of, you know, what the paperwork and everything going on with this man, but it seems like we get this all the time. It doesn't matter what it is.
I mean, man, look, what I'm gonna say is that anytime you really try to do something and make a difference and whatever, you're gonna deal with these type of obstacles. And what we just have to do, we gotta put it in perspective. Like, people who are here to fight for us on the ground, boots on the ground level. What's up? It's gone. Okay. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, we don't really like them though.
Right.
You know that's just the gist. That's just the gist of it, bro. We just don't like them, and it's something, you know, it's something that we have to like figure out within ourselves. It's something that we have to improve. It's just something that we have to fix. And no matter what you're doing positive for your people, there's going to be your own people to come for you and be contrarians and whatnot. And then these same people, they'll support some bullshit in your face, right? These same motherfuckers, they'll come for you to dissect you. Then they'll celebrate a drill rapper. So this is what this is, man. And
yeah, that's
it's a crazy thing, bro, to say the least. It really is. It's a crazy thing to say the least.
It's the building for the money that we had.
Wow.
So now we got the building. So what's been going on the past 3.5 years? Getting contractors who you can trust to help you with it. And the contractors were not kind to us, man. They ripped us off. They scammed us. They stole out the building. The con is real. The con and contractor.
I've been dealing with it for the last 5 years.
It's very real, brother.
Absolutely.
And then finally, we had our second FDMG festival this past September the 10th. And I said, you know what? We may have to step outside the African-American community to get this done, because we've been waiting 3 years for our people to help us. Not for free.
Mm-hmm.
We could afford to pay them, but they wasn't being honest with us and straight up. And of course, we know that's not all of our contractors. We want to be clear. We've met a lot of decent contractors along the way, but the ones who we had to use because they was licensed and certified where we are, they didn't really do us right. So I said, let's go with some white folks.
I don't blame them, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get something done. You try to be for the people, about the people. It kind of goes back to the Jackson State situation about the attendance at the games. You know, he was supposed to get you know what I'm saying? And he's supposed to get this if they get a certain amount in attendance and people playing with the money. And, you know, he's trying to get something built, you know, electricians, all type of companies coming in, doing stuff, tile on floors and hanging cabinets and, you know, paint, drywall, and, you know, and you got to do all of this shit and be all over the United States like Superman, you know.
Yeah.
And they still don't give you no respect, but what they will do is cheat you. And then what does he have to do? Go hire a white company. Yeah. Do I want to get to the day where we could just use our own black businesses and get things done? Yeah, I love to get to that. But hearing that right there, you know, it resonates. It does. And it's sad.
And guess what? Here we are, 90 days later, and the white contractors have gotten us to the finish line in 3 months versus 3 years waiting on our own people.
So what does that say?
It says that we need the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy.
Right.
It says that black boys have to be raised and trained in how to be black men and how to be committed to the black community, because I think as a community, we've lost our integrity, our honor, our loyalty, and our commitment. If I was who I am for black people, for the Mexican-American community, that school would have been done 3 years ago. If I was who I am to the Asian community, the Anglo-Saxon community, the Native American community, that school gets done the first year we purchased it. We're not sitting here 3.5 years after purchase, just now getting to the finish line and needing white people to get us there.
And what is the curriculum going to look like?
But, you know, let me put that out there. Just because you're dealing with white people and, you know, don't mean you're not going to get burnt. So I hope Umar doesn't think that, you know, the problem goes away just because you're dealing with people with white skin. You know what I mean? There's plenty scammers out there. Doesn't matter the color, but just to hear the story, you know, I got to put mine on it just to hear the, you know, I mean, listen to the story. If that's what he said is true, that he tried to hire black people to get the job done and they ended up beating them, you know, I mean, that sucks.
Well, you know, he got so many detractors, they gonna try to say whatever, right? Like I could already see it. So I'm already knowing he's in a position to where when he bring that up, they'll blame him. Like I say, see, they don't blame Deion for whatever didn't work right with Jackson State because he was supposed to understand whatever, or Jackson State was supposed to understand who they was dealing with. Right now with Umar, we gonna put the blame on him and say, well, you should have did X, Y, and Z. You should have been able to check this. You should have been able to know that, right? But with Deion, we don't say, well, you should have known you wasn't going to get the receipt money. Oh, well, you should have known that they really wouldn't protect your property like that. Who cares? Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just blows my mind and it just blows me away how we could have similar situations, but depending on who it is, we look at it completely different. Right? Like Umar, at the end of the day, bro, a lot of us just feel Umar don't deserve our support. That's just how we feel. We just feel that way. Like, why? Why would we support Umar? Oh, Then on the other hand, when things don't get done, we're right there to talk about it though. Even though we're championing the idea of not helping him, right? We're telling black people, oh no, don't support him. He's not for us. All right, so then when black people don't support him and he calls it out, you say, well, you can't blame black people. Man, we always blame black people. How come a black person can't blame black people? We let black people get blamed for everything. Now Umar done came along and we can't blame black people no more, huh? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
In addition to your required math, science, language, and social studies, we're going to have financial and economic science, critical, how to do your own taxes, real estate, international investments, business planning. Because as we've talked about before, going to college is not automatically a recipe for success,
right?
But it is automatically a recipe for debt. So for those young men who want to go to college, we want to give them that ability to do that, but we also want to give them other means of making an economic impact and survival plan for their lives.
And that's important. That's huge. You know, I wish somebody would have slapped me in my head and you know, so when I got out of high school, or when my high school was done, I should say, you know, I could have went and got a trade, been an electrician or whatever.
One of the biggest bait and switches ever was teaching niggas how to accumulate 5 years of debt to come out making less money, then to accumulate 5 years of financial growth and set yourself up at a real young age to make a power move in a profession. I mean, One thing I'm gonna say, I look at how we interact, I look at how we view things, and I gotta say, bro, the white man did a number on us, bro. Like they really did. They fooled the fuck out of us, bro. Right? Because anytime, like, think about this, bro. In the black community, let's say you have a sweatshirt, it's a Harvard sweatshirt or a Cornell sweatshirt, and you really went there. And then let's say we got the Givens animal hospital, hey, like where we specialize in, we save animals of all kinds. They could be domestic, they could be rare. We work with zoos. We're really out here. We're the motherfuckers who make it to where we could grow population. We do all that. But if I walk around next to you with that Harvard sweatshirt, now that's a million, probably a multi-million-dollar business. I'm just talking about you and your family put out there. Now I'm walking next to you with that Harvard shirt. They gonna want, even though they know about Harvard, they gonna talk to me more about what I got going. And you the one really affecting the ecosystem in this bitch. Nigga, I might work for a law firm. I'm not even one of the high lawyers, but I did go to Harvard. You just got done meeting with the president of a foreign country about some shit going on over there. But man, niggas know, well, how'd you get? Yeah, bro, I just started doing this and worked my way up. So you grinded and created it, but we would have respected it more if somebody would have gave you an accreditation. If a white man would have accredited you to save the animals, we would give you more attention. But since you just do it on your own and you created your own lane, we ain't gonna really talk about it. But I tell you what, let you go to a black HBCU and clear 200 students debt. Then all of a sudden, for one day, everybody will know about your profession and your business and who you are, bro. It's weird. It's weird, bro. We only value a white social perspective. If the black social perspective, bro, we ain't fucking with it, bro.
So we got financial and economic. We have dietary and nutritional, how to eat to live. A lot of your Dr. Sebi type of information. Dr. Laila Africa, rest in peace to both of them. That will be in there. Agricultural and agronomical. We're going to teach them how to grow. They have to grow their own food in order to graduate. We have to become agriculturally self-sufficient. In addition to that, spiritual and astrological science.
I was muted up the whole time.
I want our young men to understand how African people related to God before Abraham, before Jesus, before Muhammad. Those religions, in all due respect to all of them, they're only Christianity is 2,000 years old. Islam is 1,500 years old. Judaism is about 4,000 or 5,000 years old. But traditional African culture and spirituality is more than 250,000 years old. We dealt with God far longer from a non-Abrahamic tradition than we have from an Abrahamic tradition. Nothing's wrong with those. But I want our children to understand how we deal with the ancestors, how we deal with the earth and the land. And so we're going to have that. There will also be science of the Black family. So that includes science of a black man, a black woman.
All this shit I had to learn in my 30s. You know what I'm saying? You know, you mean to tell me they gonna have a school that teach kids this stuff? Hey, I'm in. I'll support the man, you know, and encourage other people to follow suit if you're in a financial, you know, situation where you can do it, you know. But you got to block out all the bullshit. I definitely encourage you to block all the bullshit out, because your own people gonna hate on you because you're not. If you're moving 100 miles an hour, they're gonna be mad that you're not moving 150 miles an hour. You know, it's always they expect you to be able to do something better than what they can do. You know, like don't expect me to do something better than what you've achieved. You know what I'm saying? Or better yet, just focus on yourself. Do yourself some time, save yourself some time, you know. Let me get this out of here. There you go. You back.
And the black child, how to be a gentleman, how to take care of your woman, how to raise your children, how to be a leader in the community. And of course, there will be military and political science, if I didn't mention that. We do want to teach them survival skills, traditional African martial arts, both with and without weapons, understanding the world that we live in. Why is Africa the richest continent, but in the poorest condition? Why was Barack Obama made president? And it had nothing to do with America reinventing herself. Okay, why has multiculturalism been used as a weapon against African people? So we want to.
So what do you think? He just talking now? Because at first it's starting to be a little bit more Umar based.
Well,
I'm sure that's not what the curriculum, you know, what it says. Like, okay, you go to this school, this is what it's going to be. He's not reading it off of a paper. So you think he's adding a few things in there?
well,
I know he's going to teach that though.
I've heard him talk about doing this, right? And I remember when he first came out, he was saying this type of stuff. And I remember at the time people saying how brilliant it was and how our kids need to know about this and da-da-da. Now he sounds crazy. For whatever reason, it doesn't make sense for him to teach financial literacy, for him to try to teach geopolitics. Right? Example. Here's how geopolitics work. When you got an international arms dealer, and then you have an entertainer. Let's just say it's a woman that plays basketball. Right? Now, you got two situations. Each side has a concern, right? When you deal with geopolitics, you understand that your side is the most important in your mind. But the way you think it's supposed to work ain't necessarily the way it works. So when you got niggas running around saying shit like, well, this should have been a 2-for-1. This should have been a 2-for-1. This should have been a 2-for-1. See, the thing is that you feel your countrymen are more valuable than theirs, right? Other countries don't look at it that way. We're the only ones that have this twisted logic where we just think we're better than everybody. This is how come when the situation went down, we didn't look at it as a person for a person. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes, well, look at the level of this person, look at the level of that person. To even out the deal, they should have gave us more. This just goes to show you haven't been keeping up with it because they had took her off the table. You remember when we did the show, when you pulled all the information, bro, they were prepared to not even give us Brittany if we didn't handle this a certain way. But when you don't know about geopolitics, you look at it like an episode of Power. Right? That's what we consider geopolitics. What's the name of that movie? That show about Freeway Ricky Ross?
What, some cocaine cowboys or some shit?
Not Cocaine Cowboys. It's a show. Snowfall.
Oh, okay.
See, our version of geopolitics in the black community is watching how they doing Snowfall and negotiate shit. And we really think that's how it go between two major bloodthirsty countries. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, all right, you guys got your little entertainment politics. How bad you want your entertainer back? Oh, well, we'll give you this. Oh, man, we ain't even worried about him. As a matter of fact, we've been watching what you've been reporting on the news, and you've been lying, saying that this is our idea. We don't want the deal. So you could keep lying. Once you stop lying, we could talk. When America stopped lying, all of a sudden they got Brittany Griner. And now I'm seeing niggas say, oh, well, they was trying to do this and da-da-da. And I'm just like, see, this is what's wrong with this shit. You niggas just get to make shit up. Me and Dr. Hood, we got to do real research. We pull up real articles. We take real time and we repeat what they're telling us media-wise. You niggas just get to sit down, pour you a glass of Cavassier, and be the smartest nigga in the room. And you're literally saying shit. You're the only nigga in the world saying this. So when he's saying, we're going to teach him this, we're going to teach him that. Yeah, he does need to teach us this because we don't understand shit. I'm serious, bro. After Brittany Griner got released, I just stopped talking about it because you niggas sound stupid. You niggas sound stupid. So we need somebody to teach you about how these things work and the way they go, because you could find yourself in the middle of a geopolitical situation, and it's not like getting extradited from Washington to California. Oh, Jermaine's wanted in California. Oh, nah, bro, this is different. And I think that we need to be learned to know that, and we can't learn it on Facebook like we be trying to do. Black people, we think Facebook is our Google. That Facebook is our Google, bro. Now, how often do you find things on Facebook that's just accurate? Not very often.
Facebook is a shit show.
But we run to it like it's the gospel, bro.
Well, it just makes it they're dumbing us down, with the whole skill about research and looking things up for yourself and all of that. It's just like, okay, if it's a meme, some dudes have dumbed it all the way down to the meme. It's like they learn everything just from straight memes,
bro.
Not even real articles that people are posting. Like some of the articles, okay, that's cool. That's like news. That's like, a little bit of research, but a meme.
Man, talk to me, bro. What is it about me? Is it because I got a philosophy? I'm thinking like a meme. That means that I don't really got to deal with a person. Right there with a meme, I could share it, but then I could like separate myself from it. So I could just say, well, I just shared it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like these aren't my words. I just shared it. So like if I find a meme that says all you black bitches ain't nothing but tramps and bed wenches. Well, I didn't say it. I didn't write it. Why are you mad at me? Right. So I just be like, man, that be the weirdest shit. How you guys put this shit up to gaslight shit. Then you say, well, I didn't write the meme. You're mad at the wrong person. I was just sharing it for laughs.
Well, you can throw the rock and hide your hand.
You can throw the rock and hide your, and you could, here's what's so cold. I don't even really think you got to hide your hand. You could just say, man, I didn't make this rock, bro. Did I throw it? Man, listen, bro, you're mad at the
gaslight. I believe a lot of people that make those memes, that's what they're there for, to gaslight.
Oh, man. Hey, look, and here's what's so cold. There's individuals where we could go to their Facebook page, their social media, and we could see they've attempted to become one of them entities too. Like there's people on both our timelines every morning. Their goal is to gaslight us some way, shape, or form. It's the active goal, right? And they'll do it every day. And then when they finally hit one, they struck the jackpot. But there's people every single day. They say something to gaslight the people around them. They might say something about their own community. They may say something negative about where they're from, where they're going, where they're at, where you're from. Where, like, at the end of the day, I'ma figure out something to offend you niggas. Right? I just can't say good morning. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Let me downgrade my mic. Hold up.
Bitch, you think it's small. We need to be thinking big. You need to be thinking big, bitch. You need to be thinking big, bitch. Think big, bitch.
I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
If you ain't gon' pay me, well, you can't be around me, cause they treat me like a king of the whole county. I got it in Cleveland, Jadavion Clowney. I remember days when them bitches used to clown me. And now I'm up, I don't need you up, you be broke with no motion. Then why the hell you around me for? You're too needy, I can't be around these hoes. Cause one thing I don't got is time for hoes. I was down but I'm back, better than ever. It's cold in these streets, bitches better get a sweater. If it's raining, make you stand outside with an umbrella. With them glass slippers, but you ain't Cinderella.
I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I ain't been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
Hey, I ain't tryna hear your damn story, like who your baby daddy. Bitch, this ain't Maury. I can't let a broke hoe take me out my glory. That's why I just stay up in my lane like Tory. And I've been down so long, and I'm tryna go so up. Came from the struggle, using maker soda. Sweating bitches on the track, telling them to hoe up. Like you been out here all day, and you didn't make no bucks. I could do bad by my goddamn self. I had to get it all by my goddamn self. And these hoes ain't worried about no generation wealth. I've been down for so long, and this is how I felt. Like
I've been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I've been down like 4 flat tires. I ain't got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
I'm a max, and I don't get no bitch no money back. No bitch no money back. Stop it. You no bitch no money back at all. Fuck you, bitch, hoe. You drunk ass slow. You ain't sitting home. I'll help you, bitch, if you help yourself. You know what I mean? This is ridiculous. This bitch is walking up and down the street. These bitches walking up the street. They don't own nothing.
All right, I had to upgrade. Hope it don't sound fucked up.
To make sure that we are graduating well-rounded young men who can go anywhere in the world and build independent communities. We are a nation-building academy. We are not college prep. We are not military prep. We are not trade school prep. They will be ready for any of those. But above all that, we are nation building.
Can you answer that President Obama question? I'd like to know the answer to that.
Oh, Barack Obama was made president for 2 reasons. Domestically, he was made president to force alternative sexual lifestyles onto black children, sexual confusion as a means of population control. And internationally, he was made president to go to Africa and to force AFRICOM there, to build military bases all throughout the continent. And guess what? There's been about 6 coups in Africa over the past year, and every single coup was in a country with a United States military base. No coincidence. America only practices democracy when the person who wins the election has an agenda that is in the interest of America. Charlemagne, you can be elected president, but if your agenda is not in the interest of the white power structure, you will be overthrown.
And I thought things were going to get better when Barack Obama was president, but for black folks, and I won't say they've gotten worse, but I'm not going to sit here and say they've gotten better.
Democracy only lasts as long as the person winning the election is favorable to the agenda of the power structure.
Well, I think you see that all the time, especially with the GOP. You saw that in Georgia, right? They didn't care if Herschel Walker was a terrible candidate. They knew that if he got into the Senate, he was going to do the bidding of the GOP.
Who won the runoff?
Warnock.
Warnock won.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Here's what I'm going to say to that. And my maternal ancestry is from Georgia. It didn't make a difference if Warnock won. It didn't make a difference if Herschel Walker won, because both of them are candidates who are aligned with 2 white racist political parties. The Democratic Party don't care about black people. The Republican Party don't care about black people. Raphael Warnock hasn't done nothing his first term. He's not going to do nothing his second term. And if Herschel Walker would have won, it would have been the same thing. One of the things we have to do as black people, we have to get off this Republican Democratic political dichotomy because it does not.
Because it doesn't work. And we've been doing this Democrat thing, and and blacks are 1/2 of 1%. I'm going to keep saying that in all my damn streams, and for the people that think, Dr. Hood is the type of guy that will do a 5-hour stream and not bring up this guy, you're nuts. Okay. We're bringing it up. Brett Favre, where you at? Why ain't all you guys doing streams on him? Okay.
Not serve us, and it wasn't created for our interests. That is a white intellectual conversation, whether you're Republican or a Democrat. Our dichotomy is not democracy or republicanism. Our dichotomy is freedom or oppression. That's the black dichotomy. Who belongs to the Freedom Party? Who belongs to the House Negro Party? That's it. Look at the Congressional Black Caucus. 59 African Americans, and more than half of them are old enough to be your grandparents. Why do we have people in the CBC in their 70s? In their 80s, in their 60s. Don't get me wrong. In African culture, we believe an old man for counsel and a young man for war. Mm-hmm. But look who we got in D.C. fighting for justice for African people. They're senior citizens.
Right.
And we wonder why nothing's getting done, because they don't want to pass the baton. And this is an issue that we have had in the black community for a long time. Not just Congressional Black Caucus, Black Church, Black Community Organization, where we don't want to pass the baton to the next generation. And why not? Black men and women are seldom given an opportunity to experience real power. So when we get a taste of real power, we don't like to give it up because we're not used to it. That's why you got 100-year-old pastors running churches when you got 20 and 30-year-old young pastors in the same congregation who will never get a chance to give a sermon. That's why you see so many old leaders in black organizations, because they don't want to pass the baton, because the old black man's ego is bigger and stronger than the young black man's ego.
And I want to go back to something you said about Obama. Obama was opposed to same-sex marriage in 2008.
Oh, when he ran.
Yeah.
But the power structure told him you're going to support this when you get in there.
That was the second term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the agenda had not yet been set, but when the agenda was set, he had to carry it out because Obama belonged to a white racist political party.
Let me ask you a question. The students that want to attend your school.
Yes, sir.
Is there
Thank you.
Is there anything? What are the qualifications, if there are any?
Be black. There's really no qualifications.
So be black. So it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight. It doesn't matter if you're mixed or anything. You can.
Well, a mixed African, for those of us who are revolutionary.
Why are you talking about gay or straight? They kids, right? Come on now. We're not talking about this. Ain't no college, is it?
Pan-African nationalists, Garveyites, a mixed African is considered an African. I do not discriminate between a black man with a white mother or a black man with a black mother or a black woman with a white father or a black woman with a black father. If one of your parents is an African, we accept you as an African as long as you identify. You have to be psychologically black and you also have to be biologically black. You understand? But we don't take issue with mixed race. Many of the greatest Pan-Africanists who ever lived were mixed race. There's even some argument that the greatest revolutionary of all time in his country, the Prophet Nat Turner, he may have been of mixed race. His mother may have been raped by the slave master. You see, so we don't take issue over that. On the plantation, you had no control how you came into this world. Now, with that being said, it's important that black men and black women, even if they be mixed race Africans, they understand that we will not perpetuate that mistake because it does not benefit the black community. So although you may have a white parent, you will only produce children with someone who looks like you.
Be careful drinking that. That's called liquid death now. You should.
It's water.
Look at the can.
It's water.
Just want to make sure.
I actually think that's...
You don't want to get my brother nothing. Just give you some regular water, man.
There's no more water.
The CIA... Is the CIA in here today?
No, I think that's Wiz Khalifa's water. Actually, I think he's.
Oh, okay.
Wiz Khalifa from PA, so that might be okay.
Okay,
I'm gonna be careful because y'all know when Brother Malcolm went to the Middle East, they poisoned his drink.
I think
Malcolm had to get pumped. They tried to kill Malcolm in the Middle East. Johnny,
we ain't trying to kill you. We ain't trying to kill you.
I know y'all not.
Okay,
but I don't know who else around here. Okay,
right.
Johnny Cochran was poisoned,
right?
And you know Johnny Cochran was murdered because Johnny Cochran was on the verge of finding out, or he was going to determine how much reparations America owes African people.
Mm-hmm.
Right after that, Johnny Cochran ends up dead. Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, first democratically elected prime minister of the Congo, they poisoned his daughter in trying to poison him. The CIA threw the toothpaste. So we got to be clear that there's a history. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, a leader of the New Black Panther Party, he may have also been poisoned. So we got to be careful about what we eat and what we drink, especially me.
So what do you think about the study of HR 40? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, that study is
the reparations bill.
Yeah, it's the reparations bill that's supposed to see and determine, you know, who gets reparations and how much reparations.
Well, let's take it a step further. The state of California legislature just approved in the past few days a bill that will give each African-American in the state of California $233,000 as a reparations payment.
I think,
what the fuck? I didn't hear about that, but that sounds like something. It sounds like something, you know?
I think that's some bullshit. I think Gavin Newsom is just doing that because reparations is going to be the buzzword for 2024 to get black people energized.
It is, and it's also a trap. Now, first of all, the reparations movement comes out of the Pan-Africanist movement. We gave birth to reparations. It's not anything new. That's our thing, although it's for the whole people. A cash payout for reparations is a trap. And the reason a cash payout for reparations is a trap is because so much of what needs to be fixed in American society for African people will take more than cash to do it. In other words, I give DJ Envy $233,000. Or if I take the Bob Johnson plan, he said each American African is due $350,000, right? I give you $350,000. Does that stop mass incarceration?
Nope.
Does that stop miseducation? Does that stop gentrification? Does that stop police genocide? Does that guarantee us access?
It doesn't. You know, it doesn't guarantee that we get treated better. But one thing that's guaranteed is that it's better than nothing. So I disagree with him on this, you know, saying that it's a trap. You know, you give me 200,000, I wouldn't give a fuck if it's inflation or not. You know, I'm gonna make something happen. Period.
Access to wealth. I mean, in the state of California, what can you get with $233,000? I'm not even sure if that's enough for a house. And on top of that, the minute they give you the payment, they can reduce the value of the payment through inflation. So I can flood the economy with money so the 233 is only worth 120 in about 24 hours. And then guess what they're going to do after they give the reparations to African people? They're going to find subsidy programs to give to the LGBTQ, to the women, to immigrants, to other people. So at the end of the day, what looked like a step up for black people would be a step back. If I was in charge of the reparations conversation, number one, control of all black music must only be done through the black community. No non-African can control our music. Prince, Michael Jackson.
If that happened, that'd be major, because music is a big money maker.
Whitney Houston, Biggie, Tupac. If the publishing, if the marketing, if the promotion, if the recording is not controlled by Black people, that has to change. We own our own music. Nobody can own, sell, produce, publish, promote Black music but Black people.
Why is that so important?
Because music is one of America's leading export industries. America makes more money off Black music than almost anything else that she sells. So if we control the music, we have a steady stream of global revenue where we can build a Black Wall Street in every single city in America for Black people. That's how much money will be coming in from Black music. That's one. Two, all Black inventions return to us permanently. Everything we invented is a permanent patent for Africans. And if you want to use it, you must pay us a percentage. The cell phone, we invented that. Internet, that's ours. Helicopter, that's ours. Self-lubricating engine, the microphone, the stop sign, the walkie-talkie. Why are those lights on right now? Because a Black man named Lewis Latimer wrote a textbook that taught China, the UK, Canada, and America how to light up a whole city at night. Without Lewis Latimer, you don't get street lights at night. You don't get constant illumination anywhere in the world. So guess what? Anybody running lights, you paying Black people. Take back ownership of our music. Take back ownership of our inventions. Next on the list is all the confiscated lands. We had hundreds of thousands of acres of land stolen from us between 1865 and Malcolm's assassination in 1965. We need to put together a research team that's going to investigate all the land that was stolen from African people and return it back. Since most of our people are dealing with homelessness,
that's huge.
We have the highest homelessness rate in Black America since the 60s. If we can get our land back, that will go a long way to getting a lot of our single mothers and their children off the street. In addition to that, America has about 10 major exports: gold, oil, water, electricity. We get a 25% cut permanently. This is perpetual. Every time America makes a dollar, we get 25 cents of that dollar as part of the reparations payment. American Africans, 60% of us make up 10 states. All 10 of the states that represent 60% of us are seaboarding states. We should automatically control the port so we know what's coming in, what's going out, and we also get a percentage of that. But here's my biggest issue with reparations. Three. One, psychological damages. I'm not hearing enough of the reparations talking heads discuss enough about the psychological damages. You know you can get far more from what you're owed psychologically than you can ever get for 243 years of unpaid labor on the plantation. The psychological damage is what affects us the most. Every time you see a Black man with a white woman, that's psychological damage. Every time you see a Black woman with a blonde wig on her head, that's psychological damage. Every time you see a little Black boy or girl playing with a white doll instead of a Black doll, that's psychological damage. When you see a Black man take the life of another Black man, that's psychological damage.
Yeah, he's digging deep. He's digging deep. You know, there's a lot of issues. And, you know, when those other groups came for their reparations and they get compensated for the things that they went through, you know, they add all that in. You know, somebody goes in, you have a lawsuit or something cracks off, you know, it's they're going to put all that stuff in. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not jumping on this man's side. I'm just saying the school thing, if it's going down, you know, I like the idea. I like what he's trying to teach up in there. You know, we can go to these white schools and hear about all the stuff that they teach up in there and the way they teach it. You know, when that went over the H19 days, when the kids had home study, they you know, doing reports and, you know, different things. And I was kind of coming in and out of rooms and, you know, kind of overhearing just a little bit of the stuff that they were teaching the kids. And I'm gonna tell y'all, you know, it wasn't really, you know, they're talking about the Christopher Columbus and different things and slaves and, you know, different stuff. And, you know, they're leaving a lot of shit out that's important. You know, I will say that. And Umar, yeah, he's a used car salesman. He definitely will sell a snake, an eagle, you know. But You know, he's definitely educated. He definitely is somebody that you can gain some knowledge from. I think the kids should at least know who he is. They know who Donald Trump is. They've heard Donald Trump sell used cars. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's nobody that's just the A1 cookie cutter role model type of person that you could just turn it on and just listen to every word that they say and take it all, you know, even, you know, the Bible got stuff in there that, you know, make you raise your eyebrow. So, you know, it is what it is. I get it. You know, I know, you know, there's a lot of hustle that goes in through this, but for a bunch of people that's not putting out any type of message or they're not getting any type of traction, I mean, you know, how do we get the message out there? You know, because there is a lot of psychological damage. You know, there is a lot of, you know, I grew up in the church, had a picture of white Jesus on the wall, big, you know, it's probably 8 foot by 8 foot poster on the wall, big, you know, big picture on the wall, you know, 6 foot by 6 foot, you know, it was huge. The church was huge, but, you know, that picture was up there bigger than life, you know, and I always saw it. You know, as a white Jesus growing up. So what's up with that? You know,
America owes us more for the psychological Holocaust than she can ever owe for the labor. So we need to talk more about that. In addition to that, I don't hear nobody talking about the role the Arabs played in the transatlantic slave trade. I don't hear anybody talking about the role that the European Jews played in the slave trade. I don't hear nobody talk about the role that the Catholic Church played in the slave trade. If we're going to talk about reparations, bring every group that was responsible, those who financed the slave ships.
That'd be Nigerians too, though.
Okay, let's talk about that. There was participation from some African kingdoms. We know that Dahomey, for example, which was popularized in the Lion King movie. The Woman King movie. There was some African participation, but guess what? The transatlantic slave trade was a European operation. It was controlled. It grew. It was financed by Europeans. When many of the African nations found out what was really being done to us, because in Africa, there was no concept of chattel slavery. There was no such thing as owning people forever. There was no such thing as perpetual ownership of an entire family line or a bloodline. You understand?
Yeah, it looks like the slave trade, it was supposed to be one thing and it went too damn far. You know, there was no such thing of owning a human and owning their family forever. And if you black, you just got to be, you got to have your head up high because you're the type of person that, and your bloodline lived through it. So that alone should give you enough strength to keep going, you know.
There was no such thing as being dehumanized. European slavery stripped African people of our humanity. There's no precedent for that in the world before European chattel slavery. They didn't know what they were getting into. They were wrong and can be held accountable. But let's not take the onus off of the true power structure behind slavery, and that was the white man.
I didn't say Portuguese.
Oh, Portuguese was in it. The Dutch was in it. The Italians was in it. The Germans was in it. Who didn't have a hand either in slavery outright or colonization that came after it? And when you factor in colonization with slavery, you can't possibly blame an African nation for that because they suffered during colonization as much as we did in slavery. So I reject any proposal that wants to make African people more liable for slavery than the white people who owned, controlled, expanded, and benefited.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, they're definitely not more liable. It's just like you said, everybody.
Nor are they equally liable.
Equally, everybody needs to be at the table.
Absolutely, but Africa don't owe us reparations. They owe us as a people internal reparations, just like we owe ourselves as a people internal reparations. Here's what I want to say. We are entitled to reparations. We will get it. But let us be clear something. Money isn't going to fix many of the problems that we have. Money isn't going to stop the back and forth accusations and tearing down that's going on all over the internet between black men and black women. Money not going to stop that. Money ain't going to make the black man love the white woman anymore. You understand me? Money is not going to remove the self-hatred complex that so many African people have within us. There's so much that we have to do on our own that money cannot buy. So anybody who thinks that money is going to reverse the psychological holocaust is insane. It has its place, but it is not a panacea for all of our problems. And I am of the opinion that if you don't change the way we think before we get reparations, if you don't build an infrastructure for African people before we get reparations, you change nothing else about African people.
Damn.
Can we please talk about Jerry Jones?
Yes, we can. You recently posted a picture of
Jerry Jones been a very sensitive subject. You know, it's been a very sensitive subject. A lot of people being called coons for their stance. You know, I agree with it. You know, a lot of the stuff, you know, I don't think they're cooning. I think this is valid. You know, a black guy, he does something when he's a kid, still a piece of candy. You know, they're going to bring that to you all the way to draft night. You know, we talk about sports, so they're going to bring that with you all the way to draft night. Okay? You're going to have to wear that on your sleeve. Jameis Winston took the crab legs. You know, they on you. Even when it's Hall of Fame time. When Jameis Winston, if he makes it to the Hall of Fame, I mean, he's not really playing on that level now, but who knows? You know, he can have a second life like Geno Smith, play a good 4 or 5 years, maybe get a Super Bowl. You know, who knows? I don't know. But this is what I do know. If he does make it to the Hall of Fame, I bet you they're going to bring up the crab legs. Okay? So let's remember that, and everybody just keep the same energy. I think that's the hardest part to swallow. It's like, you know, they're not keeping the same energy. This guy was at a demonstration when they were trying to prevent black kids from joining their school, from getting in and out of their school. And I heard it was some violence that went on and, you know, left some kids injured, and I don't know if they died or, you know, I don't know. I didn't dig into it, but it wasn't a good day, you know, terrorizing people. And then this is who you are. You're supposed to be a part of this establishment that stands against violence and stands against domestic violence and, you know, the stances that they take, you know, and somebody will just take a kneel down and, you know, it's a big issue. But when you got people doing this, and these are the people that are getting all the big bucks, you know, to build all the big stadiums and jumbotrons and, you know, everything of that nature. So, hey, I feel it.
What? They try to slander our brother over here.
Talk to me.
About what?
Over the summer, I guess there was a video of you, I guess.
At the Cherry Hill Mall.
They tried to say you had jungle fever, Dr. Umar.
Jungle fever in the mall.
Okay, let me tell you what happened.
I thought we talked to him about that already.
Somebody tried to hack my phone. An iPhone. It went out. My phone never went out. I call iPhone. They say, okay, we have an appointment for you. I said, I'm in Philadelphia.
Apple, yeah.
Apple. Mm-hmm. Closest place, Cherry Hill Mall, Apple Store. No problem. I ain't got no phone. I need my phone. I go to Cherry Hill Mall.
That's the whitest apple of all apples.
Yes, sir. So I go to Cherry Hill Mall. They working on my phone. It's taking forever for my appointment to come up. I said, let me find something to do. I go get me some suits. Go back, get the phone fixed. I'm on my way out the mall. I'm done. I see a stand in the middle with incense, oils, crystals. I'm into all that. I said, okay, this must be a sister. Let me go over here. I'm looking through the incense. Young white lady come around. She said, can I help you? I said, this your stand? Because I'm like, because this was black people stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm like, she said, yes, my stand. She had a little foreign accent. I said, no problem. So I buy some incense. A brother stops by. Can I take a picture? Sure. I get a rock. Sister come by. Can I take a picture? Some more youth come by. Can I take a picture? The white girl start looking at me like, who are you? Like, why is everybody stopping asking you for a picture? I said, I'm Dr. Umar. I'm a psychologist. She pulls out her phone. She said, well, let me see where you are. I said, go to YouTube, type in Umar Johnson Breakfast Club. That's exactly what I took. That's exactly what I took. Right. So she pulls out a phone and she go to Umar Johnson Breakfast Club. She said, that is you. I said, that's me.
She was starstruck after that moment.
Some coons at a nearby restaurant are filming the whole thing. But when they post it, they don't post the prelude to the conversation. If they would have showed everybody stopping, they would have knew she must have been curious about who he is.
Yeah.
They cut that off and they just showed me with her phone like I'm giving her my number. Can I get your number, baby? Blah, 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 blah. All I was doing was confirming that that's who I am. Don't you know they went up there and interviewed her?
No.
That girl they interviewed her all week.
The people that recorded you?
Negroes from YouTube ran to the Cherry Hill Mall and got a sat down with the Snow Bunny.
Are you one of Dr. Umar's wives is what they were trying to figure out.
Look, and she told the truth, though. And I appreciate it. She said all he did was shop. I wanted to know who he was. Everybody was stopping to talk to him. He told me to go to YouTube Breakfast Club. And he was just confirmed. That was it.
Umar,
I picked up my bag and walked off. They didn't even show me walk off.
I don't think you realize how funny it is. That's like a Dr. Umar trap. We're going to set up the incense in the rocks, but when he go over there, Snow Bunny.
Yeah. So it was crazy, but I'm glad she was honest because she could have.
Absolutely.
She could have said he tried to get at me. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
I think people think you hate white people. You don't hate white people.
Yeah. I have conversations with white folks all the time. Arabs, Chinese, East Indian. I have people who watch my work from all over the world. I would just stop in the airport by an Asian who works for, what do you call the security? TSA. He came right over to me. I'm taking my shoes off. He said, hey, I'm a big, about 40-year-old Asian man. I'm not sure if he was Chinese or Japanese, but he said, I'm a big fan of your work. Keep on doing what you're doing. Asian. I had a group of white boys run up to me at the airport. I was in Dallas, Texas. Can we take a picture? I took the picture. Why do I do that? People say, why you take pictures when white folks stop you? Because it's important for the world to know that my agenda is not hate. My agenda is African liberation. I'm opposed to white supremacy. I'm not opposed to white people. My priority is my own people, but I have nothing against yours. I'm unapologetically African. But the problem is historically, any black man who is unapologetically African, Malcolm, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Stokely Carmichael, Huey P. Newton, anybody who was that way, we will automatically brand it as anti-everybody else. That is not true. We are Africans. We are the original humanitarians of the planet Earth. We have never been against another people, but I am unapologetically committed to my own.
So you don't hate white people. You just don't.
I don't hate nobody.
You don't want to see black people.
I became a psychologist to help people, and in my work, I do work with all races. But my priority is my own because we need the most help. Charity starts at home, and so therefore, I make no apologies about being for black people. I make no apologies about saying a black man has no business being with another woman, Ime Udoka and TJ Holmes. I make no apologies about that because we got to save ourselves.
What's your thoughts on that? Let's
go to Jerry. Let's stop you speeding now. Let's go to Jerry Jones first. And by the way, what Dr. Umar is saying, other communities say that and nobody has a problem with it.
Nobody says nothing. Yeah. Nobody says nothing.
Okay.
Ime Udoka and TJ Holmes. First of all, what they did was wrong. You had no business having relations with another man's wife if, in fact, those women were married. It's wrong. Husband, white, black, purple is wrong. Adultery is wrong. But it's even more wrong because you chose to go outside your community and do it. It's even more wrong because you chose to go into the white power structure and do it. They were not chastised because they committed adultery. Celebrities do it all the time. They were not chastised for that. They were chastised because they failed to keep in mind that black men get the white women that other white men genuinely do not want. You don't get the top of the line white women. You don't. You get leftovers. Look at most of our celebrities. They did not marry women who came from the richest white families. Black money and white money don't behave the same. New black money and old white money have two totally different personalities. New black money will jump on any poor white girl and make her a billionaire, Tiger Woods. Rich white money doesn't operate that way, you see. The sin of Ime Udoka and the sin of TJ Holmes is you had an affair with a white man's wife. This is a desirable white woman. Somebody loves her and is married to her, and you had the audacity to take her away from her husband being a Negro. That's why they had to be sat down. And if I could speak with Ime Udoka, I would have to ask him, on top of all that, you chose a woman from the Mormon church. Her family is Mormon. The Mormons historically are one of the most racist denominations of the Christian religion. Did you know they did not ordain black ministers until 1978? Their most famous leader, Brigham Young, he said the devil was black, and he also justified the enslavement of African people by way of the curse of Canaan. Ham was cursed for uncovering his father's nakedness, and as a result of that curse be the firstborn, Canaan. So the Mormon church and Brigham Young and their other leaders said that black people's skin was black and our hair was nappy because of the curse of Canaan, and that justified our enslavement.
You think he thought about it that deep, or he was just probably hitting something? I don't think he was thinking about it that deep.
But here's my point. If you're going to sleep with a white woman, you don't go to the KKK and get one. You see? Look at the other brother, Everett, the young basketball player from Louisiana State University. June of this year, he visited his white girlfriend in Boise, Idaho. She takes him to a Mormon wedding. She should know better. They didn't let him in because he's black. Then he goes white water rafting with the snow bunny and 3 friends. They fall off the raft. Now, he's an athlete, 6 foot, whatever. She's a white girl. She survives. He dies. Nobody looks for his body. It was a stranger who called the police and said he was missing. He turned up dead a couple days later. Another Mormon. Why did his parents let him go visit a white girl in Boise, Idaho? And why are you going to a Mormon wedding? And Ime Udoka, why are you sleeping with a Mormon woman? When you look at the history of the Mormon people, I'm not saying everyone, but structurally and systematically, they have been against black folks. So my goodness, if you're going to do it, find a liberal or something. You don't get a Mormon. It's absolutely ridiculous that they did that. But they were wrong in what they were doing, but they're being punished not for adultery. They're being punished for being black men sleeping with white women.
With TJ Holmes, I think that they about to demonize him in a real way. Like they even already put out a story that he was having multiple affairs.
So they're going to get him.
Yeah.
You are not allowed to touch the white women that white men have claimed or considered to be marriage worthy. You get the leftovers. Our athletes, our celebrities, they all got leftovers. They do not get top of the crop white girls. And Ime Udoka and TJ Holmes made a mistake of messing with women, white women who were untouchable, made untouchable by white males.
So top of the crop white women is what,
married,
financial status, or just women that are married?
Bloodline.
Okay.
You have to come from one of them families with them names. It could also be financial as well. You follow what I'm saying? But white men determine who those women are. And it's normally a mix of income, status, and bloodline, as well as occupation. You follow what I'm saying? They're not poor. They don't come from poor means. They're not first-generation millionaires. You understand? Black men don't generally get those women. And married white women are automatically included in that by virtue that they've been claimed by a white man.
I want to ask you something, Dr. Umar. For you, have you ever seen an interracial relationship that was acceptable to you?
No interracial relationship is acceptable because we have too many black women who are unmarried. Black women are the largest population on the planet Earth. If you can't find one in America, get it from Africa. If you can't get it from Africa, go to the Caribbean, go to Canada, go to Europe. Why would a black man need to copulate, build a family with anything other than a black woman when you have so many black women available? It is an exercise in self-hatred. There's no way to get around it.
Do you think Kanye West, if he had a black woman, things would be different?
Oh, absolutely. I think Kim Kardashian used him. And the fact that they're making that man pay $200,000 a month in child support when both he and the wife are billionaires are absolutely ridiculous. I think they want to break him. And although I don't agree with the way in which Kanye articulated some of his thoughts, I appreciate the fact that he was the first black man since Michael Jackson to speak truth to power, to specifically identify certain communities of Europeans who have exploited gangster rap, black entertainers, and other people since its inception, and nobody has called them out. He's the first to do it since Michael Jackson. But when Michael did,
Ray motherfucking Midnight. Hood. What be the deal, y'all? What up? Shout out to y'all, panel. I tried to go up. Little dude is. I seen this yesterday. I watched this whole thing. Every time Umar pops up on the Breakfast Club, I don't skip it, bro. Not one time. I've watched every single one he's been on, and he never misses a beat. Doesn't even stutter. He didn't mince his words, straight up and down. I rocks with Umar. Listen, everybody don't fuck with him, but the facts and the reality of our people and the community, he's on it. I don't agree with everything, but for the 90% of what he be saying, I agree with 90%. Yeah, I swear. I'm gonna say about 90, 85, 90% too. I say that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Man,
no,
you know.
definitely. I even agree about the reparation thing.
He's right. Listen, when you think about it, when he put it in the way he put it, like you're right, because we know that they know that if we spend that money ain't gonna do shit as far as lasting. There's gonna be some of us that build with it, but
exactly,
we need way more than six figures. Every single FBA real black person that was born in America, ancestries or not, if you part of that, however, like he said, even if you light skin, you got black in you, you know.
right.
But like Tariq said, why he made FBA is to get away because everybody got an ounce of African American. Every color in this country has a percentage of African American. So when it comes down to the money and they say, well, only African Americans, there's a lot of people that could be like, well, wait a minute, I got this percent in me. So you have to narrow it down to foundational Black Americans, the ones who built the foundation here. That's old here, the Black American that's old here, not the African American, the Black American. So I mean, listen, him and Tariq, listen, I don't, man, 90% of what they saying is factual, bro. When it comes to our community and the future and what we deserve, and these guys are historians. They're Black historians about our history before slavery. These guys know. You get what I'm saying? So you know these guys were in the Hidden Color movies. These guys are Black scholars and historians of our people. So I ain't never knocking no man who prides his whole career about teaching and about the betterment of us. It then, like he said, it ain't perfect. I seen somebody in the comments say he need to be focused on the school's done. If you heard the interview, the school's done. You know, it's just all about the electrical and plumbing and shit. He said it in the interview. It's done. And he said, well, I ain't tripping about the haters because they gonna say what they gonna say. But when they see it, you know, that's all I need. This man ain't gonna put his whole career out there to scam Black folks like that for over 10 years. You know, Tariq got a museum he was funded $1 million about. It didn't take it, you know, it took a little, he got it done, but it was quicker. But you don't hear him talking about it too much either. And he got a Black museum he was trying to build. I think it was in LA. You know, so I mean, we gotta stop that. We gotta stop that, you know. But this interview was so on point, just like every other Breakfast Club interview that he has. I would argue that shit, his interviews may be much more entertaining than Tariq's. You get what I'm saying? They both be on the same shit, but when Umar speaks, he gets I love hearing about our history. I love hearing about our history before slavery. I love when somebody knows what they're talking about when it comes to us. You know what I'm saying? So I salute this brother, man. You won't never catch me. Look, he done got memes about him in a funny way now, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to Black shit, you know what I'm saying? He's there now. I rocks with Umar real tough. You know, this whole interview was gold to me. You know, I saved this interview just like every single one of this was gold. And he challenged
Charlemagne. Yeah, they go at it a lot.
I like that.
Charlemagne be throwing his little jabs and stuff too. You know,
yeah, but he be checking them though, and they could still, like he said, they could have a conversation as brothers where they disagree, like about the Deion thing. Like they were heavily, you know, going back and forth about it. I mean, and that's a 50-50. There's folks that's look like Dr. Umar, like remember when we had the conversation, and then there's folks that's like with Charlemagne. I feel both ways, but I'm with Charlemagne. You know, I'm like, hey man, he did what he could do. What man ain't gonna go and get a better opportunity? But Umar said, like, look, you were the impact that would have influenced others to come do what you do and to keep it going. You get what I'm saying? So now we don't know if another person like Deion, you know, and his stature and his status and what he did, you know, you can't compare Eddie George to him. Eddie George he won the Heisman, but he wasn't that kind of a entertaining figure. He wasn't that kind of figure. That's like saying when Anthony when Penny went and coached Memphis. You get what I'm saying? Like, now if Iverson decided he want to come coach, now what you think is going to be more the appeal? Even though, you know what I'm saying? So Deion, as much as the appeal, he's been, you know, he's a straight shooter, you know. So I love the debate they had because it could go. There's black folks that think on both sides, and it showed that in that conversation. You get what I'm saying? So I agree. I actually agree with both of them, but I'm more like, listen, he did what he did. You know what I'm saying? He did what he could. Now it's time to level up. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard it would be hard for me to be like, nah, he sold us out. I would never say Deion sold us out because any one of us would have taken that opportunity. You know, whether it be in Colorado, ain't no real D1, like I said before, HBCU that he could have been like, well, this is where I'm going.
Right.
You know, so that Colorado was the move and they paid him for it. We can't sit up there and be like, oh man, we should have stayed somewhere that ain't paying me or, you know, that ain't trying to, you know, they stealing from me, but I'm still blowing that off and I'm still here for y'all, you know, and he didn't. And we're coming to find out he didn't have the best relationship with some of the others, staff administration there. I'm not going to continue to be in that. And my status is, and he said, if the opportunity comes, I will look at it. He said it. So, I mean, listen, I see it both ways. I see Dr. Umar's way about the Deion thing, and I see Charlamagne's way. I don't think he sold black people out, though. I don't think he sold us out. You get what I'm saying? Now, if he would have went and after that first year, and they didn't win a championship, and then he left, then we could probably. But he stayed there 2 years.
Well, that's a job. That's a job.
Right, it's a job.
It's a job, bro. Let's stop. Yeah. You know, like the white people don't sell their people out just because they go to a different job. You know what I'm saying?
And they ain't gonna say that if they come to a black company that's paying them more. You get what I'm saying? That you ain't gonna hear that. At least not in the open, publicly. You get what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna never down my brother for leveling up, and he's helping and he's giving away his salary. He didn't need to be at Jackson State. He could have went to Philander Smith. He could have went to Langston Hughes. He could have went to some and did the same thing. He didn't have to choose them. So
Mike Leach just passed.
From Washington State, that coach Washington State?
Yeah, he's on was he Mississippi State now?
Oh, he passed away, or he what?
Yeah, he just passed away.
Oh man.
So opportunities opened up. That was my point. You know?
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? See now, had it been earlier, now we'll say if Washington State would have offered him that. You think he wouldn't have took that? You get what I'm saying? And Washington State is quote unquote more blacker, I would say, than Colorado. You get what I'm saying? But it's still, if you don't know, then you would think it's just white as Colorado, but it ain't.
Kent, what up?
So I mean, I love this interview. I fucks with Dr. Umar. You know, I've watched countless videos of Dr. Umar. I get excited when I see him and Dick Gregory talk, because as Dick Gregory passed, he didn't give a fuck. He never gave a fuck. But when you go and watch his videos, like a few years before he passed, and he left no qualms about us. So everything that he said, I could watch this interview 2-3 times as reference. Like, man, that is right, bro. He got a point. He got a point. He got a point. So for the future, that's why I respect the Breakfast Club, because as a platform as they are, for the most part, when they're bringing people on like him to invite people to know who this guy is, because that's the mainstream radio station. He on there saying Snow Bunny. You get what I'm saying? He's on there saying Snow Bunnies. You feel me? On the Breakfast Club. You get what I'm saying? And don't give a fuck. And they know how he is. So you know what you're coming to get when you interview this man. There's a message there to reach the masses. This is what they said. Awareness. What Kyrie did, awareness. I put that out there. You guys go see it. You see what it did. What Kanye said, okay, all that other shit. But you see, when he talked about the Hebrews and all that, all awareness, this brother is bringing awareness to our people that a lot of others that came, more than Roland Martin, more than the Al Sharpton. You don't see Al Sharpton or Roland Martin and these guys on these national. They don't bring these guys on. They're scared of these. They're scared of a Dr. Umar and Tariq because we know those kind of black folks over there, and these ones right here. This is the one I want to hear and see every day on my news feed. I don't give a fuck about Al Sharpton, who was known as the FBI informant back in the civil rights time. I don't give a fuck about, and that you vouching for just Democrats. I don't give a fuck about, Roland. I respect Roland Martin's platform because of what he was able to do. He left CNN and went and made his own platform on YouTube and network to where he could have youngsters on there, millennials, and on there speak about politics and black politics. I do respect his platform and what he was able to do for his own network. I do respect that, though, about Roland Martin, because he didn't have to do that. But in order for him to speak his mind uncensored, he couldn't do that on CNN as a contributor. You know what I'm saying? He had to go make his own shit. He be having politicians on there, whether you like what they say or not, whether they're Democratic or not. He's bringing politicians on his network. What other YouTube panel is got congressmen and representatives on there speaking on panels? Real ones? None. So I can't sit up there and say that I wouldn't call Roland a coon. He's Democratic. That's what he's always been. But he went to a black college. He's for black people. You know what I'm saying? But I respect his platform. I don't agree with everything he says, because he don't really fuck with Tariq and them and shit like that. But I do respect his platform and what he's able to have done with his fame and status. You know what I mean? So I don't, I'm not going to down my brother too much. I'm not going to down none of my brothers ever unless they trying to down me. And you know what I'm saying? Especially if they're trying to do for the black community. You know what I'm saying? I can't even knock Dr. Boyce Watkins. You get what I'm saying? I don't agree with everything he do and everything like that. But he has his own thing, and he's for black people. So I can't do that. But these coon cats like Jesse Lee Petersons and all this other shit, nah, we don't fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? We don't fuck with that. He was on the Dr. Phil show and offended white folks. You get what I'm saying? Had white folks in the audience crying. Calling them illegal aliens and immigrants. Motherfucker, your ancestors was an immigrant and a quote-unquote illegal alien. We know what words means. We know what interpretation means. When you call a person an illegal alien, that's offensive. Like they turn nigga from nigga to thug. Because you won't want to say nigga publicly, or they're thugs. Same shit. Same shit. So when you hear white people say illegal aliens, no one really uses that term unless you in that kind of community. Because we know this country was built off illegal aliens, quote unquote. And then when I hear that this dude is gay, if I hear that Jesse Lee Peterson is gay, and you talking like that, you're dismissed. Oh, I believe in the single family. Well, you're gay. Wait a minute, huh? So yeah.
What up with my panel brothers?
DK, is that DK? Oh, Kent? Okay,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, video of something else, ain't it? The interview. Man.
Did you watch it?
Yep, I watched the entire thing a couple days ago. Now, one thing I agree with him, not 100%, probably about 90, 95. I disagree with that Deion topic, though.
I was just saying that.
Yeah, I disagree with him on that. Because, and also, too, just to highlight what he did is why, in addition to why I'm disagreeing with him on the Deion. You just said yourself, bro. You had to go outside. You had to outsource someone to come in and do those HVACs for you. You
Yeah.
tried to go through your own. They would, you know what I'm saying, you was given a hard time and whatnot, or it just wasn't getting done, and wasn't
No, they
coming through.
scammed him. They were scamming him out of his money.
That too, or whatever issues you went through, you try to go through your own. And you know what I'm saying, you just said you needed to get it done, so you had to outsource it from somebody, you know what I'm saying, that don't look like you. So right there, that tells you. So how can you put that on Deion or what he did then?
But he
You know
tried,
what I'm saying?
though. He tried though.
Right. That's what I'm saying though. I'm saying though, he was kind of getting on Deion about, the calls and all that, and he shouldn't did that. But look at what you just went through.
But you see
What you trying to do?
how he tried to, how he tried to be like, because he knew that somebody like Kent was gonna say what he said. So say what you're saying now. So you see what he said after the fact, like I outsourced, but see, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. So I could teach us that we have to be more for us to where we don't have to get over on us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're right though. You're absolutely right.
Right. So you telling us to stay true and stay down for your community. In essence, I agree with to a certain extent, but if within your own community and your people doing you bad, I mean, you gonna probably move around, or maybe go to another community that looks like within that looks like you or something like that. But for the most part, man, it ain't no different than what you had to do. You needed to get that done because you're trying to meet a deadline. Now we can't construe business from, okay, I want to, just do black owned, all that type of stuff. At the end of the day, business is business, man.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't get my own to complete the task for me, which I will try to first go through my own. But if I'm in my own dragging their feet or giving me the runaround or trying to scam me, I need to get this done. So I'm gonna go out. Yeah, I'm gonna outsource.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever can do the job. It don't even matter what nationality, whoever can do the best job.
But he also said that he could have kept doing it that way.
But how long it would have delayed him trying to accomplish? Yeah, it would have delayed whatever he's trying to accomplish because you're trying to stick to right. You're trying to stick to just going through your own.
Right.
Now, I applaud and I give you credit and I applaud your effort for doing that first because he did say that. I try to go through my own first. But you said it was delaying your timeline of trying to complete something you needed done to your school, which I get it. I understand. Yeah, you're gonna outsource it. If I'm trying to accomplish something and I need to get it moved forward and trying to reach out to my own kind, they ain't coming through for me and then not only that, he said he was going to pay them. He wasn't asking them to come to do it for free. So so I get it, man. But yeah, I disagree with that whole, I still got my stance on the Deion thing or whatever, but everything else he talking about, he 100% correct.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I was just telling Hood. I said, you see, Charlemagne was like me and you about the Deion, like because I'm kind of feeling like what Charlemagne said. But there are those people. There are that 50-50 of black folks that feel that way. Mostly folks in Jackson in Mississippi, and then there are those like on the other side, like me and you, and Charlemagne, like nah.
And then and then he said we got to stop putting this responsibility on each other as we got to, we can try. And many of our leaders that try to do it, and what end up happening to them, they either get knocked off or they don't get the big support or backing that they need to keep it moving. So I just totally disagree as far as putting that big responsibility on Deion as he was supposed to be the savior person to, I don't know, whatever y'all expected him to do. Okay, yeah, the man said that he was going to do, and I feel like he did what he said he was going to do. He did as much as he could.
Definitely.
That was within his power.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So what more do you want to squeeze out this brother? And who's to say, again, if I was in that interview, who's to say that Deion won't reach back out when he
Oh
does
no,
go
he's
to
probably
Colorado?
still doing stuff for them while
Right,
he's
he
there.
probably still right. He still may reach
Yeah.
back out or contribute in some form or fashion to help support JSU. Who
Yes.
said I don't think he never said that he wouldn't. He never said
Right.
that he did either, but he never said that he wouldn't. So why we belittle and berating his brother for making a decision? You make him not want to. You make him not just just move forward and don't even look back. Forget it.
I
My
mean,
people
like
don't
I said,
appreciate me anyway.
I get the way he was putting it, like the optics and you know what I'm saying, and
Right.
who his status is of Deion and what that brung in a short time and how that could go along forward. But again, what brother or non-brother is in his position who wasn't known to be a college and a D1 coach like that? The journey that he made would not have taken that opportunity to prosperity for his own staff, his children, and to level up on his career. That's why it's hard for me to go that hard on Deion. I'm not even going a little bit hard. Like, listen, he did, like you said, he did his job. They did back-to-back championships. He brought money there. They built facilities. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't perfect. But again, like I said, when we had this discussion about Deion, the great discussion from that great show, that, you know, the alumni even the alumni and even the SWAC conference, if they valued what he was bringing to the SWAC as a whole, then they would have conjured together enough, at least a quarter of the 5 that Colorado, just as a gesture, say, look, here we try. We can't get you the whole 5, but we gonna show you we making moves to do it. If they wanted that, you get what I'm saying? If they really, really wanted him to stay. But ultimately, even then, bro, he still left because how can you pass up Colorado? You know what I mean? A D1. It's again, I seen the walkthrough before a lot of people seen it when they first got there, and him and his son was when they first arrived there and was showing the facilities. And I seen Jackson State. It doesn't matter about facilities, but it gives you in context like, oh, okay, you know why? Who wouldn't do what he did? Even before the pay, I still would have made that move because of career. Because see, look, what you don't want to do, you don't want to shame him so much that, let's say, if he doesn't make it in Colorado, maybe he wants to come back.
And then
If
you
you're
know what
talking
too?
bad about me like that, and I feel like you ain't appreciate what I brung to you, why would I come back?
And then too, it can come with, ask Dr. Umar, and I think he said that he has contributed to HBCUs and whatnot. But it can be brought back. Okay, did you contribute to that JSU while Deion was down there to help support, support that brother while he? I'll be the first to say I didn't. So I can't complain on the brother's decision of why he did what he did. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the first to say it. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't well versed in
About what?
as far as with JSU and their athletic program, football program, or whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But as far as
it
just
wasn't perfect.
acknowledging that Deion did something like that, a brother who looked like me did something like that, I applaud him.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna berate him and belittle him because he finna move on. You know what I'm saying? He did what he did. I mean, he
Yeah.
did what he could. So therefore, that man should be honored, man, not be disrespected and, called sellouts and stuff like that.
Nah, yeah, we're not.
Honor that brother and
Yeah.
acknowledge and appreciate and be thankful at what he did. You know what I'm
No.
saying? So it can, like I said, it can go back to you, to Dr. Umar, just like you would question someone, did they contribute to your school if they're asking you the status of it? Well, that question could pose to you too. Did you contribute to JSU at the time Deion was there to
Right.
help with what he was going through?
Why you all up in what I'm trying to do for our community?
Or
What did
why you
you?
criticizing him and
Right.
saying, and then he never said, and I don't want to misquote Umar. He never called Deion a sellout. He just
No.
said he didn't agree with, for him
Him
taking
leaving.
that job. Right.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I disagree with Umar on. The Tariq brother, you know what I'm saying? He make a lot of valid good points too. I agree with him up until about the reparation things. Now that's why I do agree with Umar on, and I disagree with Tariq on, you know, the
Yeah,
cash
Umar was
thing.
right. He said
Yeah,
the money's a part of it, but foundational wealth, pretty much is what he was saying. We need what basically he broke it down greatly. I
yeah,
was
he
going.
did.
I might even go back and write down exactly what do we, because we need teaching and literacy, and we need again. Listen, dual citizenship to Africa and back. That should be part of it as well, or really anywhere in the world for any black person to have dual citizenship because we're contributors to everything in this world. So and
Yeah.
debatably, the number one influential people in culture. So I agree with everything. They're both right though. But because for me, when it comes to money, DK, 6 figures ain't gonna be enough.
Even to me, it's just the money. Period. Why would we want to see a cash reward for reparations, but we don't even print it or make it? And then not only that, you want to receive cash of former slave owners on there. You want to use that to circulate through
Well,
trying to
that's
build it,
another reason. That
right?
goes.
So why would so in my opinion, as what Umar was saying, which I agree with, land, our own manufacturers, distribution, and things like that, that schools, hospitals, all that type of
Yeah,
stuff,
right,
essential things,
right.
and we can
Our own.
take it from there, right, without having to be charged or taxed for it, and we can.
But can we do money? Money had better be a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, also, well, we can make our own currency.
No,
Why would we want to?
that goes without a doubt, though. But what you said was that with slave owners, those slave owners. When you learn about the history of George Washington and all these
Right.
slave masters, they're that money that they're
Blue
basing
Concrete Radio.
yours.
Yeah, but why? I mean, would you want to keep utilizing that type of currency circulating in black economics if we're trying to build and we're trying to be self-sufficient and work on governing ourselves, but we using currency of former dead slave owners?
I agree. But that would be a harder thing to accomplish is trying to change the currency,
Well,
to
I mean, right,
you
but
know what I
I'm just
mean?
suggesting we try to figure something out. What could we use? Remember in Coming to America had Hakeem, he had his own money.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Right,
So
like Queen Elizabeth is on the face of her money.
exactly. You mean to tell me we can't come up with our own type of currency to circulate our economics?
Well, we'd have to make shit foundational first. Like
Yeah, exactly.
it couldn't be money first. I agree with you. It can't be money first. We could get to that part,
But
but
I'm saying if we
yeah,
had the major resources that
yes,
we can produce and create that, circulate our own currency of whoever we want to put on there,
yeah,
whoever we feel is, whatever black heroes we want to acknowledge and honor, have our own currency
yeah.
and circulate that through our economics to build abundance of Black Wall Street.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I have no qualms about that at all. I agree with you. It would just be a more difficult task trying to change the almighty dollar because I really don't care what nobody say. The American dollar is still the strongest, and especially if you're going to a different country and it still worth more there than our own money here.
But
You get
like he
what I'm
said,
saying?
right, okay, fair enough. But like he said, they gave us a cash payout, gave everyone who's an FBA, gave a cash payout. And
Mm-hmm.
then he said they can go raise the economy up to where, you know what I'm saying, to devalue that currency. They are in
Right.
control and power up to do that. But yet everybody wants a cash payout. So now if the currency is only shit paper, you can use it to wipe your ass with, then what?
Right. That goes to the point that what they said. Like, okay, then once we get the money, it's gone. and we ain't did nothing, you know, and it ain't
Well,
gonna stop.
I'm talking about if they devalued it, why they gave us a cash
Oh,
payout.
you mean after they gave it? Oh,
Right, after they gave it to us, now is the currency is devaluing. It is no value in it no more.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Is
because
the
we own
value
it.
is it
Oh,
getting
yeah.
smaller and smaller
Yeah.
to where it's not gonna be worth anything. You can't buy nothing with it. But we sitting up on all this shit paper. So
Well, that was in order for that to not, that would go into what you're saying, along with creating our own currency.
exactly.
We would have to create our own manufacturing and all these.
That's why I was saying
Yeah.
if we get those type of things as okay, this gonna be part of our reparations. If that was implemented, we want our own manufacturers. We want, and that's part of resources. We want to be able to maintain and control and govern our own resources. We no longer need you to do it for us. We can
This
take
is
it from
why
here.
I like him though, because he's so passionate about. They owe, bro.
Absolutely,
They owe,
absolutely.
and
I don't
we're
disagree
not,
with you.
and they're not even thinking, but they're giving it to others. You know, they want us to be fragile about the Holocaust and all these other things, but they're not fragile enough about what happened to us in a like you said, in a psychological, traumatizing way. Every single black person, especially that's been raised in the hood, suffers from some sort of PTSD. We are a traumatized culture due to what happened
big time.
to us.
And that's a great point. You definitely need to
Therapy
have
should be
something
part
in
of that
place.
too.
Need to have something in place to deal with our psyches. A lot of us
Yes,
older and some of the younger, you know what I'm saying, that definitely needs to be fixed, corrected. It needs to be addressed. We need to
because
have something in
it
place.
travels up to our kids.
Exactly. So we can prevent that cycling from happening for the next generations to come.
Yes, that's to me. Educate financial literacy. You know, learning the tax code, all the building, banks, real estate, all these things that and bringing home economics back in the school.
Psychological coping mechanisms is something to address and deal with that.
Yes, because that's what they're doing now. They're trying to keep us in a psychological box to where we, like me and you, Dark Kent, don't talk like this. And they're doing a good job.
And then
it's getting better.
You're going to keep the division up. You look at what we're doing, and I'm not saying we per se. You doing it to Deion.
Yeah.
The division. You tearing the brother down. And I think he did make the point. He said, I'm not tearing him down. He just didn't agree what he did. Okay, cool. We can all disagree about things as grown men and whatnot without tearing another person down. So I disagree with a lot of things Kanye be saying and what he does. But I ain't gonna tear him down. I'm not gonna bash him. Right. I ain't gonna bash him.
What they said about, you see how he was, that was, he was touching the thin line, Umar, with Kanye.
Right.
But he was agreeing with Charlemagne too. But what he was respecting about Kanye is what I said about him and Kyrie. The awareness. There's something in there, you get what I'm saying, with their status and power that they were able to reach that me and you can't, and most others in their status is scared to do. So you have to respect, even through all the dumb shit that Kanye be saying, like he said, he does have to address, he has a mental problem. We're all in agreement that Kanye suffered a lot, traumatically, okay, with that car accident, with his mother being sacrificed, quote unquote, and dying. Okay, traumatizing. Not to mention the shit that we're talking about amongst our own people. It's hard for me, like he said, I'm with Umar. I agree with him. Kanye got to pick a side. He got to pick a side.
Exactly.
He got, and stick to it.
Exactly.
I agree, absolutely, bro. You can't sit up there when you get in trouble and then still saying black this and we are, which is right. Everything you said is on point. But it becomes distilled when you go say and do this other dumb shit and you rocking with this dude that then said nigger out his mouth. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That most dudes are punching the fucking face if he's be seen. These cats is walking out the back door of buildings. You're not, Kanye.
Right.
Because of the shit they say, they're walking out the trap secret door.
And I believe, and just in my opinion, not to cut you off, Ray. I believe as men, as black men, we can respectfully disagree with each other without having to tear each other down.
Absolutely.
It can be done. It's very possible.
It's
your delivery, right?
It's
how you deliver it. Yeah, it's counterproductive, and it's how you deliver it. You know what I'm saying?
His delivery, like Umar said, his delivery is not good. You know, it's not great. If Kanye's delivery was great, it'd been received a lot more. For me, when I see another black person on these mainstream politics shows that say, "Oh, well, he's rolling with the Trump had dinner with this Nazi guy and this Ye who's the anti-Semite," and I turn it right. I turn it off. I turn it right on off.
Right.
Cause bitch, did you get the message? And you black, I know you know. Oh, okay, but it's a talking point for you to stay on. Nope, I turn it right off, bro. Because you speaking into what they want to hear, into being like, I got what Kanye was trying to say, but his delivery was not great.
Right. He didn't articulate himself.
He didn't articulate it.
And that's all it was. So
but if you know what he was trying to do.
Right.
But a lot don't. So the message is like, be distilled. Can get distilled.
Yep.
But this to me is another legendary interview by Dr. Umar. And he stands his ground. He's passionate. Him and Tariq are the influential leaders of today's generation of blackness and black information in black history before slavery and with that. He even addressed the folks that they even addressed the fact that and I'm glad he said that about the slaves, that we were owning each other, and he broke it down like, wait, hold a minute now, about the homies, the homie culture. And I recommend to all brothers in here to go to Home Team History, which is a young brother who does his history on our culture before slavery, and he does great. He sounds like you, Dark Kent, the way his narration is. That's part of his appeal, his narration, his voice. You get what I'm saying?
Well, what's the name of it?
Home Team History. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Home Team History. You know what I'm saying? And that's on YouTube. And man, dope shit, man, about our history. Beyond, he dips into he read books. You know, he's into what the Greeks and others says about our skin tone in their own words about us, the Moors, all that. He breaks is great. I recommend all that. But
cool.
All I'm saying is that when he brought up the homie culture and folks that said we were slaves to ourselves, he broke it down. Now wait a minute, we wasn't those kind of slaves. We wasn't doing to each other what they did to us as slaves. You get what I'm saying? So in our own tribe. So I like how Umar broke that down, because he's like, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's address that.
Right.
So when someone says to me, oh, we were slave, you guys were slave to your own people, then I can go back and play this very clip from his black historian who has degrees, certifications, and a psychologist. This man ain't gonna be out here public for this many years and folks is thinking he's a scam. He been canceled or cut off. Right. So this brother is proven. You know? So that I fucks with Umar, man. If he come to town, I'm paying. Again, if he comes again, he's been out here before a few times. But I'll go see him. He was gonna look.
Yeah, I would like
I don't know if you've seen this, but
attend one of his lectures.
Yeah,
I would like to attend one of his in-person lectures.
Absolutely.
You
know, Anton tried to get him. I don't know if Hood's on there. Anton tried to get him, but he turned him down at the last minute. And he said he turned him down. He made a video about it, and he almost got him. You know, and I would love it, because he would have ripped Anton a whole new asshole about all the shit that Anton used to say about him. And he said he's seen the videos. Anton said he canceled at the last minute, or he was gonna come, but then he got a call later or something. He said, I guess his peoples influenced him not to do. They must have watched some old videos that he did about Umar, like he did about Farrakhan, which I didn't agree with. And Umar seen that shit like, yeah, I'm good. I'm not coming. You spoke way too foul for me, and all I'm gonna be doing is giving you clout. It don't benefit me. In so many words, that's why I think he was thinking, like, it ain't gonna benefit me for me to come on your shit. It's gonna benefit you. So, but it would have been good to see him rip his ass up, because Anton's not that guy. He don't care about he think black culture, man. He don't even he be dissing us as a people a lot of times. He don't know. He didn't start to say something a little bit because of the Kanye and Kyrie shit, but it's kind of contradicting because he was talking bad about Kanye for a while. You get what I'm saying? I don't think Kanye would, fuck with him, but you're a millionaire. You can't get these cats on there. So
right.
So I would have loved to see Umar on there, but this is gold. You see, it hit 1 million in 2 days.
Yeah. He
What I
always
mean?
he draw those numbers up, man. People,
Right.
we tune in and lock in. But the thing is, it's like, okay, we hear them and watch them. When is we gonna put it into action?
That takes a collective effort.
Yeah.
Now, let's say if his school goes well for what he's trying to teach, man.
I think a lot of us too, man. We are, prove it to me people. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, you gotta prove it to us for us to kind of buy in.
Yeah, to buy in.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's because we have a bad. Listen, because of basically what he said about the contractors. Even Envy felt them, because Envy has said right afterwards, quickly right after he said that, I'm going through the same shit. I'm getting dicked out of these contractors from my own people. And it's stalling the process. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that we're so fucked up that we do more against each other than we do for each other.
Exactly. And that goes back to his point about getting some type of psychological something in place to deal with our psyches. Because our trust, we don't have no trust amongst each other. We got more trust with other outsiders of our own culture than we do within amongst each other. And
it wasn't always that way, DK.
Right.
It wasn't always like that. We could debate that integration didn't benefit us.
It hurt us. In my opinion, it hurt us.
It could, because we were more together before that. Granted, we was getting stoned and I don't know if I could have made it, because you're not gonna keep throwing rocks at me. We were very self-disciplined.
Exactly.
We absorbed a lot.
It's like we wanted to fit in. We wanted to be accepted.
We wanted to be a part.
We wanted to be respected.
Yes.
It was like we wanted to be a part. We wanted to feel equal to. And that's the thing. It's like we so psychologically messed up that we didn't have enough. I don't know if we just didn't have enough self-esteem or confidence that, hey, we do our own thing, y'all. We can stay segregated. Teach ourselves, build ourselves, all that.
Well, I was going to say, he's also made a point. This is another reason why this interview was gold to me. And I ain't even go see the movie. But all the shit that I've heard from people like me and you, especially on the brother's side, the narrative that's been painted in Wakanda, the whole apology. When I hear that the Mexican dude killed the mom, and then Shuri, instead of the whole fucking Wakanda going after this dude, no, we're gonna forgive him. Oh fuck, I hate that shit, bro. Oh my god, why are we so fucking apologetic? We're too graceful. When the fuck, it reminds me of Dylan Roof shit all over again.
You know what? In my opinion, I just think that because we were never that type of people of violence.
Yeah, that's how we got addicted
kind
to
of like
slavery because we were
right.
too nice.
We were never people of violence. So if you come from a background, I mean, ages ago of never being, I think we were more of a peaceful people and more of accepting.
Thank you, Dark
And
King.
now once
Our
we got
God
over
was not
here,
vengeful.
where we got, where did we learn the history of violence from? Slave owners.
Here,
When we got here, yeah, once we got here.
Christianity.
So you mean to tell me that we're not the monsters that they make us out to be?
Absolutely
no,
not.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. No, not at all. But we can be
History
monsters.
tells you that.
But we
Well,
can be monsters to each other, though. We seen
well,
it from.
they
We
have
seen
to.
it.
They have to make us out to be monsters so that they won't look like they just captured and mistreated some peaceful ass people.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Got to make us
the
look like
old
animals.
black and white movies when they had us when we were jungle people.
So if so if we believe that, why we do it to each other? We quick to be hard and stone cold to one another. You know what I'm saying? Quick to be that that tough guy, hard guy, a G, whatever you want to call yourself.
We put ourselves in this psychological mental trap to where Dark Kent was saying that we're too busy trying to appease them, and mixed in with the fact that we got fucked over so long that when the opportunity comes to where we could be a leader, instead of spreading the wealth, we'll keep it for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Or we'll be against each other. When that wasn't the case, we were a tribal people. We were for each other. We wasn't going to war at each other. This is what I've learned before slavery.
And perfect example of what we talking about. The brother, the comedian Mark Curry, what he just recently went through.
Was making
did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I didn't watch at the hotel in Colorado. Yeah, as he recorded himself at that hotel in Colorado.
Yeah.
Just straight up blatantly asking this man, does he belong here? And it's like, who are you? You don't got no ID badge on, no nothing. And come to find out, you the damn engineer. And do the maintenance around the hotel. Who the hell are you to come be questioned a Patreon? Do they belong here? Regardless of, you know what I'm saying, what his color is, even though he didn't bring that up. But what your actions is, what you're doing right now, you're showing your hand of what you are.
Yeah.
Confronting in this type of manner. Yeah, man. That probably been one of them days I would have went to jail.
Yeah.
Who the nerve and audacity to come in here. I'm a paying customer, and you may not know that, but obviously I wouldn't be sitting in this lobby.
It ain't your business to help.
Exactly. You ain't asking the people that look like you, are they patrons here?
Right. Do I look like somebody do I even look like somebody that's in here trying to rob you?
Trying to rob you, or do I look like I just came off the streets to try to be home? Regardless of what the fact, who are you to come in here and question anybody? You an engineer and maintenance guy. Go do your job.
Go do your man. Listen, and we see a lot of that in these viral videos and due to camera phones that's been going on. That's been a thing.
And you know what we have to, and what most people would say, what we have to do, we always gotta stand down, or we always gotta take the high road. Sometimes, you know what, fuck that. It's time to stand up.
Nah, I'm legit. I'm a grown ass man, like you a grown ass man too.
Right. And you coming here standing in front of me and talking about not until I answer your questions. Motherfucker, you was a maintenance guy. Go do your job.
Right. Or call the police. Do what you need to do. Get the fuck away from me.
Right. One part of me, it's like, okay, it probably was good that he left. But part of me was like, too, you should have just stayed there and keep chilling. Yeah. Let him stand there and keep looking goofy. And the moment he like, yeah, I'm waiting for you to give me a reason. But I'm going to sit here and continue to, I think he was drinking coffee or whatever. I'm going to continue to sit here because I'm a customer. Y'all already got my money. Why the hell would I leave? But on the flip side of that, just to be smart, because it wasn't no other brothers in there to like really back them. you kind of outnumbered, because you see what happened when he went to the front desk. The chick who all of a sudden you got amnesia, you don't remember checking me in. Well, yeah,
Oh,
you got this.
that's what she said, huh?
She didn't say that, but she was asking him, are you a customer, or are you customer, or do you have a room number or whatever? Because he was trying to tell him, like, this guy is following me around, he harassing me, asking questions and whatnot. Who is he? And she was like, oh, he's our maintenance guy or engineer or whatever. But she asking Mark to verify if he's a customer. That he said, you don't remember checking me in?
Right. Well, look it up. It's in your fucking database.
Right. But not only that, it's like, besides the point, you got your engineer following and questioning me around here. Does he do that to all your customers here?
Right. Right.
You allow that? Why are you asking for verification on my end? And you knew you checked me in.
Right.
For one. So that's why I was like, then it looked like, okay, they banding together in a way, because they gonna back each other, as it seemed. And like I said, he the only brother there, so it probably was a smart thing for him to let me check up out of here and get up out of here. But he had posted their phone number on a live. People was like, I guess was calling their hotel or whatever, making complaints and whatnot. But just that whole incident, man, that burned me up, man. That burned me up. That dude had no business doing what he did. And it's like, you feel like, I've heard many times, the safest man in America is white man. They're the safest man in America. You feel like you have the audacity to come ask me questions like that in that manner. You're not the cop. You're not nothing. You just a maintenance guy who work in a hotel.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You listen. Make valid points, bro.
I wish you could split his shit to the fat meat. For real, man.
That would be too easy for us to do. That'd be too easy. And you know how the headline would go. He knew that.
Right. And probably get him a lawsuit.
There should have been some more pushback, like you're saying.
Right. But it's like the nerve. Motherfucker, you think I'm just sitting in here just to be sitting in here?
Right.
Obviously, I paid my money as a guest, and all the everything that's accessible is, that's in this hotel is accessible to me. And not in the fact that you trying to question me to confirm that and verify that with you. Who are you?
Yeah.
Don't you got some floors to mop or something, or
And it's like another issue. Can't like. And they did just such a good job on us when it comes to this social engineering and programming and mental shit on us about the shit that we should be paying to and the people we should be going after. You see how there's really light, limited coverage on this whole FTX CEO guy that ripped and robbed people in the Bernie Madoff kind of manner, and all these cryptocurrency cats is mysteriously dying in the last few weeks or so, and a lot of the celebrities, white celebrities and politicians that had their money into this FTX thing. Oh, this young white cat with a curly fro, look about like early 30s.
Yeah, I seen him.
You seen him, right?
Or whatever.
Yeah, that's a big scandal, bro. It's in the Bernie Madoff. Enron. I don't know if you remember.
Right. I remember the Bernie Madoff.
It's in that category, bro. But the coverage, okay, he just got arrested. Okay.
Oh, they just arrested him?
Oh, yeah. But, man, that's a big fucking thing, bro.
I bet it is.
But it's under the rug. The news of that is under the rug. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Let's see how that play out with him. If any repercussions, what type of repercussion he get.
Oh no, he's done. But see, the thing is, there was a lot of people's money that was in his shit. They were hiding their money in their accounts into his shit.
Yeah, high profile celebrities. I think Tom Brady and his wife was one of them.
He was on some panels with some prestigious folks. You get what I'm saying? We don't talk about that enough. You know what I mean? Money. You feel me? But like you said, we're gonna see like they having they're testifying in the House hearing right now, as I'm looking at right now. New FTX CEO, new. You get what I'm saying? Not the one y'all should be talking to. You know, somebody else. You know, and it's just like, but don't nobody want to talk about that because of the look of who it is. You motherfucking scammers.
Man, and you know what be killing me, man? It's like, you remember the movie? Have you seen The Wolf of Wall Street?
Listen. Unfortunately, I have not seen this movie that I'm told that has a lot of messages in it that's won some awards. I have not seen it.
With Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, that movie right there, concrete for me. That like I'm not trusting no stocks.
No.
We don't control it or own it.
That's
either.
not our game.
What I'm gonna be investing my money in something I can't see how it's moving or what you're doing with it behind closed doors. And he pretty much, that movie give you an intel of what they doing with your bread.
Right. Unless I got the inside trader track, like somebody like the illegal insider trader track, I ain't doing it. That's when these politicians got caught up scheming the system with inside trading, and they still doing it. It's just the one somebody gotta be a scapegoat every now and then. You feel me?
Yeah, fall guy.
Yeah, somebody gotta be a fall guy. You know.
But not only that, right? It's like that ain't something that people that look like us control or run. So if it ain't systematically set up for like our own, and our own is running it, and we know the ins and outs of it, to where you're not, you know what I'm saying, scamming your own people.
Right.
I ain't gonna fool with it. I ain't gonna fool with it at all. Yeah, I may be missing out, but at the same time, when things like this happening, like this story that broke with this guy, with this Bitcoin or whatever, and now people didn't lost millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And the Bernie Madoff, Bernie Madoff, right? The Bernie Madoff story too. Bernie Madoff story too. How this dude?
Well, that turned me all the way off.
Right. That turned me off from doing any type of investment type of stuff with any investment firm that don't look like us. We don't know what's going on behind them closed doors, what they doing with the money.
They do.
But then at the same time, it's like when you try to go there to pull it out, they're gonna come up with a good story to convince you to keep it in there. Probably because they don't have it or they spending it.
Listen, the only way I'm putting my money into stocks is if I'm a business, if I am the inventor of a business and our business is flourishing so much to where we run it public, like how Vine did it. You remember Vine? You know what I mean? That everybody took from the 6-second app. I don't know if you remember Vine. You know, do it for the Vine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 6-second. It's what Snapchat took from. Pretty much, it's like a longer it was a shorter version of Snapchat because you only had 6 seconds. But in the years that it did, it flourished because it was, you was able to do so much in 6 seconds. Funny shit, a lot of funny shit on Vine. I actually miss Vine. But in the matter of 2 to 5 years, bro, it blew up. Right, this is before Snapchat and before Facebook and Instagram start making stories and on your shit where you can make stories, right? Well, they got their format. They all copy each other anyway, right? You know what I mean? Vine was the first, right? Got huge. Everybody had a Vine, bro. Do it for a Vine was actually a thing. Was actually a term at one point in time. Before do it for the gram. And blew up, bro. They made it a public company to change it to an IPO. Which I imagine, from my understanding, makes your business even more valuable once you put it in Wall Street. Once you put it out there, and it grew up to I think about 5 billion, bro. Sold it. That's the only way I'm doing it, bro. Build my company up to where I can get to a public IPO and sell that shit. like what Twitter did with that, and sold it for 45 billion. You fucking right. I'm selling that shit for 45 billion.
Well, who sold
I would
it?
take that.
Who was the creator or the owner of the Vine?
Well, we don't really. They were young cats. They were young cats. And Vine hadn't even been around. Again, it was only 2 to 5 years, but it blew up tremendously. You know what I'm saying? In a short amount of time, they made it public. You know, when you take your business and you make it public to where now it's in the, you know, stock market,
right?
The money valuation goes up. You know.
So did they sell it? They sold it or something, or they got
they
bought
sold
out?
it quickly, bro, because they could get 5 billion off this little small ass app.
Okay.
Like an app developer, and then it encouraged everybody else to start making apps. Remember what I'm saying? Remember that time where everybody wanted to make their own app and all that because of the Vine and what Vine was able to do in 2 to 5 years off this small ass app that's only 6 seconds long. Well, I can do that.
So that's why you. So they got
5
billion. So they got 5 billion out of
it. Quick.
And you ain't never heard from these brothers again.
Never. Nope. Nothing.
Now should we again, should we be mad at that? Like people being mad at Deion because they didn't pour back into the black community, or pour
Tom
back
did it
into
with MySpace.
Huh?
Tom did it with MySpace, I think, when he sold it for like 145 million, which back then was what we see the 5 billion today.
No, I'm talking about, should we be mad that they didn't pour it back to build some type of infrastructure for their own people since they cashed out like that?
Right, I hear you.
Should we hold them accountable? Like Umar is saying towards Deion, we hold him accountable because he should have stayed where he was at instead of going for a job that was willing to pay him more. So for them cats who made the Vine, they cashed out and got $1 billion, got 5 billion out of it. Should we be upset as a community or as a people to be like, man, why they ain't reach back down? Now, to me, I'm a sole believer, like, it's people's choice, man. I can't be for something that they invented or they created. If it would be good and it would be courteous as a nice gesture, but I can't be mad and call them a sellout and you ain't do nothing for your own people. They don't. I can't say individual one of us owe something to us. It will be nice, but can we really say people owe us to do something for our people? If they came up with something and got billions of dollars out of it, but they don't do nothing for their own communities.
Again, it's a tricky one. I mean, you're right. Not even tricky. You're right. Because look, again, we could even go back another further instance. We could look at Robert Johnson, who was the owner of TNT.
Yep, I was thinking about him. Yep, exactly.
He sold his shit, which was black. It was more blacker when he ran it, right?
Yep.
When he was running it. Yep. But he sold it to a white big corporation in Viacom.
Yep.
And it ain't been the same shit, right?
Yep. All they do is just play reruns of black shows and black movies and edit.
Nothing about music unless you go on the YouTube.
Yep.
The only time you see BET now with music videos is if you go to a 24-hour stream when they run every Sunday on YouTube. All MTV, VH1, BET, they're all in cahoots because Viacom run them. So they're all doing the same thing. But when we grew up, fortunately, this is why I call Dark Ken. I don't know if you're about my age. How old are you, Dark Ken? How old are you?
43.
Okay, we the same age. So then you are. Okay. We come from we're the last, we had the last of the golden ages.
Yeah.
The 90s and the 80s was the last of the golden age. We got to experience the last of the golden age. You remember, you poor or well taken care of, you every day was pretty cool, even if how dangerous it was, right? The television was different, Was debatably some educational programs, early morning Saturday cartoons, early morning before school and after school cartoons, Sesame Street, Schoolhouse Rock, Reading Rainbow, things that there was differences of even with rap, right? We had, our rap was more about us. You know what I mean? Remember when Queen Latifah and them was wearing African dashiki and the colors, and remember the African symbols in Malcolm X hats, and the HBCUs with Bugs Bunny and Tasmanian Devil looking black with their hat to the back, right? Good times, right?
We had a lot of conscious. We had more conscious rap back then.
We had a lot of
it faded out.
It faded out when money became the issue. You get what I'm saying? Because Bob Johnson already had money. He really didn't need to sell BET.
Right, but I think it was losing viewership or the ratings or something like that. But yeah, I still think he should have, in my opinion, he should have held it.
He should have held it because Video Soul,
or
Video
at least
Soul
sell
had
it
a different.
Right.
To pass it on to somebody else that could do something with it, that of our people.
Right. Sold it to another black person of some sort.
Yeah.
But how many of us was billionaires back then?
But you're right. But you could have had a council. Like you have people that want to vouch to buy an NBA team, or like how you hear Floyd,
get a committee of
black
millionaires to want to purchase that or something like that.
Players, entertainers, philosophers.
But none of them stepped up and did it. Just like he sold the Hornets to Michael Jordan. I give him credit for that.
Right.
But we already know Michael Jordan's mentality towards his own people, and
he's gotten better. He's gotten better.
He got better.
It didn't happen until Kobe died.
I just accept him for who he is, man. He ain't no black activist. He ain't about his people. He's just about sustaining and accumulating wealth or whatever. This man don't even own his own. He don't even own his logo of his Jordan brand shoe. Nike do.
No, but that is of his liking, so he do get paid a great big portion of that.
But how you getting paid off of something that was created off for you versus you should be sole control owner, 100%.
I'm sure that
why are you cutting? Would you want somebody to be cutting you a check of a silhouette of something that they had of you that they took from, that they took your likeness of and they using and making trillions of dollars off of?
Listen,
and you only kicking me out $1 billion? $1 billion is a drop in the bucket to what they making.
Well, listen, if we don't know for sure, but if I was how that agreement is, or what it ain't, right?
Mike don't own the logo, bro.
He don't own the logo, but he's still getting paid off his liking from that. Some kind of agreement.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the difference versus owning it and versus getting paid off of it. He should own it. That's him. That's a logo of him. He should be full 100% sole owner of that, not to be getting. He should be full sole owner of that. That's a likeness of me that y'all took and capitalized off of it.
But he didn't sell his last name. Okay, so his name is he's still getting paid off his name and the apparel and merchandise.
Correct. But what I'm saying is correct, as he should. But what I'm saying is, if I'm the sole owner and creator and this is my likeness, I should own that, not be getting paid and compensated from another company about something that you took the likeness of me of.
Well, I don't even know if they took. I think they worked together to do that.
Or whatever they establish, in the sense of they make money off it. No, you shouldn't. How are you gonna be making more money off of my likeness than me?
Because he couldn't do nothing with his own likeness of the logo more than they could have with the Nike name.
But that comes to, I don't know what the contractual terms was.
That's what I'm saying.
But Right, but that's what I'm saying. He's getting a small percentage of what Nike is getting off of it.
Now
Nike
let's
is getting
look at this.
trillions of dollars to compare to writing him a check for $1 billion.
Well, yeah, but that might
Don't
be part of his decision. You get what I'm saying? An agreement.
yeah,
That's part of
maybe
the.
you're right. And I can't fault
You know
nobody's
what I mean?
decision.
But he
But at
didn't
the
say his
same
last name. What did Dame Dash say? Your last name is everything. Okay, if nothing else, not your first, not your middle.
so let me ask you a question, Ray.
Go for it.
If something that you created or it was used the likeness of you or whatever, and some big corporation want to buy it or they want to utilize it to sell some merch of theirs, are you going to maybe, okay, I'll lease it to you? If you like this logo so much of myself or what I created or whatever I invented, I'll lease it to you versus I'm just going to cash out and just sell the whole thing.
I'll tell you the answer. I'll give you I'll give you the answer to that. No, but that's the answer. But here's what I would flip that. If I'm thinking of the mind of Jordan, okay, and Nike, okay, because before they had the likeness of his logo and his body silhouette, he was already his name Air Jordan. That was just with this Nike swoosh on. Remember the first ones? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Was already doing buku numbers. Okay, so they knew what he was bringing to the table, the same way that Reebok knew what Iverson brought to them. You get what I'm saying? Now they gave him a lifetime contract, even when he was done playing. To after 10 years, he can get all that money. And he ain't even playing no more. You get what I'm saying? So it's all in how you work your likeness to your benefit.
Yeah,
Jordan
whatever.
would show his last name more than the likeness of my of me with dunking.
Whatever
I would feel more away.
whatever you feel the value, whatever you negotiate that you feel your worth is, but you should be. I'm saying he should have more of an ownership or partnership or whatever, to where if I want to say I no longer want Nike distributing my likeness anymore because of what y'all. Okay, if I wanted, for example, I don't want y'all selling my likeness no more through Nike because of how y'all treating Kyrie. I can be able to do that if I was 100% full owner of my logo. Had I had my business correct in the beginning when I started playing basketball, to set that up like that. Like I can take my logo, I can take my likeness away at any given time.
But
if
you're
I
right.
decided not to
Right.
partner with Nike no more, if I had it
He probably
contractually
could.
set up like that, but he
He
can't. If he
probably
wanted to
can.
stop, if he wanted to, like, okay, I want to use my logo through Adidas, I can go to Adidas and partner with them. He can't do that because Nike owns it. He can't partner with no other shoe company is basically what I'm saying. He can't take that logo because of whatever contractual agreement he had and didn't know the ins and outs of the business. They own that logo. So if Nike did something that he didn't like or whatever, he can't take that logo with him.
Yeah, but see, and that makes me think about Kanye. What he did with Nike and Adidas, mainly Adidas, as of late. But the difference between Kanye and Jordan, there's a similarity because they're both entertainers in their own right, whether it's sports or music. But Jordan, from what I've seen, Jordan and Nike had a partnership that they realized because he's a cultural figure. Okay,
right? Yeah,
he's a cultural figure.
Hey, it must be some hell of a partnership if
you think it ain't?
if
Look
they
at the
giving
shoes. Shoes tell you that.
If they giving you crumbs to the full plate that they earning.
We don't know if that's crumbs. We don't know if it's crumbs.
$1 billion.
Because now, to make your point, like you saying, like because what I hear in a little bit, now correct me if I'm wrong. From what I hear you say is that he could have made more. We know he could have made more had he had the logo for himself. What I'm saying to you is that The logo was created by them of his likeness, that he worked with them to build his own shoe. You get what I'm saying? That has been the most prosperous, most popular, in the repetitive way since we were younger, because we seen these keep on cover and remakes of the same fucking Jordan since we was little, but the prices keep going up 220, you know. But he is making he probably couldn't have made that he couldn't have created that on his own. He needed Nike and Nike needed him. You get what I'm saying? So for them two, he's chairman of the board.
Okay.
He's a chairman. If
if
you don't own the likeness, he's a chairman.
Of course he's making hand over fist. I'm saying to us that'd be hand over fist. But I'm talking about the bigger scope of things. If he no longer wanted to partner with Nike, he should be able to walk away with his logo to go partner with someone else, whatever. It could be New Balance, whoever. If Nike was to do something to cross the lines of some sort to where he no longer wanted to do business with him, he should be in a position to where he can take that logo or just manufacture his own shoes and put his logo on it, which Nike is making it look like that, but they still own it by just putting his logo on a bunch of and I'm talking about not the first, I don't know, the first 3 pairs, they got Nike Air on it, but after, I don't know if it's the 4th or something like that, the 4th on up, it just got the Jordan logo. So
I think you're right. I just don't think that he would have been able
I'm saying he would have came out better had he understood the business of it back then, and he was young. So I can't fault him for that. Maybe he just didn't know. But I'm saying is that's what Umar was talking about, generational wealth. You can take that with you, meaning that something that you created, something that's that you invented, you can take it anywhere you want because you are the sole owner of it. Meaning that Jordan logo, he should be the sole owner of that because that's his likeness, that's him.
But I think that Jordan was smart enough. I agree. I just think that Jordan was smart enough. I mean, and from what we've seen, from the history of their partnerships, of the shoe, Nike and Jordan, I think that Jordan, even back then, Jordan was smart enough, whatever him and his team, to know, like, listen. And I think Nike was smart because they do this with prominent figures that has long-term success for what they do, right? Like for Drake. They gave him a blank check, you know what I'm saying? And created a shoe for him too. You get what I'm saying? Blank check. So if that was for Drake, and LeBron per se, LeBron too, okay, because LeBron sell Kobe's, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, them guys could have took from what you're saying right now and could have did what you're saying from what those guys, rest in peace, Kobe, you know what I'm saying? They could have took that formula you're saying from what Jordan did, and, they could have did that. But they learned from what that situation with Jordan to know that Nike's going to secure me. You get what I'm saying?
And you know why? Because this goes back to the bottom line, what was mentioned. We don't own or manufacture anything. Because Nike can manufacture it, they in a position to manufacture it and produce it and all that.
Style.
But it's the likeness of a brother who played basketball at one point in time. You're making trillions off of it and giving me only billions. And you're getting generational wealth off of my likeness to pass on the generations of your family, where I can pass generational wealth to my family, but they should be getting a whole lot more than just what was sustained off of my likeness. And that's where I think Umar was talking about getting our inventions back and things that we invented and created. He's right about that. I just use the Jordan thing as an example because that is something that was created in his likeness. And all I'm saying is he should have 100% control over that and be able to take it and partner with any shoe company that's interested, or he can just manufacture it himself and put his logo. He should be able to alliance with international, have an international alliance somewhere, China or whatever, for them to make the shoe, and I slap my logo on it without no interference, without no Nike or Adidas in the way. It'll just be a direct.
Yeah.
Huh? It'll just be direct.
Yeah.
Right. It'll just be direct. Hey, I export my logo to them. They slap it on the materials, and I sell it here in America. Boom. I'm making all the trillions of dollars, not Nike.
Yeah, but if that was that simple, I think they would have did that. I mean, we see what happened with Kanye. Kanye was trying to do that. With his brand.
Yeah, because we're not in control of any of the resources to do that.
But he signed it for it to be that way, though. He signed on for it to be that way. You get what I'm saying?
Even if we attempted to, they're going to find a way to sabotage it.
Yeah, because he signed on to the contractual agreement to where it's no different than the NDA, right? To a non-disclosure agreement, right? Like me and you can go kick it like a lot of celebrities do to protect their image and their name. A lot of rappers do it and a lot of high profile. Listen, LeBron is clean as a motherfucker, and I love him because he's from my town. He's from Cleveland. He's from Akron, but Cleveland, Akron is like Tacoma, Seattle, right? So I like LeBron, but LeBron got a team. These singers and entertainers got a team. Like, if you want to come kick it with me, sign this paper right here. Okay? Sign this paper right here. So when you leave me and you leave here, you don't say a word. Them guys have agreements, okay, that they didn't have to sign with these companies and clothing things or whatever. You get what I'm saying? To where they couldn't do what you're saying to take their name and brand. But I guarantee you, what we do with this agreement, we're going to make you bigger, your brand bigger than anywhere else that you think you could take it. I don't think Jordan took his name and brand and the design of his shoe today and take it somewhere else and do the same success.
Well, like I said, he don't own a logo. But back then, when he was a young man in his during his basketball days, hold on a second. I gotta take a call.
Go for
it. Let's take a commercial break.
Where you going?
You need to be thinking big, bitch. Think big, bitch.
I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. I keep it like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
If you ain't gon' pay me, well, you can't be around me, cause they treat me like a king of the whole county. I got it in Cleveland, Jadavion Clowney. I remember days when them bitches used to clown me. And now I'm up, I don't need you up, you be broke with no motion. Then why the hell you around me for? You're too needy, I can't be around these hoes. Cause one thing I don't got is time for hoes. I was down but I'm back, better than ever. It's cold in these streets, bitches better get a sweater. If it's raining, make you stand outside with an umbrella. With them glass slippers, but you ain't Cinderella.
I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
Hey, I ain't tryna hear your damn story. Like who your baby daddy? Bitch, this ain't Maury. I can't let a broke hoe take me out my glory. That's why I just stay up in my lane like Tory. And I've been down so long, and I'm tryna go so up. Came from the struggle, using maker soda. Sweating bitches on the track, telling them to hoe up. Like you been out here all day, and you didn't make no bucks. I could view bad by my goddamn self. I had to get it all by my goddamn self. And these hoes ain't worried about no generation. Well, I've been down for so long, and this is how I felt. Like
I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers. I've been down like 4 flat tires. I got a grip on the game like pliers. Like Tim's. I'm in the deep end like scuba divers.
I'm a max, and I don't get no bitch no money back. No bitch no money back. Stop it. You no bitch no money back at all. Fuck.
hit it. He wasn't in his prime. Kanye did it in his prime.
I can't give Kanye no respect because I've never seen a black man seek more white validation than Kanye was.
Well, that's the issue.
That is one of the most self-hating black men on the
Kanye is
planet.
not choosing a side. One day, it's about saving our people. The next day, you want to date with another snow bunny. One day, it's about helping the oppressed. The next day, you're campaigning for Donald Trump. One day, it's about being independent. The next day, I'm hearing about you going into business with some white man. Make up your mind. I think Kanye is trying to figure out where he is, but he got to make up his mind because you're too helter-skelter. And at this point, I'm going to be honest with you. Although I appreciate Kanye's honesty, I think most of his agenda is about Kanye. And I'm going to say that because when I look at our black billionaire class, whether it's Kanye, whether it's Oprah, whether it's Jay-Z,
he's not in that class,
whether it's Tyler Perry, even if he's no longer in that class, none of
we got to stop that, Charlamagne. We got to stop that. You know, he's not in that class no more. Like, bro, you're not even in the 100 million class.
Yeah, Charlamagne can be gonna be on some goofball shit sometimes, man.
And it distorts it. It distorts the whole message.
Right.
You know, he's always taking shots. I know he wants to be controversial, but you know, we're talking about a motherfucker. I mean, we Google him right now. Just like I said, if Google doesn't count, then why can't I just put an extra 3 million on my net worth? You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
If the shit don't matter. So when we Google these motherfuckers, they say Kanye's worth 450 million. That doesn't matter, right?
Right.
So we're talking about a mega, what is it? Super rich motherfucker. You know, what they say, rich is $1 million a year, super rich is $1 million a month. You know, there's levels. That's levels.
Boy, that is a fact, boy. If I ain't never heard that one, boy.
That's Charlamagne's purpose to give some pushback deliberately, just to call, you know, for ratings or something. But it's like, you know what this man is saying. Come on, man, stop it.
Right.
Yeah. Now I agree with him about the Deion thing, you know, with Charlamagne. So I agree with him on that too.
Well, no, they're gonna get into Deion. I don't think we got there yet.
But,
hold up.
Yeah, that's toward the end.
Let me get back in here. We in here.
All right. Have built an independent black institution for the black community anywhere in this country. Not one.
How many lashes would Kanye get?
Kanye would probably get. I'm still working on Kanye lash count because I want to see where he ends up. I need him to make up his mind and then stay there.
Okay.
And I need him to be a little bit more articulate with what he says, because although I think Kanye is on the right track, he's not articulating himself well enough. He's not controlling his public narrative.
Right.
So when I do interviews like this or any interview, I go out of my way to be careful with my wording so nobody can try to use it against me later. You have to try to control your narrative. And he will get on a platform.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Clickbait.
You know.
Absolutely.
You know,
because you know they're looking for a reason to catch, like they did in the mall with the white woman, like he brung up. They was looking for a reason.
And maybe I probably will understand where he's trying to come from a little bit better versus, you know, it sounds like you're saying some radical stuff that kind of maybe side-eye you, but it's like, okay, you made some good valid points, but then you saying something else that kind of like, huh?
But the radical shit is being the focus, like you said, and it distills the other message.
So yeah, so you know, if you can articulate yourself a little bit better, brother, how you trying to convey what you're saying. You know, that's why I wanted to clear up what I was trying to say when I was saying that we didn't deserve reparations. It's not that we don't deserve it. We're not prepared to receive it. If they gave it to us right now, we're gonna probably spend the money by trying to do businesses. We're gonna give it right back to them because we don't have any strategic plan on how we're gonna pool it together to build resources or to establish resources so we can continue circulating the dollar amongst ourselves to continue to build, you know, the essential things.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when we think of 40 acres and a mule, which is money and land, which is what Lincoln said, which is what Lincoln said, and it's in the shit.
Exactly.
That money is not millions, it's billions. It's not
No,
that.
it's trillions. It's trillions.
It's trillions.
It's not even
Y'all owe, they owe this. They owe a lot.
So let me ask you guys this.
A lot.
So if they were to like, okay, we just gonna split this country. We just gonna give you all of this land for you guys to govern yourselves.
We'll take it.
See that connects. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, no, I'm gonna let them keep going. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
To govern ourselves, okay, it's 50. Okay, it's 50 states, right? You guys get 25, and we gonna take 25, since it's a slave owner type, slaves and owners or whatever, our ancestors. So we got half of it. So if we got half of this other country, then okay, what do we have in place so we can govern ourselves to run our 25 states? And that can be however you want to divide it, whether you want it from north to south, east to west, however, that we can collectively decide, like have a committee of black folks or whatever to decide like which 25 would we want, you know what I'm saying?
They don't think they owe us half of the country though.
And that's what I'm saying, exactly. So since they don't think that, what you think we gonna have to do? Because marching and voting ain't gonna cut it.
Well, that goes back to what Umar was saying. He was saying, like, this is the reason why they want to keep them old motherfuckers in there, because them old motherfuckers still got that kind of mentality. Whether you a Republican, Democrat, or Independent, when you start bringing the younger folks in, who's more informative and it is more modern, shit, well, they will change it. It doesn't matter what side you own. That's why they keep these old motherfuckers in there.
He made that comment, Umar. He said you have eldermen for councilmen and young men for war.
That's right.
So if you got the elders, if they are willing, you know what I'm saying? But not only that, like, okay, y'all know y'all done aged out. It's time to get some new blood in there, some young blood in there who's going to be vocal, who's going to actually be trying to do some things and trying to get some things done.
Yeah.
You guys had your time. You know what I'm saying? Your grandmothers and grandfathers, or probably great-great-grandfathers, it's time for y'all to be replaced.
What y'all think about the churches though? Because them too. People hold that shit with high regard also.
Them too. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. In your community, just like it's a lot of liquor stores and corner stores and stuff, and plenty churches. Hold them accountable to, like, okay, what you doing to pour back into the community? Do you got a school program? Do you got something, a food program, something where people in that community can benefit off of? Are you guys working on trying to open a black-owned grocery store so we don't have to shop at these little corner stores with these Arabs?
That's
you know what I'm saying? What are you guys, all this money you're accumulating and you taking from tithes and offerings?
That's
what
right.
are you doing to put it back versus, you know what I'm saying, getting yourself dripped up in jewelry and cars?
Don't match. Like Kent is saying, the optics don't match.
Exactly.
The optics don't match. We know back in the civil rights days that the church was a foundation to where black folks could come together and meet up for these kind of things. You get what I'm saying? Martin had his own church. They were in there talking about how do we move the needle in our community. Churches was more about us. That was our getaway from the white folks that was fucking us over, was church, where we could congregate and talk about how do we build. That went away a lot.
And you know who had a great idea for that, in my opinion, just my personal opinion? Fred Hampton.
Oh, he don't even get talked about enough.
This guy, right? And this brother was 21 years old, and and for him to have that perspective and that way of thinking of trying to do that, it just amazed me. 21 years old, right? And the passion he had. 21 years old.
And
just think, if you got a bunch of 21-year-olds of this generation right now, or between 21 and 30, to get in them if they were able to get in those political arenas to replace the aged out Black caucus, get them out of there. Y'all time came. Get them out of there.
Fred Hampton and Medgar Evers, if we had something like that, even if it was Republican or Independent, purple, whatever, doesn't matter. I ain't with no side. I'm whatever sounds good. That's gonna help our community. And we ain't, like he said, ain't none of them talking about nothing that's gonna help. They're demasculating shit. Their narrative is not for the strong black man because they know the power we possess and what we've been able to bring through history. They want to separate us. They don't want us to be. So it has to be up to us, and we're going further away to what's up to us because we're looking at the green. We're looking at the green, and we're all about ourselves more than the being together.
And bro said it himself. Umar, he said it himself. I don't know if it's the he says the elders, the ego thing. They have their ego is too big to, okay, you don't want to let a young man come in and, you know what I'm saying, do his thing. You know, same thing when he mentioned about he used the example at the church. You know, you got the old pastors and whatnot. They don't want to, take a back seat or go ahead and, you know, let a young brother come up there to preach or a young sister come up there and preach and, you know, speak the word and be vocal. Same thing with the politics. Let a young brother, young sister get up in there and you know, speak for their people to whatever they fresh ideas they may have that they can get some things moving. Then maybe I might have a different outlook on the politics and get more in depth with it. But with the ones that we have in there now, which are old enough to be our grandparents or great grandparents, you know, we're gonna be stuck. Right, it's time to go. We're gonna be stuck with the chains on us then. If we're gonna continue to let them in there. Or not let them in there, but continue to allow them to be in there. That y'all did your time, you know. It's time to get some new blood in there.
It's to me to what Dr. Hood, to me, listen, I'm gonna be honest about the church. A lot of people ain't gonna like it, but I don't give a fuck. Okay. Listen, in my experiences of church, okay, like I said, if we had the experiences of churches back then, I would be at church every fucking Sunday, probably more than Sunday. Okay. But I from what I've seen in the money and politics and this whole church separation of state thing, every time I go to church, it's about, you know, the when I see buckets being passed around as offerings and they having the whole 3-day weekend.
Not even the plate no more, but the bucket.
Not even the plate no more, bucket. You know what I'm saying? Bucket. When you got an ATM machine,
damn, bro.
When you can look, I don't know if y'all seen
There's
my
an
page.
ATM machine.
Yes,
No way.
Yes.
Yeah.
What? Mega church.
I haven't been to church in a while, bro.
What?
Bro.
Hey Ray.
What?
I'm just waiting if they don't already for them to come with the credit card thing.
They do that too.
They do that too.
Listen. Look, I don't know if you guys seen the dude on my Facebook page where he went where they had the conversation in the back. He had a conversation in the back with his girl and the minister. That's me, bro. Like, look, wait a minute, y'all feel like y'all robbed me tithing. Man, he said it so, man, he went in on the minister in the back room. Like, you niggas is robbing me. It's my business. This is my money. You niggas ain't gonna rob me and tell me and tell me that you're robbing me.
So you got 3 different types. You got tithes, offerings, and donations.
No, but see, they'll make you listen. If you be at a church, if you're visual and you making yourself there, they have a way to hitting you up and being like, look, bro, you ain't kicked down. That's why they have you put your name on these envelopes and shit before you do it. Like, you know, because they keep track of that shit.
And
you
keep track of your income. Like, oh yeah, we know.
They keep track of what you bring into the church or not.
Well, no, it's public. It's public for everybody though.
Yeah,
you know?
But listen,
that shit, that information's for everybody. Like everybody get to see who's the chip leader.
Yeah, in the church.
Yeah,
the chairman of the board see like, oh, so and so kicked down the 100. Dude,
man,
like,
I seen back in the day. I went to I ain't even gonna say what church it is because
right.
but they had I guess it's called a business meeting, right?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And we get up in there, man. People are arguing, and I never did like you, and about to fight. Deacon looked like he about to go pop the trunk. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I'm a little ass kid. I might have been like 12, right? But this was like, wow, really? You know, and it was over the money. They was trying to get the pastor out of there. They talking about vacations and dinners and stuff. The pastor done fucked off some money and oh my goodness.
Man, I even seen. I know you guys seen when they close the doors when it come time for the tithes and offering. They close the doors.
Make sure your ass don't leave.
You mean I got to go to the bathroom? No, not before the plate get around.
I done caught you woke niggas talking bad about you. Hey, what? Wait, hold on.
I'm just being real, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Them mega churches is something else, though.
They robbing you without the gun. They robbing you with the word.
Listen, the mega churches is something else, looking like whole fucking cathedrals.
I'ma do my best. I'ma do my best to go into character. Like we all know how I feel about this. But just for the sake of there being like just some sort of representation for the other side. You niggas ought to be ashamed of what you're saying right now.
Shit.
What do you mean, bro?
I'm just saying what I experienced as a black man.
A church dude, you know, for a reason.
Now, look, listen.
I'm
that
like,
was just one church.
I'm like Adrian Broner. Anybody can get it.
Anybody.
Well, that was just one church in my experience.
The black church. The black church is why you niggas is even woke right now.
Nah. Shit.
Hey man, come on, man. You guys can't be laughing at my points, man. Come on, man. Because you niggas wasn't laughing before. So I'm just saying, right? You niggas, the black church has paved the way for y'all. Look, man, you dudes are pillars in the community. You're changing the direction of how we think, right? What we've accepted.
I went to church in the CD. There was a 8-foot white Jesus on the wall.
Man, look, white.
That was the
on the
biggest,
colored windows and everything. On the colored windows and everything.
It was the biggest male figure I ever saw.
Right? Who is this guy with all these black people in here?
Jesus, like, even from because I was raised in the church, so like, you know, you just
who is this guy?
You know, by the time you're like 3 or 4, you're like, God damn, is that Jesus? That's Jesus up there.
Is that right? Santa Claus?
It ain't till you get older that you find out, but that's the image that.
And you get older and you find out you were duped the whole time.
Let's hope that our grandkids don't look at us like we're stupid, though. You know,
because we got duped. Listen, where are these pastors and ministers when it comes to these black folks issues, even locally in our community? Well, I don't even know a prominent pastor in Seattle, or could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that's out here like that.
And you know, to another great point, man, with Brother Umar, man, when he mentioned about the whole political system, you know, why are we trying to fit in a system that's creative? Okay, you got the Democratic, Republican Party, and all these other parties, and neither one of them,
it's for us.
You know, is for us. So why are we trying to be a part of that structure to try to vote to get some reparations? And that's why I didn't understand that brother's mindset. And I'm gonna keep going back to him, stank mouth. I didn't understand that mindset. You're trying to get reparation through a political vessel, and that's something that we didn't even create, and they don't even want us to be a part of it anyway. So what you think you may have to buckle down and do when all of us fails?
There's no way we're going to be.
Probably gonna have to fight for it, man.
Right, we're going to have to fight for it.
I'm talking about for real. Not fight in the political system. I'm talking about for real.
Always. No, you're right. I agree. As we should. But the problem is, until, like Umar said, we have our own structure, our own party, our own way. That goes back to what you were saying as well. We got to have our own. Because, see, if we create our own super PACs, our own political party, to where there's a council, to where for our needs, because they need us. They need, whether it be the black woman, the black man, they need our vote. And we know our vote is valuable. Okay? So our demand should have to be met.
So we're killing off.
Yeah,
listen.
Our vote's valuable.
That's what Kanye was talking about, bro. Listen.
We got to weaponize it.
He said Planned Parenthood was the real H word. You know, the H jewel word. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna say it, right?
Oh, he's right. It's an elephant in the room conversation.
Hold on.
Listen.
No.
I got my stats.
I got.
All right, fuck it. I'm making a meme. I'm gonna just make a meme.
Wait. I'm
gonna just make a meme about it
all day on here and say nigger. Then nigga say the H word.
Right.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Well, listen.
What's the H word?
They're teaching us that don't play with that. You know, don't.
What's the H word? Put in the back chat.
No, listen,
Hebrew.
Don't play with what? Because I don't understand. I'm not smart as you. I love this part.
It ain't
the talking about?
What does it mean? Like H
don't fuck with them.
What you talking about? Hebrew? When you saying the H word, are you saying Hebrew? You mean that?
Man,
no, it ain't that, bro.
I'm staying away from it, all of it, right? You know, but
I still can't figure out what
the Holocaust.
Are you guys serious?
Me, I'm serious. What H word?
Man, bro.
Hebrew. Oh, Hebrew.
Okay, wait, no, not Hebrew.
Oh,
keep going. Hebrew.
Hoes. I'm
really getting there.
You know, we say hoes all the time.
Their travesty. What was the Hebrew travesty?
Oh, the Holocaust.
Oh, wow.
That ain't a bad word to say. On here,
it don't just apply to them. Like Brother Umar said, we went through that too.
Yeah.
No, that's what he's saying though. That's 2,000 kids a day. You know, that's 2,000 kids a day. So we talk about being able to run something in 10 years. That's 8 million kids. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
The state of Washington only has 8 million people. So you mean to tell me in the last 10 years, we done killed up as much people that could fit in the state of Washington?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
That's
okay,
exactly what we're being told.
So we're talking about our vote counting, correct? All right. Or is this a different show?
Well, no. Our vote counts. That's what our ancestors fought for.
Do I need to put the rabbit hole back up or something?
Well, the rabbit hole should be up. The rabbit hole could have already been up. So
because
Cadbury Bunny.
So like, what are we doing? Like,
okay, here's what we're doing. Here's the thing,
as a community,
and this is where I gotta give this nigga Dark Kent his flowers. We don't like niggas who talk the way he do, right? Where he's all like, it's all about action. It's all about us taking control. To me, the voting matters if you're actually doing something. To me, too many black people feel I just got to vote and I don't have to be productive. And my vote is going to speak louder than my actual character and track record. And that's just hard for me to believe. I just can't wrap my mind around that. But I do know a nigga who puts action ahead of voting. We don't like them. We don't like anyone who says, okay, if you want gun laws to be better, stop fucking around with guns doing dumb shit. You start with you. You do it. You control your element. Start with your home then the niggas who live directly next to you, and then go across the street and da-da-da. But a lot of times, we can't get enough ears. It's going to be too much work. So what we do, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get on my soapbox, right? Which is normally like what? Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, social media. And then I'll say something and I'll try to get a couple hundred likes, maybe even go viral. And off of that, that'll be my works. I don't really do none of the shit I say we need to do, but I went viral off of what I said, and they interviewed me, and I've never done a lick of community work, but I talk about community coming together, right? And I voted, right? Dudes like y'all gonna say, I don't give a fuck who you voted for. What have you done in the community? So then we don't want to talk to y'all anymore because anybody who stands in front of you, they know you're just sitting there waiting to say, hey, excuse me, have you done anything? And we don't like that. That's what I'm learning.
And even if you do say you did something, they still gonna be like, well, it ain't enough for me. So I mean, it don't apply to me. It ain't been an influence. Okay, that's good. You did for the community. You know, congratulations. But what is it?
It's a thankless job. You don't like. I'll say like this, bro. I'll tell anybody, please don't get in this shit for appreciation. You're gonna be underappreciated, damn near no matter what you do, unless there's a machine behind you to generate appreciation. So that part, I'm all right with that. What I'm just saying is that I just noticed that a black man who says you need to take action, we don't really like them unless like it kind of does stem around politics and voting. We weaponize it then, where it's all like, if we say something to a politician, then we'll have somebody say, well, what are you doing?
Listen,
what have you done?
Listen.
But when Dark Hen off the top says, here's what we need to be doing, then we'll say, oh, well, voting's important. He never said voting wasn't important. What he's saying is action is more important.
Exactly.
Listen, action. This is action. This is action. And motherfucker can think it's dumb or whatever, man. To me, nothing. We can make up all the action. We can write up all the blueprints.
Yeah.
None of this shit is gonna work if we don't do the simple fucking thing, and that's just learn how to live amongst each other.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're not gonna build the community in $1 million fucking neighborhood, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna happen, right?
Yep.
We're gonna have to go to, just like I said like 5 years ago, Detroit was basically giving away houses, bro. But you would already know like the temperature amongst each other, why people wouldn't want to set up shop there. You know what I'm saying?
Not no more.
Well, it would if we wasn't so at each other's heads. What's wrong with it, right? There's nothing wrong with those houses to refurbish them and live in them. You know, families. You know, you raise families. You know, we can't. It's single family homes. You know, we don't have multi-family homes and multi-generational homes. You know, grandma don't live with you.
Hey, you know what?
Live with you.
On shit like that, we got to look back to how we used to do it.
We can't live with each other.
You know what made the Great Migration work? We collectively decided we're going to make these moves. Like, we literally sat down and talked about this, and groups of people got together and all went at the same time. Okay, 50 of us is all going at one time. We don't all really know each other like that, but we all know each other, and we're all popping up at the same time. I absolutely agree. Where we went wrong, what you're talking about, right? When there was the Detroit thing with the homes and the equity, all that.
Exactly.
We needed a conglomerate of men to say, this is the move we're making on this day at this time. Nah, we can't send Dr. Hood out there by himself we're all going out there. Right? Yep, we might have a little contact, but we all in this together. We gotta work together because that's what this was from the beginning. And you know what? Even when we do make a collective move, it's still a every man for himself type of move. I know what you're saying, bro.
Right. Exactly.
I know exactly what you're saying, bro.
Man, we don't share nothing, man. Who
don't
else
share.
drives your car?
Right.
If it's not your girl, who else drives your car?
Nobody.
Who do you carpool with?
Nobody.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. We don't have enough togetherness
at all. So all this voting and shit and all this shit.
Exactly.
We could think about this shit till the fucking cows come home.
Right.
Okay? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if we can't even live amongst each other,
right?
Not even
psychological
psychological trauma. Exactly right. That's exactly
helping
what it is.
Each other
Psychological
to the
trauma.
big ass extent. You know what I'm saying? But just like when I see another brother, he's not my enemy. I know he's not gonna fucking shoot me. Just like when I go somewhere and it's a whole bunch of white people walking around.
I don't feel like I got a click back when I see a white. I don't feel like
I'm not gonna say it ain't gonna happen, but I'm just saying that's not the first thing that pops in my head.
Right.
And that was the reason why I had to go and get that Southern experience around more blackness, you guys. That's why I had to go stay in the land. I had to go see. I had to go experience all blackness to see. Like, do I feel uncomfortable? Because, this is a great integrated state, diverse state. Debatably, out of a lot of states, this is one of my more diverse. Okay. Whether it's gay, straight, cultural, Asian, black, Somalian, Eritrean, but
yeah. But in certain parts of this soil, you're gonna get that reminder, like what that brother Mark Curry experienced.
But that's very rare.
What happened with that?
Very rare here than to post somewhere in the South where you go, and in the South where it's more black, you can't really venture too far outside of the state of the city, outside of Metro Atlanta or Metro or anywhere in Houston. You better stay. Don't go too many small towns. I feel safer going to a small town in Eastern Washington before I go to a small town outside of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? What I was saying is that I had to go experience our all blackness in Texas and Georgia to know, like, can I really coexist with my brother and sister? We can. It's been proven.
Man, some of us don't even like to speak to each other, man. But we grilling each other or something like that. Just to walk by here. Hey, how's it going, brother? You know what I'm saying?
There should be more of that. You're right.
We can't.
We got to get off of that, man.
We do got to
be a collective effort. That don't cost no money.
Exactly.
You don't got to be rich. That don't cost no fucking money, bro.
We're too tough. We as brothers don't even tell each other that we love each other because it sounds so.
Hey, listen. I love where we're headed. Guess what it's time for, guys?
What is it time for?
Zapsters.
I know it.
It's time for this.
It's time for Zapsters, bro. Look, we have to really beat this message into the heads of our people.
Absolutely.
Right. Absolutely. I know we get it. But the people who we trying to reach, these niggas is never gonna come on the show. They might listen in the audience. So for them, we have to force them to get some of this ism. Realism. You got the Zapsters queued up?
Nah, I ain't that quick.
Oh, okay. I thought, man, okay, bro. I thought that Zapsters was our little.
Yeah.
Our little.
No, I don't know why I don't though. I need to just.
The Zapsters should be played. The Zapsters should have been played when we had 100 something folks in here.
Oh man, but bro, that was we was
from now on, you guys. When we get a big audience here, throw that on immediately.
Yeah,
Throw that
Napsters
media.
classic.
Because we know, like you said, we know. You get what I'm saying? We know and we get it. But those that when we get a show like we did about Deion and another show when there's over 100 folks in here, switch it just like you just did now. Zapster time. For those that don't know, we finna put y'all on right now.
Yeah, you right. That would have been.
Nah, it would have shook it up.
That would have shook up the whole room.
Man.
Everybody would have been quiet.
And then you give everybody's take that, you know, other than me, Dev, Dark, Kent, Willie, be all of the regulars. Boom.
You know, we can't forget about
Hink
Brett
was up
Favre,
here.
y'all.
Ooh, if Hink
You know
would have
what I'm
seen that, oh,
I gotta have my boy up here, just like I do my dude, Mr. 45K, my guy. We're doing something with this Brett Favre dude until we see some change, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what? We should do an expose. We should do an expose on Brett Favre because he's been a dirtbag for quite some time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we really do need to understand this thing that happened with the governor. This might be one of the more egregious things because, come on, the poorest state in the union, and I don't even really exactly know what that means.
No, that's terrible.
Right?
What's that?
Oh, well, they say Mississippi is the poorest state in the union, but when I just look at things overall, I'm just like, I don't even really know what that means. Like, I've been some very destitute places in America.
Mississippi's one of them.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, I don't really know what that means. Is it a number of things? Is it a property thing? Is it an education? Whatever. Either way,
all that.
That's what y'all.
When they say dirty
right?
South, that's the dirt.
When they say it's the worst, that's the schooling, the
Arkansas, Mississippi, parts of South Carolina.
All of that. Quality.
They're all dirt South. They're not Atlanta and Houston. They're not Atlanta and Houston by a long mile at all. That small town in the heat of the night, small jail cell, you know, it's dirt. You know.
I mean, shit, I'd have been all through Mississippi. They got cities.
Of course, yes.
You know, like I say, at the end of the day, what I'm going off of is the data, right? So if this is the poorest state, cool, I'll accept that. So what should the crime be when you steal that much money from the poorest state? I mean, we know it's a crime, but like, what should the penalty be? What, like, you get canceled in the media?
He should. Now, he the one that should be paying that money back to Jackson State, HBCU, and the poor people. He should be returning all of that money.
He's still.
And the governor, like,
leave your lips alone.
What happens with the governor? Like,
I was going to say that, boy.
Isn't there somebody in position to allocate low income and welfare money? Is that money allocated by the governor, Dark Kent, anywhere in any state directly to a person?
Well, it's quiet because of what you just said, man. Is that the governor is involved in the connections? Because if you go to scrutinize Brett, you got to scrutinize the governor of Mississippi too, because he helped allocate that. You get what I'm saying? And then it goes into a big rabbit hole.
Yeah, put the rabbit hole up because you know what time it is. Rabbit hole time. While you find Zapsters. Because now I got some questions. How do y'all, all of you niggas is the governor. I don't care who answers. I'm a athlete, celebrity, whatever. How do we decide?
And now,
how do we decide that? Like, what does that look like? I come to you, Dr. Hood, Darkhead, Ray Midnight. I want some money. Where are we gonna get it from? how did we decide to take it from the people who need it the most? Is it a traditional thing? Because it always happens this way.
It got out. It wasn't supposed to get out. Somebody leaked it. Somebody whistle blew it. You know, like you said, this been happening clearly. Now somebody released the information for this to come out. You know,
and Brett Favre's a trusted individual that could pull it off.
He's a trusted and loved individual because he's from there. You get what I'm saying? So he already was entrusted during his career with the governors and the connections of Mississippi.
Right. And he's brought money there, so he feels entitled.
Right.
You know, he's brought money to them.
All right, let me ask you guys something. Did they do an opening ceremony for that gym?
We don't know. We don't know.
The gym is built and activated.
Right.
So they're using the facility.
This might be new news to us, but this probably been happening maybe a year or so ago.
Right. This is crazy.
Yeah, so they're not going to throw him under the bus. It's not. That's not what we're doing. That's not what happens.
Is the building named after? Is the facility named after him, bro?
No, I think he might have went to that school. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know he went to the school.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
But they're using the facility regardless, huh?
Yeah.
Of course. Man, bro, like I said, white people never change the plays, bro.
They know how to manipulate the play. That's where you don't that you don't know. It goes back into the stock exchange that we was talking about. They ain't trying to put us on to that shit because they know if we get put on to what they know, they do not want black folks in the stock market trade, bro. They know we're good with numbers. We created mathematics. So they know they don't want us in there. They gonna let a small percentage in there. But you don't see too many brothers in Wall Street for a reason. You remember, look, they had to create unions so black men could be a part of construction trade.
Well, black people are too easily brainwashed, you know.
They didn't want us in construction.
They are in Wall Street. Every time that's why they put LeBron in there. You know, I love LeBron, but all LeBron does is get millions and millions of more kids to want to play basketball. That's what LeBron does. You feel me? He doesn't get kids that want to start businesses and shit, even though he does businesses. He gets thousands and thousands of kids, and just like Kobe said, 10,000 hours. Imagine if you spent 10,000 hours reading a book, right?
Man.
You see what I'm saying?
Asian culture teaches that though.
They're smart. They're smart because they use our chess pieces and play fuck games with us and with our youth because they know that's what we glorify. You know, that's why they put all these rappers, and it ain't even about talent no more. Drape them with jewels, because if you don't have the jewels, it doesn't matter how tight you are. I don't give a fuck about that. Let me go pay a guy like Blueface that really, in my opinion, really can't rap. You know, and he's toxic.
I agree with you.
Domestic shit going on. He wants us and our daughters and shit to glorify that shit. And it's not Blueface's fault. You feel me? It's the motherfucker that Kanye was talking about. At the top, they'll pick one of them motherfuckers to do that shit.
We know for Blueface, you made a good example because we seeing how his career is going down the drain. And if you want to survive, he's using some a young chick to beat on his ass and get a fucking TV show that's on the internet, not even that's on national TV to keep getting it back.
So how do you reach guys like that? And these guys are the ones that's in the streets, or they part of some type of gang or whatnot. How do you reach guys like that?
You can't.
You don't reach it.
But
Those
they know
guys,
how to. They know how to.
They're getting paid by the motherfuckers up top, man.
But check it out. You know why? Because they are. If you can't present no other alternative for them to get paid, then they ain't trying to hear you. You know, they're not really trying to hear.
They don't have to hear me, but I still make people aware of what's going on.
Exactly, and that's all you can do.
That's what's going on, bro. That's
like
why
I can't write
that's why they
you
rolling
right now.
car.
This is your awareness is your capacity, which is
Right.
okay.
Yeah, it is.
Right now.
Like I can't write you a check for your talent, man. I'm not in a position to write you millions of dollars for whatever your unique talent may be, athletics or entertainment, you know, sing, rap, or whatever it is that you do. But I'm trying to convey a message. I'm trying to convey something to you that's, you know, that's kind of bigger than that can be helpful. So you're being more part of the solution than the problem of your community and people that look like you.
Nah, because you can't really do that. Those guys, and I made dozens and hundreds of fucking songs in my days. All you're doing is projecting the energy that's coming out from the neighborhood and shit. You know, that's all you're doing.
Right.
I wouldn't hear that boring shit that we grew up on, that conscious shit that was progressional.
Well, it was boring back then.
Well, not to me.
People like it, but shit was kind of, you know, it was kind of cracking in a way. You know, like Sewer Park used to jump in the summertime. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what? Because the conscious rap doesn't resonate with what I'm going through in my environment in the hood.
Today.
It doesn't match. So your conscious rap, how you expect me to hear the conscious and be positive or whatever, but I'm in the hood where I'm seeing nothing but violence and black on black, or
exactly,
you know,
which is the thing.
It has to be what's going on. Now, if that's what's going on, just like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the summertime, that song resonated, and those times, that's what people were doing. They wasn't running around with 30 dicks and smoking hookah, and you know they wasn't doing that back then.
But it was going on,
and everybody could relate to that because everybody have a summertime in a city where you know you hang out, you kick it, and it wasn't talking about I'm gonna do this to this person, I'm gonna do that. You know, you just a summertime. You know, you doing summertime type of activities. Everybody, you know, somewhat getting along without a fight or gunfire breaking out. You know what I'm saying? So everybody could relate to that. Even you know the guys who may be in the streets. So that was a song that everybody could resonate with.
And it's an everlasting song, and we'll roll with the times.
Exactly. Just remember that song by that one cat, Umar, back in the day.
Another one. Not as mainstream as Summertime, but if you raised in the black community, especially on the West Coast, you know that's a everlasting song.
See, we could our guys our age could relate to that type of stuff because you remember back in the day, you didn't have all this nonsense that is today.
Fun. It was going on, but it wasn't glamorized the way it is.
Right. It was in those pockets. It wasn't just all out in the suburbs and shit back then. It wasn't, you know.
But that, you know, I love that song. That's a dope song. And it's a you know, that's a forever classic. It's an oldie but goodie.
It's nostalgic. It puts you right back into that place and time as soon as you hear it.
Yep, exactly.
I love that. And those were fun times. It was dangerous. This is the thing. I could argue that it was more. Some people don't agree with me, but I still feel like it was more dangerous in the 90s than it is now. To me, this is how I feel. But we was out there.
That's because you was out there in the 90s. It wasn't
I was.
Like now, nigga ain't. I don't be in the streets at all. You know.
Yeah,
I was a recreational kid.
Everybody got their phones recording.
Right, I was a recreational kid. I was out there
I had the option. It was too easy for me to be a Crip. That was too easy for me to be a Hilltop. That was too easy. And I didn't feel like I had to do that. I didn't have no father figure in my home. You know, my dad was in Cleveland and he wasn't coming out here to see me. But I wasn't easily influenced either. You get what I'm saying? It was my brother did, but it was a dope game. Cats didn't have no big brother father influences. We didn't have shit to do, but there was more options and resources. We had recreation. We had boys and girls clubs. I was a boys and girls club recreational kid, people center. But as soon as we stepped out after about 6, 7 o'clock, we knew that there was gun smoke, dope games, smokers. You know what I'm saying? Gang banging, right. As soon as you step out the door, whether it be CD, South End, Hilltop, or what, you know, wherever you are, you get. That's where I say. But you're right, though. It wasn't as glamorized as it is now. Now there's.
Well, I'll tell you, because me being from the CD, back in the 90s.
It was some shit.
Even like early 2000s.
Yeah.
It was when we go out to Tacoma, we used to have problems with y'all.
Right.
And the South End, the CD and the South End been a rival. But it wasn't like right now, like you got everybody, it's beef amongst everybody.
Everybody.
Before it's like if you in the CD, it didn't matter. You could be from one of the 6 sets in the CD, we all CD, you know. Now it's like they're from there, they're from there, they're from there, they're from there, they're from there. You know,
I never got that hood. I never understood. I never understood. I loved Seattle when I was young. I couldn't wait to hit Seattle on a Friday night to DVA
DVA that was epic. That was
Rock Salt or Vertigo. I was
Rock Salt,
Vertigo,
Rock Candy. Oh man, back in the day.
Oh man, I used to get excited going to Seattle. I never understood, like, why are we funking with these niggas? We're just up the street.
Yeah,
we used to have the same area code.
What is always some shit? You guys had a couple little spots too, motherfucker used to get out there.
I was too young for that though. I was late to the game at Cafe Arizona. You get what I'm saying? I was late. Because I was a recreational kid. You know, I was late. Dope was there. I sold dope, but I wasn't out. That's because I needed a few dollars for something to eat. After that, I'm back out the door. I was too scared. I didn't know if you was an agent, you an agent, you an agent. I would find dope in my brother's room and go right outside and give me $20-$50 to go get a video game or something to eat. And I'm back out. I'm back to myself. That was right. That was right. I couldn't be out there all night. But I would see my partners who would be at the People Center and Boys Club out there 5 a.m. You know, I just wasn't that. I could have been, but I wasn't. I leave and I see gun smoke in the air for somebody.
The CD was so infested.
Yeah,
it was so infested. I know the Hilltop was too, though.
Oh, it was something else.
Man, we was getting that flow from downtown, though. You know, that shit was coming up. The downtown, I would argue, is probably the most.
It was rough.
Cracking spot.
Oh, okay. Downtown's a spot. Okay.
In the state, I want to say, man.
When in the 90s, that was a spot.
Well, shit,
downtown,
early 2000s too. Let's just say from 90 to 2000.
Okay.
You know, like, god damn. You know,
I love Seattle, boy. I love the way it looked. I could see that too, but I love the whole look. I was infatuated with Seattle. I ain't even gonna hold you when I was young. Every time we go to Seattle, cool. I can't wait. It was dangerous, but I never felt it that way because they were all childhood friends, and I was always neutral. You know, I'm neutral with the blood niggas on the east side, but that was because of basketball, though. You get what I'm saying? I just didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Cleveland. We didn't have Bloods and Crips. We had blocks. You know what I mean? So it was all like me. We came up here. I was wearing red on the hill because I didn't never get checked.
Garfield, Franklin. It was.
I wanted to go to Garfield. I wanted that black experience of going to a black high school. I understood the tradition of Garfield and Franklin. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go. I used to see Franklin and like, damn, look at how humongous this school looks. You know, but I went to white ass Wilson because everybody from our black middle school, Jason Lee, racist ass Jason Lee, the name, you know, well, we're gonna go to Wilson. You know, I didn't go to that nice stadium.
I went to Washington Middle School.
Okay.
Man, you know, it was.
was that like lean on me?
Rough.
Like lean on me?
Oh hell yeah. Easy. When you said that,
welcome to the jungle.
Hey man,
that legendary movie that reminded me of Jason Lee. Like
Garfield was a motherfucker too, though. My freshman year, we wasn't there 2 weeks. It was a shooting in the school. 2 people got shot.
Oh no, damn, it wasn't that bad. No, I didn't experience that.
Garfield
was in the hood. Well, Garfield was black, you know, but they're traditional.
There's a lot of white kids there because when I went there, we had went up to 4A.
Okay.
I think there was like 2,000 kids. Like, you know,
yeah,
it was you know, starting.
See, I love Philly's Best. When I seen Philly's Best in these hills, those are legendary monuments to me. You know, those are, you know, because I just, you know, I was infatuated with Seattle. I ain't even gonna hold you. You get what I'm saying? So, because first of all, we didn't have no downtown like Seattle and Tacoma. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't bubbling. It never can't be compared still. Tacoma got better, but it's still not nothing, you know.
Now, you know what Tacoma got? I like that waterfront.
That was our thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was our spiel. That was
they
like
fixed it
downtown
up a lot now.
Yeah. But not for us.
Nice. That motherfucker is nice.
Yeah, they hooked it up.
They got some nice penthouses and shit over there.
Yeah.
Ooh wee.
Yeah, it's very nice looking.
See, if I get me some fucking bread,
that's a good
don't
space.
Don't even trip, bro. Don't even.
That's a good space.
Trip.
Good view. You're right. That's a good area. It's a good area.
It's nice.
It's right up the street from the hood, but you couldn't tell unless you.
It's about 50 eateries over there too.
About 50. What?
50 eating spots.
Yeah.
Right around in there. That shit's all new up in that bitch.
Yeah. They changed a lot because that area. Remember that area they fixed up was a polluted area. They had that polluted tunnel and shit.
It was down there. Had a blackened peppercorn. I had a peppercorn steak up in that bitch.
Yeah, waterfront was waterfront was downtown was to y'all. That was what the waterfront was to us. Absolutely, when we was younger, you know. After the club, everybody go like 20 deep. Everybody got like 20 to 50 cars deep after the spot, and we all drive to the waterfront. It was a nice strip. Yes, go down there late at night.
Driving to Seattle, I just rolled through there, man. At night, man, it's like a baby Dubai or some shit.
Yeah, it's getting like that here.
This shit, that shit's crazy.
Yeah, we got nothing but high-rise, fucking big-ass fucking apartments right in the hood now on the hill. They're building like I'm DJing. It's black-owned, but there's more hookah lounges and coffee spots where Browns used to be, which is to y'all the equivalent of rose petals. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Columbia City out there.
You know, and they gentrified us like they did Seattle. Seattle was just more first with it, but it's the same. The hill is definitely different. You know, but it's still the hill. You know, it's more homelessness there than it was when we were younger, but it ain't.
Shit, the prices went up.
The prices went up. So homelessness don't mean you a zombie. It means that, damn, I can't afford this rent. I might have to sleep outside or in this nice Camaro in the Walmart parking lot.
Shit, they probably up there.
Yeah.
Average house on the hill right now, shit. You're probably looking at $500,000.
Airbnbs in the hood now. I'm tripping out like this used to be. It's the Airbnb here.
And they was giving away them houses, bro.
Yeah.
100K. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And we
could have snatched that shit all that bullshit niggas did, especially the motherfuckers that really did some serious crime and locked themselves up forever.
Yeah.
You know, they could have put themselves in a good position, man. If you was willing to take that type of risk, you know.
But you didn't know. You had to be taught. If you knew better, you would have did better.
Way less time.
We didn't know better. You know, again, financial literacy. No, we no, nobody taught us that. We got pissed off when you let off home ec out the schools because it got women away from cooking. You know, it got women away from cooking and the structure of knowing how to have home economics. You know, at least
but that's something you can teach in the home, though.
You're right.
You know, but I'm not gonna knock it. I took that class at Washington Middle School.
Me too.
We had Miss Jenkins. Matter of fact, I took it at Garfield too.
It was fun.
That was like the best class. That was a legendary class at Garfield.
Right.
If you wasn't in Gibbs class, you didn't go to Garfield. You know?
It's like here.
You gotta have that experience in Gibbs class, man.
It's like here. If you didn't do drum and dance at Jason Lee, if you didn't do African drum and dance, you didn't go to Jason Lee. You know. Right. So I get that. I understand it. And home ec though, but drum and dance was the shit. You know,
we used to be up in there whipping shit. And Dick, man, he's the only teacher, man. He'll really smack you in your head, man.
What?
He probably went to school with half of our parents, you know, or I think he taught them. I think he, you know.
Oh, he was a community teacher. He was from around.
He was yeah.
Oh, okay. I love those teachers. Cause see, they know how to if they're from the community, which I don't believe that I knew too many teachers that was from. I don't think I had a teacher that was from my community. So I know that we had some teachers that understood, that gave me some leniency, you know, because high school was rough for me. I never got to school on time because my household was just always some traffic. My brother, it was just too much traffic, and I didn't even have my own room in high school. I was staying in the living room. My brother had the room, and I was advised to stay away from the room. You get what I'm saying? Of course, I was nosy and found some shit I wouldn't had no business dipping up in because I was a curious kid, but I had a hard time in high school getting there on time. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't close to, I didn't go to the stadium. I didn't go to that prestigious looking stadium. That black folks like, stadium? I'm not going to stadium. You know, stay dumb. Because that was known, quote unquote, as a school all the white folks went to, but it was in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So we want to go to Foster, Lincoln, or Wilson, or Mount Tahoma.
I could have went to O'Day. I could have probably really did some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to. That was an all boys school. You know,
right?
Like hell no, I don't want to go there.
Right.
You know,
I don't want to go to old stadium or old.
I want to go to Garfield, man.
Right.
You know, all the little honeys was there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All of them.
Right.
All of them.
Right.
If you wasn't at Garfield or Franklin, you wasn't the baddest in the city.
Right.
The baddest girl in the city probably went to Garfield more years than not.
That I knew. We knew that in Tacoma.
Sure.
We knew that.
Yeah.
We knew that, hey, if I stay in Seattle, I want Garfield or Franklin. Don't move, and maybe Cleveland. But I didn't know nothing about Cleveland until later on.
Cleveland's like a
what? Tell me, I don't know.
It's a step down.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. It's in the hood though.
Nah, Cleveland's at the top of Beacon Hill, like it's like on the backside of Beacon Hill, deep south though.
Okay.
It's south end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Cleveland would be out of the rank of the out of the blackest. It would be ranked what? 1 to 3. Out of the Garfield, or what it would be 4.
What do you mean?
Like, you know, you said it wasn't really in the hood, but you know what I'm saying. So it's not comparable to where most inner city kids went to when we.
No, it was a black school, but it just
the upkeeping wasn't that great.
I don't know, man. I think maybe
it's not
just the
prestigious.
publicity. Yeah, the publicity maybe.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe and all that was probably politics, you know.
Right.
I mean, it's regular kids, but for the most part, I mean, well, the Garfield, you was definitely. I guess they went by where you live back then, right? I wasn't into that, but
right.
So yeah, if you're in the heart of the CD, yeah, and you went to Garfield, you're the guy.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah. You had status. Somebody
you lived over there. If your parents lived on Beacon Hill or wherever, I guess that's considered not the hood. So maybe that's the only difference. But I think academically and sports, Garfield was the better school. Like I don't even think that you can even argue that.
I was just trying to get an understanding because again, that goes to my fascination of Seattle. Because you got, for me, listen, I moved up here from Cleveland. You know, we're in the Midwest borderline East Coast. Okay, so I had never heard of nothing else but DC when I heard of Washington. You know, this is early 89, 90, 91. You know, so when we moved, I wasn't happy because I was just trying to come to my own as a man, figuring out how to get around in big ass Cleveland. Like I was catching the city buses around that big ass city.
Yeah, I went to summer school at Cleveland one time.
Huh?
I did a summer school at Cleveland one time.
No, not the high school.
Oh, you're out there, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, talking about the city. You get what I'm saying? I didn't have no idea what we were moving to. But you know, I thought the Space Needle was a spaceship. When I seen St. Joseph, I thought that was the hospital. I thought that was a mall. For real. I thought that, like, what the fuck is this hospital with this Jesus Christ sign at the top of it? And it wasn't but 2 weeks, and then my brother got put on the hilltop. You know, and I, came home with 2 black eyes. You know, that was all new to me, bro. We wasn't, we was fighters back home. We didn't know about the gang shit, but my brother was out there selling dope at 13 and shit. You know, it was weird. Mom was, everybody, Cleveland was bad, bro. We had to get the fuck about it, Cleveland. And now when I see how they just abandoned East Cleveland, it's all boarded up and.
See, those are the neighborhoods I'm talking about.
They abandoned us. I'm glad we left. We left at the right time. Everybody named Mama was on dope. All my friends' mama was on dope.
But the property probably cheap as a motherfucker.
Yeah. But now it's we owned the house. We had a 7-bedroom house. My grandfather owned a 7-bedroom.
100 families.
Is they
out there? You probably get a house.
You think they're gonna swoop in and gentrify it over there?
Yeah, eventually.
See,
yeah,
and that's
they forgot about it. They just don't. It's the streets are bad.
No, that's what they did with Detroit too. I swear, if we look at those prices now, I swear they're probably up right now.
Yeah,
they're probably back up. I mean, probably not super high, but way more than they was. Like there was houses for literally 9,000, 14,000.
But back in the day, Chicago and Detroit and Cleveland was a big black hub. Those were black hubs,
Right.
And you see how they did it. Detroit was a big car manufacturing place that took care of a lot of black homes due to Ford. And then when they got rid of Ford, that's when it started, going down.
Imagine how sustainable families could be, because the houses around this motherfucker is high as a motherfucker. So I wouldn't even want to set somebody up for that. You feel me?
And
right.
You know what?
That's some unrealistic bullshit.
If somebody working with millions and billions, as we know to be a lot of melanated celebrities. can go into a neighborhood and buy up all that property and rent them back out to black people to kind of stimulate that right there could somewhat start a Wall Street versus it's gonna get swooped up by some investors, buy up that property. They're gonna fix it up and gentrify it, put a couple coffee shops and shit like that in there,
Right.
in that neighborhood. But that's what I'm saying. Our psyches, you know, a lot of us don't think like that. Only person I seen do that, one rapper, was Slim Thug. He bought like a whole block of houses. I mean, bought the whole block of houses. Yeah, I said that right there. That's dope. You know, and I
Yeah.
don't know how many more he did like that, but he bought a whole block. I mean, a long stretch, man, a block of houses. Now, and he can have that rented out right there. That's your start. Okay, now I can bring some people that look like me into these properties. And you know what I'm saying, and wage some fair, you know, make it rentable to where it's fair, or you know, however, you know,
But I'm telling you, man, them
based
them
on people income.
$20,000 cribs, you could set them up real nice for cheap, man. They could be able to
Yeah,
live.
you if you getting it for the dirt number, yeah, you getting a house
Yeah,
for 20
man.
racks,
Yeah.
and you only
Even
gotta,
for, shit.
yeah, you get it for 20 racks, and you put a little paint, make sure it's up to code,
Yeah, put
in
some
the
paint where it ain't.
right.
We learning that now.
But
We
they got
learning that now.
the resources and stuff to be able to do that. Like with they extra
Exactly.
money, like you can go paint the motherfucker if you want. You want to paint the room, go ahead. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
that goes back to what Dark Ken was saying about when we always referring to the land, how land, and we're learning now that how important to have land and be in real estate, but you know,
Instead
is
of a
where the
cash
money
payout,
is.
give
You
us
know,
They already got the land though.
right.
The land
That we
already
gave
got the
up.
houses on though.
That's we gave
right.
up. You're
Well,
right.
well, that's what I'm talking about.
But
Taking
still,
it
we
a step
gotta
further.
be competitive. Imagine if we were cause we're I'm always gonna say this, we're half of 1% of the wealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if we were just, about 8 or 9%, and we had this conversation. You feel me? That money is power.
Big. It is.
You got to play the game with these motherfuckers. That's what it is. You got to play the game
and
with
that
them.
part is important too. You got to know, you got to play the game
Yeah,
so you
man.
can get in position to, okay, now I can, you know what I'm saying, I can try to put some of my own on, or I can at least
They should be
contribute
already
to the
getting
solution.
on. They should already be getting on. If
Our
you're
psyches
making
ain't right.
And look, they got the agents coming through those Detroits. They was coming through Atlanta. I saw articles and shit with Greyhounds. You know those Greyhound buses?
Right.
Yeah.
Greyhounds of tour buses. No, not Greyhounds, tour buses.
Yeah, like Greyhounds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And they were going through those neighborhoods looking at houses and stuff with realtors and stuff, buying shit up, bro. People straight from China, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're buying up all the shit, and then we get mad because we too worried about twerking or Cardi B or what this motherfucker did, bro.
Or Deion
saying?
leaving.
I'm telling you, bro.
Go,
we got plenty of niggas not doing shit.
Or they having auctions on
everybody
land.
got that nephew or that cousin that's not doing shit, bro. Bro, get over there, you sit up in this motherfucking house. You know what I'm saying? Your rent might be $300,
Exactly. Get you a couple.
You gotta have motherfuckers to occupy that shit and build and live and build a family. That's what this shit's about.
Get you a few handy Andes, Andy Randys, or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, I need you to, touch this up, some paint, drywall.
But the most part is that if we're looking at each other on some bullshit, you get 5 or 6 families to go over there and move over there, then they end up having problems with their own fucking people.
Yeah, if you causing havoc, you over there being reckless, or you being the person who causing havoc in the neighborhood or whatever. Now you're bringing the value down. You're making people not want to come over here to come live over here. So we can try to build a successful economy, or
it gotta be one block at a time. It gotta be one block at a time.
True.
It all goes back to financial literacy.
So that we all can watch each other. We all on this block. We all watch each other. We ain't doing that. This is for the growth of this shit.
You hit the head on the nail, Chef. He said we don't know how to agree to disagree respectfully. We got to get out of our emotions, and that goes back to our psyches. Like, why would you have a problem with me disagreeing with something that you're pointing out? I'm not saying that you're wrong or or calling you out your name. I just don't agree with it. So we can mutually, we can agree to disagree and walk away without us having to escalate to want to take ourselves out. A lot of us, man, are too emotional sometimes, man, when it comes to somebody disagreeing with something that you may put out there. Like, I don't have a problem with nobody disagreeing with me about something. If you got something that to share that it may be a better idea or a better way of looking at it, I'm all ears. But I ain't gonna tear you down because you're not seeing my point of view, or you're not seeing it, but you don't agree with my point of view. That's fine. But I ain't gonna tear you down. I ain't gonna, oh, you a whole ass, this, that, but yeah, man, it's possible. We can do it, man. We gotta change our mindset, though.
I'm a very good strategist, man. That's a cold strategy, bro. And it can't be just one person, like it got to be like 5, 6 to a crib. Let's go. Get out there. Once you guys elevate, then you'll be able to, dip to the other side. Go get your own.
You can put some of your people who on a fixed income, but put them in some of them houses that still can generate some income. Okay, I'm getting them filled. I'm getting them occupied. If I bought like 10 houses, 2 blocks long, and I'm trying to put some families in there, now make it affordable rent, of course, but at least you can get some occupancy in there.
Yeah,
where you generating.
You be able to take care of the repairs and all your troubles and the rent at the same time. Boom, you good.
Or you get a brother who got a family, but he good with his hands. He can fix stuff. Okay, I can discount the rent then, or something like that. Or we can come to a mutual agreement on something where you take care of certain things, and maybe you can do some other houses on the block that I own, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, get people into ownership. They got to get up in there. Like, I mean, let's say you did mortgage a crib for $25K, on a however long mortgage or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's ownership. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's doable. Yeah, a motherfucker might not be able to get the stupid big fat house right off the back, but so what? You just don't own nothing? Just because you can't get
out of the mindset, get what was accustomed to your family need. If you got a 8 size family, you don't need no fucking 14 bedroom mansion, and I don't know. We'll get enough space that's going to cover, your family size, at least meet your family needs. You don't need to go anything over that, in my opinion, unless you really want to, but I guess, what we put value on things too, that plays a big part. A lot of things that we put value on, man, that we shouldn't, material things, and change our mindset. And I'm included too. I got to work on it too.
It's a work in progress for all of us, bro. It's like what Dev Chef said. We got to be able to allow each other to have our own opinions, agree to disagree, and then collectively come to something to where we could compromise on each other's ideas to where it's progressive for the benefit of others to utilize.
And then,
You know,
if you can't, we'll have our own voting system of black
right,
people. Okay, who wants to do this and who wants to do that? We
right.
have our own voting system to where
Hold people
and then you'll
accountable.
know
Yeah,
exactly, and then you'll know what. Then you can see how things is going versus this system that's already in place that we so-called supposed to be a part of. We don't know what's going on behind them polls. We don't know what's going on in
Man, that
the
shouldn't even.
political doors. We have no clue, but yet
we
we
need to
casting
know.
our
We should
ballot.
know. We need to be in there.
Exactly.
We need to. We don't need no Tim Scotts of South Carolina or where he from. We don't need no coonish black folks. We need folks on both sides, independent, who's there, like you said, that's going to bring change to the old dialogue. You know, we need different, fresh meat up in there that's not running off old folks' ideologies.
Exactly.
You could take some
and
of
be
that.
able to show and prove to the people. That's
We got.
voting to
I think
show
we
and
need
prove
numbers. We need numbers, bro.
that too.
Yeah,
We gotta we gotta go from 13% to 25% of the population, bro. You know,
well, they don't want us to be that. They trying to depopulate us.
fuck what they want. You know what I'm saying? These women got to stop having abortions and shit.
Right.
We got to start building families, bro.
Right. We got to get back to that.
Like I said, even if it's
That-
3 families in a big ass crib, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers got to be able to trust each other to you know. To
We got to be more civil amongst each other for our families.
That's what I
We'll
said.
rather just struggle by yourself. You know,
Right.
motherfucker would rather just struggle by your
Yeah.
fucking self than to
Gotta
make it
repair
look
that.
easy. Well, I got that from the Asians.
You got to repair that trust.
See, we got a lot of we got a lot of Asian families around here. Like I got a lot of Asian friends.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of Asians around these parts where we from.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how it is over there, but that's how they live.
Yes.
And they're doing just fine. Everybody goes
structure.
to college.
Yes.
Everybody is, you know, nice little birthday gifts, and you know, they're living a good life.
They're keeping that family structure, regardless of
grandma's around working in the yard and shit.
Yeah,
growing little crops and shit. You know, she
garden.
Ain't bothering nothing. Somebody's always at the house. They ain't got to worry about nobody robbing them. You know what I'm saying? Somebody always fucking there. You see what I'm saying?
Mentioned that, like, black folks, we like most of us sometimes be in a rush to hurry up and get our kids out when they reach 18 or 21.
That's a
and
fact.
It really shouldn't be structured like that. We're all supposed to be helping each other, you know. So if you can't get out on your own independently, or at least if you don't want to choose to do that, okay, yeah, you can stay at home. You can help cover some bills or do some things around the house, because like you just mentioned, Hood, that's what those families are do. And those other ethnicities and in their family structure, they do that. And then you take care of your elders. You don't throw them out or put them in nursery homes. No, you take care of them while they at home. You take care of them there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do their part. Everybody contributes within that household, old or young. Well, the old, you know, you take care of your elders if they not mobile like that. But you take care of your elders. You don't put them in the nursing homes and stuff like that. You take care of them. You know what I'm saying? So you know, they transition peacefully, or at least they'll transition peacefully around a home full of family.
Right.
Versus being by yourself, where somebody come to check on you, and you know, you see grandma and grandpa stretched out, probably there for days.
Yeah.
You know, and who wants to walk in on something like that? So you right about that. You definitely got to have a close-knit family structure. And, you know, you ain't got to kick your kids out right away. But, you know, if need be, you definitely.
I mean, they got to be respectful. They got to be, they got to grow up to be respectful and to be able to help out in the house.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, if you don't want to move, if you ain't moving out, and I'm not forcing you out, but you're gonna contribute around here, or you're gonna,
You're gonna be on your
contribute.
own. That's
Right.
That's how it is.
Exactly. You
That's,
ain't gonna be working a job and keeping it to yourself and still here.
And I'm not about to be sitting up here arguing with you and shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if we could get that down, yeah. But that's how we gotta raise them, though. You know?
Yeah, you right.
Gotta raise them like that. Man, I swear I admire the way that the Asians live. That's the way. I'm not saying there's no other groups that don't do that, but I notice it with them. I got a lot of friends that are Asians. You know, I see they do it. You know, even Mexicans do the same type of thing too.
I was gonna say that.
It'd be 4 families in one house. You know, they probably just putting up just a little bit of money, but they're able to save so much. You know,
but they pooling their money together too. For
they're not spending $1,200 on daycare. You feel me?
Right.
They're not spending $1,500 on daycare because they got grandma living in there too.
Grandma, auntie. Okay, auntie ain't working, but she can watch these damn kids while everybody is going to
work. She gets that. She gets her 8 hours in. You know, she ain't going nowhere, no way. And then boom, after 8, everybody usually get home about 3 o'clock. Boom.
Exactly.
You know, all right, I'm out. 4 o'clock, you gone. You know, you go do it. You know, whatever you do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
My son
it'll work.
And just turned 18, 19. They ain't figure out if they want to excel in their education as far as college wise. Okay, well, you know, you're trying to find a part-time job. Well, you can do something around the house. I shouldn't have to tell you to take the garbage out, wash.
Well, you gotta go get a trade or something.
Right. Until you figure
young.
that out.
You don't have to be 26 years old. Nah, we ain't figuring it out. We ain't figuring it out.
I'm talking about
you're going to get a trade right away.
Right. I would encourage
you 19, you 19, you ain't in college, you in trade school. Fuck that. We can't. This is what you living here? You in trade school. Or you on your own?
I'm trying to specifically decide what type of trade. Okay.
Nah, fuck them type of trade, because you need one under your belt. See, we talk about that at 17 then.
Yeah.
You know, like if you ain't going straight to college at 16, 17, we need to already know this.
But it's
because that's a good thing to do. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying into you trying to figure out which one you're gonna pick. You're gonna go to
and see, but the thing about it, right. And a lot of the Asians, a lot of time when they go to school for specific shit. Because and foreigners, when they come over here, they target specific shit because they actually look at the analytics of what is in demand and what area. Like if you live in a certain area, you might not want to be a fucking forensic scientist or some shit, you know.
Right.
You know, there might be a gazillion of those in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that would have to determine what the demand is. If there was a certain demand and I had to make the decision for my son because he wasn't jumping on it fast enough. And just like I said, it's just a year-long, 2-year-long trade school or however long, you know, barber school is only 8 months or something, you know.
Right. If it was a high demand in your neighborhood for some barbers, like, yeah, man.
Right. Yeah. No, you're going straight there. Okay. You ain't, the summer's over. The other kids, they going back to school. You know, what's up, homie? You know, you in this hallway, you going to heating shit up. You see what I'm saying? Right. You know, we're going to get down here. All right. Well, next week, I'm going to drive you down here. We getting you up in there. And if I got to pay for the school, then that's what you should be stacking for. You know,
or you going to get into or getting your CDLs, drive some trucks.
That too. You know,
you're going to be transporting commerce.
Well, that's always good because I know a lot of people that they get out of college and they don't know what the fuck to do.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
And if you let's say you did get out at and some people get out early, but say you get out of school at 18, you kick it your summer, how you blast in the summer, and some people take a year off before they go to college. So let's say when the fall come, boom, you right in barber school. So about time that year's gone, you already got your barber's license. Boom, now you could go to college. You see what I'm saying? If that's the route that you wanted to go, but you're bringing income with you. You know, you got to trade with you. Some of these, like I said, at barbers is only 8 months. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing nothing else. You're not doing shit else. You're not accumulating a whole bunch of debt. And then you're able to go over there and fund your, you're able to survive. You might be making $50 to $100 a day. You know, you could survive,
Right. Cut heads part-time, go to school the other half-time to support.
You see what I'm saying?
To pay for it. Yeah.
Right.
Same thing with
until
the
you
trucking
figure it
industry.
out. Yeah.
Right.
And then to live in the house, depending on, the all around mortgage of the house, you pay your portion. If you're living there after a while, you don't have to go right away. You might like paying that $500 or that $600 or $400 or whatever, or $3. Yeah, you might like that. You might like that, right? Oh no, I'm gonna do this for another year. All I gotta do is, just take out the trash, help dad, and dad likes to get out there on Saturday and fuck around in the yard. Maybe I got to do that for a couple hours.
Right.
And,
you got a 5-year mapped out plan. Like, within 5 years, this is where I should be at if I do this step by step.
Yeah. And you should be good. You shouldn't have to sell no dope,
Right.
You shouldn't have to. Now, if you do anyway, hey, my mom couldn't stop me, it wouldn't matter how good her job was or whatever, that shit didn't matter,
Right.
Motherfucker, that was shit that I wanted, I wanted a bigger life than her. So the fuck, you know what I'm saying? So, but if I would have had all of that shit in place and the proper guidance, in my opinion, I would roll the dice with that.
That's a huge factor. Proper guidance.
So
proper guidance. That's a big factor.
That's what it is.
Either you're gonna take the guidance from your peoples who actually love you, that's helping you out to kind of figure it out, or you're gonna take the guidance of the streets and run the streets, and take penitentiary chances of getting locked in the clink or facing a long stretch. So
and giving the kids too many chances. You're giving them too many choices, I should say.
Right.
You're giving them too many fucking choices. Like, this is what you gonna do, bro. Like, if you ain't figured it out, hey, it is what it is. Like an arranged marriage. It's arranged fucking career, Shit. That's what the fuck you gonna do, homie. At least the trade school, you at least owe me that. I can get you up in there. Like I said, I used to cut. I never got my license, but I used to cut. I was in shops and all kind of shit. But then life just got too wild. I couldn't do the shop thing. But I think that's a very good thing. And then nowadays I'm hearing cats is getting $40, $50 a head and shit. I used to cut back when it was $12. You know what I'm saying?
10, back in the day.
12. I was getting 12 way back in the day. I used to cut the homie. That's how I learned, cutting the homies for $5s after school. I used to have 5 heads a day and shit.
Because, man, you getting brothers who actually are working maybe these manual labor jobs, or maybe these high jobs where they making 60 plus. They ain't got the time. Even if they probably could cut their hair themselves, they probably ain't got the time to do it. So yeah, I'll pay that $40 to get my hair cut. I ain't got the time to do it myself. So, yeah, man, there's always gonna be a demand for cutting hair, and sisters want their hair done.
Yeah, now sisters be it's a big demand for a sister that could do nails.
Yeah,
you got a sister that could do nails real good, and feet you know, because that's how they cleaning up shop over here. Everywhere you
Exactly.
go, there's an Asian and that's why I like
Exactly.
the way their communities are ran, because
They
they all pitch in. They probably got the
organized.
2 houses right next to each other. You know, they probably bought this house 3-4 years. They probably bought the house right next to it. So now both the family grew. They had a few kids. Now they got both houses right next to each other, right?
Right.
They got now they working on getting the nail shop,
right?
You know, and the women's working in the nail shop. They going back and forth. One of them's cooking. You know, it's a great situation.
Yeah,
it's a great situation.
Exactly.
You're not doing too much. Oh, can you grab the kids? They had basketball. Or I'm going through there. I'm already over there. Or I might be driving by there. Hey, you got the kids? I know they'd be here on Thursday. I'm driving by there. Oh yeah, pick them up. Go ahead. Oh, thanks. All right, cool. You know, it just makes everything easier. You know,
exactly. Community, village. Yep. There you go.
But like I said, all that shit could be nice, but if we can't even get along,
right,
and have a decent conversation without getting in our emotions,
exactly,
and trying to kill each other, like killing another black man should be the last thing on the menu.
Man,
it shouldn't be the most common thing. Like we go to this party or a get together, the last thing that possibly could happen, you know, really is lightning striking, right? But the last thing that should happen in this situation is a black man get killed.
That's why I was saying that situation with that brother from the Migos, you know, they feel comfortable enough to go there, not to feel like they gotta have, you know, armed security or whatnot. It's supposed to be a function where, okay, ain't nobody in here supposed to be strapped. This is a high level, you know, everybody got money in here. I'm going to assume everybody is millionaires or whatever. So really, I should feel comfortable. There ain't nothing gonna pop off. And if we have a disagreement about something, we all got money or whatever. It should be able to be handled in a manner to where nobody got to lose their life or got to get robbed. I would think. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I should feel comfortable where I ain't got to feel like I got to have a strap on me. Otherwise, I don't need to be there. Period. I don't need to be there if I gotta feel like I gotta have a strap on me. Because I ain't coming for that. My mindset ain't thinking of taking out another brother or sister.
Yeah, now that's the next step. That's the next step. Because first it's like, okay, but then that's evolution right there. Once you start thinking like that, it's like, you know, if I need a strap, I don't even need to be there at all. See, that's an extra.
And I might not even
extra
have any
smart.
Enemies. I may not even have no enemies, at least that I know of. I don't know nobody who got a problem with me. It ain't never been brought to me. So if I go to a place where it's full with brothers and sisters, I should feel comfortable. I shouldn't feel like I know how niggas gonna act. Let me make sure I got something on me.
Exactly. Yeah, now I got to be enough that's standing up for the right thing. And eventually it just becomes the cool thing to do.
Yeah.
It's just a cool thing to do. And like I said, a long time ago, we're frowning up on dudes that's, you know, you just harmed another black dude. Oh no. You know, we'll turn our back on you for that. You know,
exactly.
It shouldn't be a cool thing. Just like you do other things and you know that you're not going to be accepted by that community. If you do that, you know, killing a black man should be on that same list. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
You know, it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't cost no money. That's the thing. All this other shit that we talk about, it costs millions and millions of dollars. You know.
Yes, sir.
But just to love each other and look at each other like, okay, you know, I need you. You know, we're 12%. We 12% in America. That's it. and we're trying to have the biggest voice. We're trying to do this. We're trying to get people to care. At least the other people got money and resources to bring to the table.
Exactly.
They make up of a lot of money. So if they don't want to treat those people bad, right, those people will cancel you. You know, they'll stop spending money with you. And that's the big deal. You know, you don't want them to stop spending money, because that's going to make this thing crumble. I'm not going to be able to fund the military. I'm not going to be able to fund all of this extra shit. I'm not going to be able to fund these jails to keep all these knuckleheads in. You know, I'm not going to be able to fund none of this shit.
Yep.
So
that's it.
Just taking our wealth back, man. Just play the game. That's my opinion. Because maybe segregating is the best thing, but it's the most highly unlikely thing,
though. Unfortunately, because
it's unlikely. Well, no, I got brothers that got babies with white women.
And why you think that is?
What am I supposed? Why do I think that is?
Yeah, in your opinion, why you think that is?
Because she went to the hospital and the baby survived. You feel me?
No, you said they got babies by white women, and I said, well, why do you think that is? Now, this is something Umar was touching on.
It's been done, though. It's been done.
Okay, so they already here. It's been done. I'm saying though, to start out though, to start to build a family with, you know, a sister wasn't good enough. And not
well,
to
they got
judging.
Well, they got dozens of kids with sisters. One of my brothers has 13 kids.
Damn.
But that doesn't change the fact that a couple of those women are white. And that's still my nephew and my niece. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So rather if they love white women or they hate white women, the baby's here. That's my point.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, just moving forward. You talking about they already here. Okay.
Right.
Misunderstood you.
So what will we do with them? What will we do with them?
They will be included, of course. Absolutely. They black. Still got it. I mean,
but they mama got to stay on the other side of the fence.
No.
So do they mama get to come because they had the kid with the black? You know, like you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm saying? Because I'm just I like going down the rabbit hole because it makes everybody think. It's like, okay, so how would that work? How would that work?
We would have to allow to include biracial, you know, families, of course. You know what I'm saying? If one half of the parent is
we already so what if it's a third? What if it's a fourth? What if it's, you see what I'm saying? So at that point, that's when it can't happen. There's people that are a fourth black that identify as black, you know. So I don't think you can break it into fractions. I think that we just got to be able to play the game and have our own shit on the side, of course, and build in other nations. But just because we're building in other nations doesn't stop America from being a monopoly that our ancestors paid with their life to at least be a part of this shit, right?
If we segregate it, and then remind you, I don't know if you heard when I was talking about splitting up the country, like, okay, melanated people get 25 states, and you know, white people get the other 25. And we had our own set of land to where, okay, y'all govern y'all side the way you want, and we'll govern our side the way we want. Now, for the people who may be biracial, mixed with other ethnicities, but they still, one half of their parents are black, mother or father, let them make a choice. Which side you want to, which side or which, you know, side of the country you want to live on. You go on their side of the 25 or come on our side of the 25.
But we only 1/8 of the country though.
Yeah. But that would take a collective effort, like I said, to
So
establish that.
how could you get? That's my question. How could you get half of a country if you only make up of 12%?
Gotta get our mind right to be focused and strategically be able to implement that. He's like he said, put a team of elders together to work with, what I'm saying, the youngins or a younger generation. And what I mean by younger generation, the 20 to 30-year-olds, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Come together if we got our minds right to be able to agree to disagree without emotions being involved. If we can get past that threshold and work together to kind of figure this out. Like if they were to give us reparations right now, as we were talking about earlier, what do we have in place to where if we want to try to, we want to build our own community or build our own economics build our own economics to where we can govern ourselves. Okay, how are we going to go about that? I haven't heard too many plans besides Dr. Umar's. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear some more other people who may have ideas to figure this all out. But we got to get past our emotions of hearing other people' perspectives, opinions. Not taking personal or taking offense to it. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't think segregation is even possible. Not in America.
I think it is. I think it is.
How though?
I think it's possible.
That's like you just said. You gotta let the baby's moms in.
You got to give people the choice. If your child's mother is white or your child's father is black or vice versa, however it is, like he said about Kanye making a choice, you make a choice what side you want to be on. You won't be condemned, or nobody's going to say, well, you shouldn't be condemned, or you know what I'm saying, belittled.
They would. They would.
I mean,
that's how it is in the penitentiary. See, I seen it.
You gotta make a choice.
I seen it. I seen segregation.
So why can't we do it out here? So it's possible then. If it can be done in there, it can be done out here. If our minds is right. Yeah, I mean it was.
But
right
what benefit? What benefit would that be?
To build to be able to govern ourselves and
we can't even
build build economics.
So we can't. My question is, we can't build economics with white people around.
We can.
It's kind of like the Jackson State question. Remember, you was like, "Well, so people wasn't supporting HBCUs before Deion."
We can,
you know what I'm saying?
But however, we need to work on us. If we're talking about we want things in place for us, and we want, you know what I'm saying, we want our own movement, our own little thing going. We got to work on us. Do we not? If we stay integrated and don't have any say so in some of how these resources are allocated out here,
resources are resources though. You gotta get in and buy and get your resources.
That's what I'm saying. Even trying to get in and buy, they in control of who can buy and who they want to sell to. For instance, Ice Cube having a hard time with his big three, right? Now it seems that apparently the NBA think he's trying to compete. So he feels as though they're doing little things to keep his big three going where he can't get any major sponsors, to back him. He mentioned, and I heard him mention that Nike, this is on, he did that little interview with Mike Tyson podcast, Hot Boxing. So, he mentioned that he's trying, trying to get people, trying to get sponsors like a Nike or something. And right away, I'm like, Nike, after after what's going down with Kyrie or whatever. So, it's like, why you want to get them behind your sponsorship and what they doing to Kyrie, So, but I mean, that's your choice. I
Because
know you need to.
it's a bigger pool of money.
Okay, cool. But if you're gonna get sponsors for them, the moment you say something out of line or they feel like you did something that's disrespectful, they're gonna pull their sponsorship.
Right. That's because they're funded by other people that
Okay,
find that offensive.
so why not get some sponsors from some black millionaires out here? We got plenty of them out here, right? Plenty of them out here. You can't get these brothers and sisters who are millionaires to come in and back your big three. Why you need it from Nike? Why you need it from these other big
Because
corporations?
they don't got the bread like Nike, bro.
But
They
check it
don't
out.
got Nike is just, they're
But
sponsoring, they're making all the attire, they're making
okay.
everything.
So
The
check it out. But
jerseys, the
if you
coaches'
got if you
jerseys.
got people like Diddy, who's a millionaire, you got people like Dr. Dre, who you did music with, for God's sake. You did music with this man, you know what I'm saying? You got all these black millionaires, dude. You mean, and I don't know if he's helping him or backing him or not, but I'm just saying, you got too many black millionaires that can come in and help Cube get his big three to continue, you know what I'm saying, operating his big
Well, that's
three
that's
or however
that's the
it
that's the
functions.
business that he's been doing because they were saying like the grandpa off of Friday, they said he only got like $5,000 or some shit. You see what I'm saying? So me personally, I don't know all the relationships that Ice Cube has. You feel me? He seems like he's well off, but I don't know how much pull or how much that he can pull off. Now, just because you can't really get mad at Nike for what they did to Kyrie, I don't think,
I'm
because
not I'm not mad at him, but at the same time, I'm not going to support your brand because of what you did to that brother. I'm not no longer going to support your brand. I done spent, I'm pretty sure all of us done spent thousands of dollars with Nike over the course of time of our lives.
yeah, but they're not gonna still let you
So,
talk about them though.
but I don't have to support your brand no longer. I don't have to keep buying Nike. I don't have to wear the apparel no more. I don't have to buy the shoes anymore. But if that's, if you really want to make a significant change and
But
you
then
want to make an impact,
Kyrie will go back to them though. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, we don't know.
Kyrie will fuck
He
around and go back,
probably
and
will.
then now you burnt your bridge from getting
Right.
your bag because you was fighting his fight. You see what I'm saying?
True.
So
True.
so it's kind of like you got to know which fish to fry, bro. You got
So
to know which.
that's why I analyze the situation. Like, okay, it's a possibility Kyrie
It's
can go back.
tacticals, and some dudes. His army is made up of medical motherfuckers, chefs. You got your frontline guys. You got your tactical and strategic guys, right?
Right.
It's everybody's got a different role, and
So this is
that's just how they do. We need to take notes, and when people try to shit on us, we need to keep that same energy. That's not really shitting. If somebody does something and says something about blacks,
exactly.
that's let's say they said something about Serena Williams or somebody that had a contract with Nike, this white boy, they would cancel his fucking ass.
Right.
They would, if David Beckham or whoever, one of them guys, because I don't know nobody who got a contract, Luka Doncic or whoever, say something about Serena Williams, they canceling his ass. Because you said something about a group of people that brings them big money. And it's easier for me to counsel you than me to get that whole team of people against me, because then I lose money. That's how it works. That's why we're
So
0.5%.
are we not capable of doing that?
What do you mean?
If like I'm talking about the masses, so not just only Kyrie supporters, but if you can make just a preference choice, you know what, I ain't doing this because this is for Kyrie. I'm finna do this just on the strength that on a bigger scope of things, these motherfuckers get all these thousands of dollars from us, and they do people that look like me like they do at any given time because, and dude didn't even say nothing. Dude just posted a link.
But that community came at them. Right. It doesn't matter if he could have breathed it, you know.
So what is
that community about us? That means that we're soft and we don't go at people like that. We let our own people talk shit about each other. We pull out our cell phone and record when two black people are fighting. Okay? We show every single day that we don't give a fuck about each other.
Exactly.
Okay? Motherfuckers in jail, not getting bailed out, all kind of shit. Community support don't come together. I just told you how the church broke down. That shit broke my heart as a young boy. I believed in the church. I really did. You know.
I did too. I was one of the ones.
So, and I don't know what we got. What product do we have that we gave away? Rap music. I mean, I want to do the numbers and shit. Is that the biggest fucking export? You know, of goods and shit.
Just music. Period. Our music.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's huge. So imagine if all that money was going into our pockets and we were able to build our communities with that alone. You know, it's bigger things.
A lot of us don't own it. You end up giving it away or signing it away through them janky ass contracts. If you ain't
they're the ones with the money. If it's a Shark Tank. It's a Shark Tank.
They got
they're the ones with the money. They can offer you more money. You can get your little community together and try to get this artist his contract, and then that other guy over there with the long paper can triple that. That's what's happening.
So if he can offer you more money, it doesn't mean that you can't have a more definitive stance on what you agreeing to. You can still throw something. Okay, y'all offering more money, but I want this.
Well, some rappers and some artists are being able to do that because they're getting the right contracts. Like you hear some of those guys, oh yeah, I own all my masters and I own this, and yeah, independent. You know, you starting to hear them. I mean, we're not paying attention to them much, but you're starting to hear them transforming and doing more of that. But then, of course, you still got guys, you know, once they tired of doing that or feel like that the label can push you farther because they deep in there. They deep in the business.
But a lot of us too just selling out for the bag. Sometimes you got to know your worth. Like, I ain't finna sell myself out.
Well, I mean, we're still hearing about guys in your 2000s and up getting bad deals and stuff. You know, I didn't really look over my contract. 2010, 2016, we got niggas still saying that. 2018, I heard a nigga say that. 2020, I heard a nigga say that. You know, when are we gonna read our fucking contracts and see what is valuable to you and what are you doing?
Right.
What are we doing?
And to point out certain terms that you are willing to agree with and then make sure it's mutual. Make sure it's a partnership.
Then we're worried about the wrong shit. It's too many niggas without a house with Hermes belts, Ferragamo belts, fucking Gucci belts, you know, Like how are all these niggas running around? Like if you don't own a house, like there's got to be standards. You know, you shouldn't have a belt over $50, man. If you don't own a house,
putting
straight
high
up.
value on things like that. That's what I'm saying. Materialistic things.
I'm not saying go get the $30 belt, $20 belt, but I'm really saying go get the $20 belt. But
man, I'm cool with a $10 belt,
bruh.
As long as
What
it
the
serves its
fuck?
purpose.
What the fuck? And that's what we do. That's what we do. We spend the majority of our time. Most of us have spent more on Jordans than we've spent on our child's education.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
You're right.
Because
I
you
agree.
get the public school, right?
Right.
You get the, and so you're not really spending all of that out of pocket like that. So you just buying Jordans and I know dudes with, man, monumental amounts of Jordans, some monumental shit. We go over there with the camera on live, that should go up, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Fort Knox with goddamn Jordans, bruh. You know what I'm saying? So and it's just the train of thought that we got, man. It's bad. We gotta accept it. We can't be worried about the delivery. We're in last place. If it's a race to 100 and we don't even have one, we're in last place as a group. I don't want to hear a motherfucker crying and shit about the delivery because it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's how I feel, man.
It's possible and it can be done. You know what I'm saying? You may not get 100% of all us to recondition our minds, but at least
you're gonna get swallowed up. You're not gonna survive. It's bigger than that. It's not. This isn't a thing that if they don't want to do it, then fine. Then in 50 years we're gonna be sitting. No, those niggas is gonna be dead, bruh. I'm telling you, motherfuckers don't want to live together. Motherfuckers don't want to. You're not gonna survive. Like you said, the homeless rate is going up.
For
real. Shit's getting real out here.
We got to work on trying to reestablish that trust amongst each other, man, so we can survive and we can survive in this race, literally. If we got to be willing to work together a little bit more. We got to be willing to, work on that emotional part of us, all that psyche stuff.
That shit's, it's just crazy, man, because, and I get it, but it's way more in the Black community. Yeah, we make up the smaller amount of the population, but man, it's a lot of violence amongst each other.
Yeah, we
it is
each other off.
For nothing, though. For nothing.
Right, senseless.
For nothing.
Senseless reasons.
Like I see I watch Forensic Files, or one of those, it'd be a white dude killed him and tried to bury him and shit, and it was over the insurance, and like that shit be over something, and I'm not justifying it, but it was $500,000 thing, like these dudes kill each other for $30.
No,
just because he said something to him.
You going to kill him because of something he tweeted or something he put on Twitter or live.
So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying don't protect yourself. I'm not saying don't, stand up for yourself, but we just go to the club and somebody just with somebody's girl or somebody, and then people's dying. And then it's all good. We love that guy. He just shot into a crowd of black people, wounded 2 of them, possibly fatally. And
social media
he's
made it worse.
he's cool.
Wow. Social media made it worse. You know, today they ready to off a person because, and then they drop their location. Yeah, I'm so and so. I'm this where I'm at. Pull up. Daring, you know, inviting it, or you asking for somebody to do something to you. This pull up culture. You know what I'm saying? How do we get to this? When did we start daring each other to do something to each other now? How did we get to this point? For what? Because and then too, it's like we be on the social media platforms. You know, a lot of us use avatars and don't see what we look like, or we using alias names. But yeah, you ready to go all in on a person, telling them pull up, drop your location, because you disagree with something on social media. And somebody may actually do that.
Some people just need to stay off of this damn platform. Some people, I'm just saying.
Hey, like that one cat hood, that video you played, like, dude has a problem. I don't know. That cat, man, he got some serious issues. That cat, that video, the one who kept talking about you, going back and forth with you or whatever, talking about he do all these things, and screaming and yelling. Dude, he has some serious problems, man. Like, dude, I never heard somebody have that much hatred for themselves. You saying all this stuff about, he's saying all this about you, but you're saying it about you too. You hate yourself. If you could talk about another black man like that, you hate yourself too. And that just, like, man, to see that level of hatred.
I think, dude, I don't know. I think I like to believe, but this is a big country, you know. Even though it's a small country, this is a big country. I think he said he was down there, and you know what I'm saying, somewhere down there. And
Iowa? Did he say Iowa? Was it somewhere crazy?
No, it's like Kansas or
Missouri.
Some shit.
Yeah. But dude, I mean, and then to the way you expressing, you conveying yourself, dude, or conducting yourself, you sound like a baby. You sound like a kid, man.
That's why I think it's just all for YouTube, bro. You know,
you screaming like
a
that.
motherfucker with a real job is not conducting herself like that. I don't think, you know, you got to pay bills, you got a family, you got, you know, that's how you conducted yourself. That's what it is. It's shock value. Everybody's trying to get that that viral moment, and those video game guys, no offense, you know, to the video game guys, but
that's what I thought he was.
So when you get those dudes, well, yeah, they get on there and they talk big shit. My brother's like that. My brother, like I done walked in his house and he's on there cussing at a motherfucker, cussing out somebody online. You know, so you know, I mean,
man, like dude was gonna have man, you was about to have this kid make it. He sounded very young, but it sounded like he finna have a mental meltdown. He was having a meltdown.
Yeah, nah, that's what that dude does. He was just on. He was just arguing. He was just on somebody's ass just now. Hold on.
This guy, man.
Let me see. Where was he at? Where was he at?
And what did it stem from? What? Because you had a difference of opinion or whatever y'all was talking about on there.
Well, no, I'm saying he does that every day. It doesn't with him. Like, no, I'm serious. I could make a compilation with him and like 30 motherfuckers. This is Kevin Samuels clout, bruh. And then if you're a gamer, and so like my brother will be perfect at that. Like my brother, he doesn't have no conscience. He doesn't give a fuck. Like he'll just go at anybody. He doesn't care. You know, oh fuck you, fuck your mom, fuck you. You know, he does. I heard him. Like he'll do that. You know, so I'm just guessing that dude is one of them, one of those type of guys that, you know, he just doesn't care. He's gonna do that because I'm telling you, I'm looking for the stream. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This guy,
Honeybook completely changed.
This guy was let me see. Let me get it. I'm gonna get it up here. He was just going in on somebody.
Man, Hood, it felt like you was arguing with a fucking 10-year-old, man. 10, 12-year-old. How old you think dude is about? What are you, about 23, 25 or something?
He's at least 30, man.
What? 30? Man.
Let me see.
30 years old.
Let me see.
I started thinking about that one kid you had up there, the 23-year-old, the one who said he got to go to Brazil because it's not good quality women in America, or he was saying sisters or whatever, they trash here.
I'm trying to find this dude.
And dude, he's quite the character.
Let me see. This shit is funny. Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Hold on.
The women as y'all think. I don't think so at all.
Married men, no.
Women have changed the
Okay.
game. The price of the coochie has went up. You got to take them out to food. You got to pay for their hair. You got to pay for their nails. All these stupid ass shit. Anton,
Niggas is paying for feet pics.
You haven't actually gotten new coochie. These girls are different nowadays, right? They might flirt with you.
This is some weird shit.
But guess what? They're gonna want you to take them out to eat. They're gonna want them to wine and dine you on Mastro's, or what's the other six? I don't even know the other place. What's that?
Q, you know, you do know I'm out almost every single night, right?
You're out every night, but
see.
yes, you're talking to women, but to actually get the coochie, they're wanting you.
Get bitches with that, cuz. You at the crib, nigga. You at the crib, cuz.
And you're rich.
You at the crib, nigga.
Hold on, bro. Clearly,
Go
you
ahead,
don't
my
know.
dog.
Clearly, you don't
All right.
know.
You for sure.
I don't
For sure.
wear rings.
Okay.
I don't wear. The only piece that I wear on my on any is my watches. That's it.
Look at that. Look at
I
that.
don't wear a ring.
Look at that.
What are we looking at?
I don't believe shit you saying, cuz.
Bitch, I don't believe what you're saying either. No. Bring him back up. Bring him back up.
Why you gotta call? Why you calling me out my name, my baby? Go ahead, do your thing though. I'm listening to you.
Are you from California?
I'm talking to dog. I'm talking to dog. I'm talking to dog.
Let him say what he wants to say.
No, I'm from the city. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Detroit.
Where your
I'm a
Maury
goofy. Go
Gators
ahead.
at? Where your Yays at? You don't look like you're from
Hold on.
Detroit.
Let him kick
Hey,
it.
in the
So
front
you don't
row.
believe nothing I'm saying. Okay, cool. What
Where's your
don't you
designer
believe?
at?
See?
Huh?
What don't
Shit,
no no? What don't you
designer,
believe?
it's 12 o'clock at night, my nigga. I'm chilling.
What don't you
But go
believe?
ahead.
Yeah, on
I don't
somebody
believe-
else's
like,
couch.
Hold on. Let him.
I'm in my couch, my baby. I'm in my crib. You feel me? But
You see him?
Yeah, he throwing the jabs in there.
Yeah, well, this guy right here, this Antoine Daniels, he basically runs the network. So while this guy gets up in here, it's a little, you know, he kind of went at him till he found out he's from Detroit, right? That's where Antoine's from, you know. So that's when the energy changed. But then you got your little henchman over here on the side is going to take jabs intentionally because he's trying to get in good grace with the network. You know, this is all YouTube clout, bro. You either play along with it or, you know, I mean, that's what it is, though.
That's cool.
Let
Though.
him talk,
That's cool. Listen, I'm about to get the flaming. I'm about to get the
fruitcake.
flaming. I'm about to get the flaming professor over here, cuz. Shut the fuck up.
You about to flame- Go back to your Section 8 house.
Go ahead.
Go find your mammy.
Let him get off.
Go find your mammy.
Hold on, patriarchy, please, just for me.
But these people getting hyped up because BMF was filmed there.
We got time. Let him.
You're not Big Meech.
Let him talk. So go ahead. What's your thoughts? You don't believe what?
God, man.
I just think that you get off because you married, my nigga. Bitches love married niggas. So it's easy to get off. It's easier to get off of you because you untouchable. You feel what I'm saying? So the attention that you get ain't like the regular niggas. Man, shut your bitch ass up.
Dumbass
nigga.
Hold on, shut up, bro. Call your probation officer. Shut up, bro. Call your probation officer and tell you broke house arrest.
Hold on, please, bro.
4th grade, nigga.
We having a respectful conversation.
Crack baby.
We having a respectful conversation. This is nobody.
This guy, man.
Organize your business all in one place for just $1 per month with HoneyBook. HoneyBook provides a bird's eye view of all your business's inquiries, clients, and projects, plus individual project pages, each with a full client overview. You can even bundle invoices and contracts together into a single proposal for clients to click and sign anytime, anywhere. HoneyBook does the busy work, so you can focus on your passion. Start for $1 per month at honeybook.com.
When you hand someone your logo sticker, you put your brand out into the world because stickers can travel anywhere. But the last thing you want is to make a bad first impression with a sticker that's hard to use. One common problem is frayed edges that are hard to peel. This leaves customers frustrated when they try to apply their stickers. At Sticker Giant, we think this is unacceptable. That's why we use actual freaking lasers. Not that kind of laser. These lasers. Finally, we split the backing of our custom stickers, and that makes them easy for customers to crack, peel, and stick wherever they please. When quality counts, you can count on Sticker Giant. Every sticker has a story. What's yours?
I hate dumb niggas, bro. I hate them.
I can't take
Get off of food stamps, nigga. Cut your food stamps, that living ass up, Section 8, nigga. You ain't got no money because you stole a bunch of PPP loans. PPP loans. PPP loans. You are a thief. You are living off of my tax dollars, you fucking welfare check living ass nigga. Shut your goofy ass up. Hate dumb niggas like this. My dog, I'm not your dog, you fucking welfare check having ass nigga. Fuck out of here. Where's your woman at? Where's your woman at?
Which one?
Where's your woman at, mammy? Where's your woman at?
Which one? Y'all niggas up here talking about
where are they at? You're on here talking to us.
I'm just saying,
dumb ghetto ass, stupid ass niggas. What are ghetto niggas doing on the internet?
You're right.
Shouldn't you be in the shouldn't you be doing a drill?
You hear him?
Yeah, man, this dude, man.
Well, no, this is what he does every day, bro. I'm telling you, it's all. He wants somebody to clip it so that he could be famous or something, bro. He's not a dumb guy. He's got a brain on his shoulders. Like I heard him talk about different things. You know,
somebody gonna hurt that dude, man.
He talks shit, huh?
Somebody's gonna catch up with him.
He talks shit.
Yeah. He asking for it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I know you want clout, fame, or whatever, but if that's the kind of attention you want, somebody gonna see you, man. Cause I'm pretty sure, people in your state, your city, that's black and hear you talking like that, and that's on these YouTube streams. Somebody gonna do something to him, man. I don't wish nothing bad on him, but the way you talking like that, Yeah, it's gonna be a matter of time.
Shouldn't you be serving
You
crack
tough as
right
hell
now?
on this
Why
internet,
are
my
you on
nigga.
here talking? Well, then
All
get
right,
off
for
the
sure,
internet and
man.
go be tough
You
somewhere
tough as
else.
hell. You
You
tough
can
as hell.
either be
No,
a
you
hood
tough.
nigga or you can be on
You
the
was
internet.
tough
You
as
can't
hell.
be both. You can't be both.
I can do
Dumb,
whatever the fuck I
stupid
want to
nigga.
do.
Can you read?
Stupid ass nigga.
Can you get your
You stupid
GED?
ass nigga.
No, you
I already got my
cannot.
GD.
You
And
are
the,
a
and the college
dumb,
diploma and the
stupid
college
nigga, and you're
what they
lucky
call
the
that shit,
last
the college
drive-by
degree.
bullet missed you. You just survived the
Bro,
last
you
drive-by.
kind of
That's
fucked
the
up
only
on the
reason
college
you're
degree,
fucking alive.
fam. You can't
Dumb nigga.
forget what to call it.
He
You
can't
can't
get
forget
it
what to
out.
call it now. Yeah, now come on, fam.
Thank you.
Can we go back to the conversation?
Bring him up. Bring him back up. I want.
Nah, he want to bring him back up because the dude wanted to smoke with him. He called him out of his name. You really just can't jump on here and call motherfuckers out their name, you know.
So he good at roasting people, as far roasting them as far as cultural, you know. But it's like, is he black?
He looks pretty black to me.
So you get a kick out of talking about your own or talking about yourself and people that look like you. You trying to build clout off of that. Okay, I get it. That's what it's all about. Selling out for the fame, huh?
Nah,
Now
these
that's
dudes.
a sellout.
He's probably playing video games right now while he's playing this shit.
Right.
You know, clearly.
I wanted to hear what he had.
D-Town beef.
I genuinely wanted to hear what he had to say.
Yeah,
So,
patriarchy. Chill out, man. Chill out, patriarchy.
Dog from Detroit.
I really have a question for everybody.
Dog from Detroit.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, he's from Detroit.
No, let's go back to what he said himself, because Anton
Is who
doesn't
from
wear a
Detroit?
wedding ring.
You from Detroit, ain't
I'm
you?
just saying.
Anton?
Yeah, I am
Anton
Detroit.
from Detroit. Yeah. Anton from
Pull
Detroit.
up, nigga.
I'm talking about LB Short over there.
Y'all, let's
Now leave that alone, fam. Just talk to Anton. Talk to the host, the original guy.
He said, "I'll be sure."
Okay, that was a good one.
He said, "I'll be sure." I mean, I'm sure. You know, I mean, he got a long way to go if he think he's gonna fuck with this guy. This guy is a king roaster.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, he probably loaded up.
No, this ain't even 24
ammunition.
hours ago, bro. This is, I'm telling you, bro.
Wow.
I could put together a whole compilation of this dude, bro. He that's what
I
he
don't know.
does.
Who is this in the chat saying? Who is that? I don't even know the way he's saying it, as if White Lady's trying to pull off. Sad that the brothers on the panel ain't saying anything. I mean, what can you say to this?
Oh
That's
my
a whole
goodness.
nother man's. You can't control about what nobody else speak, bro. You know what I'm saying? We don't condone or agree with what he's
Nah,
saying.
I wouldn't let him. I would not. He would not come on this panel talking like that.
But and
not get no pushback from nobody. No, that's not gonna happen.
But who want to sit up there and argue go back and forth with him in that type of manner? You gonna be falling right into the trap. He wants you to give him the limelight to do that. And ain't no man, I ain't trying to spend all day going back and forth. Okay, you don't like yourself. You know, you want to talk crazy, talk reckless. We know good and well you wouldn't do that in person. That's what get me. It's like, dude, you on this panel talking crazy. You know you wouldn't probably do that in person. To say it to that dude's face, say it to that brother's face like that. I don't think you would say that to anybody's face like that. That's why you feel safe and comfortable in your gamer chair.
Organize your business all in one place for just
Yeah, I wouldn't entertain it either. I'd be like, okay, man, you got it.
This might be interesting.
Yeah, but I don't. But that's like.
I trust the stats. I trust the stats and data that tell me the marriage rate currently is like 30-some%.
Where does it
It's
come from?
30. Don't play with me.
Stop! I got you. All the men cheating, all the married men cheating, and all the men having sex, and all the men talking to all these women, because it's just not adding up to me.
I'm still in.
Oh, come on, fantastic.
A lot of and I promise you this. And I promise you this. I promise you, E-Man's fucking speech is hyperbolic as hell for him. Anton, that's the minority, fam.
Actually, happiness comes within though.
Denzel Washingtons and people like that.
And y'all want to act like it's just so. Oh, you injured.
Yeah, you're not.
I just think that it's
going on in these marriages and all this other stuff.
Julian, I'm sorry, but your audio,
his audio is horrible.
Like, I don't know if you're near a speaker
terrible.
or something.
Yeah, that cat, man. Somebody gonna run into him, man. I just hope he be prepared. He have that same energy. Be ready for that smoke when somebody see you in person.
Genuine in his thinking. I think he's very thought out, and I think Kyrie does a good job of controlling his narrative. And I think that community that tried to destroy him could be accused of being hypocritical because Jeff Bezos, the $139 billion owner of Amazon, has just issued a statement a few days ago. They're not removing the DVD.
Oh no, that wasn't Jeff Bezos. That was the other. That was the current CEO of Amazon.
Okay, but Jeff Bezos is still the owner, isn't he?
He's got a percentage in it, but it was the current. The person who made that statement was the current CEO. Of Amazon.
Current CEO Jeff Bezos, whoever. Amazon is not pulling the DVD. They have not been accused of being anti-Semitic. They have not been accused of being racist. They have not been accused of being a hate monger of any other people. So if Kyrie can be accused of all that for sharing a video that he was not in, how is it that Amazon gets none of the smoke when they said they're not going to pull the video?
Smoke.
They begin smoke.
Jonathan Black was up.
Jonathan Greenblatt
was here yesterday, and I asked him that same question.
What'd he say?
And he said they have been giving him the smoke.
They wrote
What's the smoke they gave?
They wrote him letters. The same thing they did.
They wrote him a letter,
but
they tried to destroy Kyrie's career. Not no damn letter.
But they also said that it's illegal
in Germany. That's a country in Germany.
The country to actually have that.
I guess so in Germany
because of the denazification of Germany. I forgot how he worded it. I think he was saying that
But Amazon is global. That's one country.
Yeah, that's why.
So because they can't sell it in Germany, it's acceptable.
They don't want it up. Period. But
But where is the media campaign by them to crucify Amazon the way they crucified Kyrie for sharing the video that Amazon is making millions of dollars off?
I will say
that's hypocritical.
I will say this, Dr. Umar. I feel like sometimes
we can't be selective moralists.
I'm with you, but I think sometimes we, as in black people on social media, make these stories bigger. Because if we wanted, like the Brett Favre situation, Amazon, if we talked about those situations like we talk about other things, we would create those campaigns.
But the white media made Kyrie's situation an issue. So if you're going to make it an issue for Kyrie, white media, make it an issue for Amazon, white media.
I mean, the white media did report on it when the ADL report.
It didn't get the same energy.
I think it did not get the same energy. I really think
it's a double standard.
I think that's because of what we talk about.
And anybody who practices selective morality, whether you're a European Jew, whether you're a revolutionary Pan-Africanist, whether you're a socialist, a Christian, a Muslim, a Hebrew, selective morality is hypocrisy. Because what I'm saying, if Envy does it, it's wrong and he should be punished. If Charlemagne does it, it's okay. Amazon is still selling it. They have yet to be branded by the ADL or anybody else as anti-Semitic. That's hypocrisy.
That's one of the questions.
That's hypocrisy.
That's one of the questions I asked Jonathan Greenblatt. I said, it feels like when we do something, there's consequences for it. So I asked him, how do you punish that level of white privilege? How do you punish it, Donald Trump?
They're not going to punish it because at the end of the day, white supremacy requires commitment and loyalty from all groups of white people. They may have their internal differences, but at the end of the day, they all agree that black people must be kept in their place. The Kyrie and Kanye issue was more about suppressing free speech for heterosexual black males than it was about anti-Semitism or anything like that. Look at Tiffany.
Good point. That's it. Good point.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't agree with 100%. Umar, I say about 85.
Right. Hey, that's more.
Some of his stuff, a few things he's a little strong about. That I think other things probably, it's probably not in that sequence or we're not there. Like I said, I'm still gonna go down the rabbit hole of none of this shit will. We could have a million ideas. He got some great ideas, but none of it's gonna work if we're still looking at each other like we're enemies.
Exactly.
You know,
I agree.
So
I agree with you on that.
if that doesn't change, then shit, we might as well waste our time just playing this American game and just trying to get it. You know, every man for themselves, because you'll be more successful. You know, rather than trying to come together and spend hundreds and hundreds of more years trying to come together, and we never come together.
Yeah.
So
I agree. It's a even though I talk about all this stuff and we had this discussion, man, that's a huge task to take on, trying to collectively get us. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we talked about the 400 years of slavery, or whatever, but are we gonna be enslaving our own people and pillaging our own people for that same amount of time? Is it so? It's gonna take 400 more years for us to figure out that killing each other is stupid? Or when is it gonna start? Like, is it gonna take 800 more years? Or because if that's the case, then why am I wasting my time? You see what I'm saying?
Good point. I agree. Why waste your time?
Why waste your time?
Brother Malcolm tried it. You see what happened to him. Dr. King tried. See what happened to him. I mean, you Fred, Brother Ferry Hampton tried. See what happened to him. I think it's like that. I think that'd be the key thing that just.
But he didn't
discourage a lot of us.
He didn't. Dr. King didn't try to. Well, I guess he. I didn't think black people were at each other's throats back then, like they are
I'm
now.
talking about trying to just trying to come from a angle of just being peaceful at it, regardless how they was treating them back then, and just trying to take a peaceful approach. And then you had a brother like Malcolm, like, nah, fuck this, peaceful. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, due to some internal
somewhere
things,
down the
he got
line,
taken out.
Somewhere down the line, we started going at each other. To me, that's the part that is going to be more detrimental to us, because we'll never come together if that's the case. Other communities are together because they don't destroy each other like we do.
Well, you had parties, you had Black Panther parties and organizations. What was their downfall? Internal things that was happening, or within their own group, people turning on each other and whatnot. Like, how do we get all this? It always seems to be infighting that destroys us within, to where it separate us even more.
Yeah, we got to stop letting shit destroy us. Even if there's somebody within, that's still not supposed to destroy you. Destroy means that you're weak. Something that's strong can never be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? We're building bullshit that one snitch or a couple snitches could come through and sabotage the whole fucking thing.
Or infiltrator.
Yeah, one infiltrator or 100 infiltrators can't break down this structure. It's still not going to make me pull a gun on another black man.
It shouldn't.
And not let him thrive and feed his family.
It shouldn't.
Tiffany Cross, she said something on your show. Mm-hmm. They cut her. They made Jalen Rose take back what he said about the fact the woman at the heart of the Ime Udoka scandal has never been exposed. She cheated on her husband. Why is Ime Udoka all over the media, but the white woman who cheated on her husband is not all over the media? It's a double standard, and we are not calling out the double standard. If wrong is wrong, it should be wrong for everybody. This is not about right or wrong. This is about suppressing the First Amendment freedom of speech rights of heterosexual black males who do not endorse the European narrative. That's what it's about.
I'm not against any of that you said. The only thing I push back on is, man, I do not like seeing people prop up Kanye West, bro. Because Kanye West is the most anti-black Negro out here. And I do not like when people just...
Why do you say that? Why do you say he's so anti-black?
Look at him. Look at who he chooses to be with. And even when he had those billion-dollar companies, What was under the hood of those companies, Dr. Umar? Where was his black staff?
I agree.
Where was his black leadership?
I agree.
You know,
and that's why right now, as I just said a minute ago, I believe Kanye's agenda is what's best for Kanye. I don't think it's about what's best for black people until he shows me something else. I really believe he did what he did to get freed of them contracts because he has the brand and the platform and the status now where he could probably make his own sneakers and make his own music and probably sell as much, if not more than he did before.
I believe you're giving that man way too much.
No,
credit.
I believe so.
I
I believe so.
Well,
Kanye's big.
Well, let me ask you about Charlemagne's football team, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
And the owner, Jerry Jones.
Listen to this. Here's another example of selective morality. How is it Brett Favre, and I'm coming to Jerry, stole about $70 million of poor people's money from Mississippi to help his daughter's college build a volleyball field or something?
Well, it wasn't that much, though. It was a lot.
It was up there.
Yeah, it was millions. It was millions.
It wasn't 70?
It
It was in the
millions.
doubles?
It was millions. It was multi-millions.
Okay. Anyhow, he don't get indicted. He don't get charged. No charges are being brought against Brett Favre. If a black man did the same thing, you and I know he gets crucified. Look at the double standard in the selective morality. Now let's come to Jerry Jones. This the same Jerry Jones who never hired a black coach. Same Jerry Jones during the Colin Kaepernick protest of 2016 said, if any of my players are caught, quote unquote, disrespecting the American flag by taking a knee, they not going to play on my team no more. This is that Jerry Jones who never stood up against any of the racism in the state of Texas. And he gets caught in the picture. September the 9th, 1957, North Little Rock High School. And then he commits 3 lies. When asked about this picture, he was part of a mob to deny a group of African Americans entry into North Little Rock High School. He says he was just there to be curious. He says neither he nor any of the other white boys or people there knew what they were going to get into. That's lie number 1. Jerry Jones had already admitted that his coach told him not to go nowhere near, that there would be trouble there. So how is it you didn't know what you was going into and nobody else there knew what you was going into when your coach told you it might be trouble and stay away from it? That was an absolute lie. And then when he was asked whether he regretted being there, he never answered the question. Where is Roger Goodell? Where's the NFL? Why isn't he being given a list of demands just like Kyrie was being given a list of demands? And check this out, to make matters worse, guess what else happened on September 9th, 1957, DJ Envy?
What's that?
President Dwight D. Eisenhower signs the 1957 Civil Rights Bill, creating the Civil Rights Commission within the Department of Justice. First act of civil rights legislation since 1875. Jerry Jones and the rest of them kids, they knew that. They were there to repudiate that presidential signing. They were also there because what happened 5 days before that? What happened on September 4th, 1957?
Was that the
10
bombing?
The Little Rock 10 tried to get into Central High School, and Governor Forbes of Arkansas instructed the National Guard not to let them in. They were called the N-word. They were spit on. They were beat on. They were threatened. They were terrorized by white folks 5 days earlier. Jerry Jones knew exactly what he was going to get into. The Supreme Court just outlawed school desegregation 3 years earlier on May 17th, 1954. He knew exactly why he was going. He was going to stop black people from coming into North Little Rock. Now, Stephen A. Smith says Jerry Jones don't deserve this. He don't deserve to be held accountable for his part in support.
So the man was aware. He was very well aware.
Stephen A. been doing a lot of cooning over there.
Well, he's been doing that for years. That ain't nothing new. Him and Barkley. I mean, I'm not surprised by what these guys do, man. Especially those two. They stand right in the line of fire. You know what I'm saying? To protect or make excuses, you know what I'm saying? So we can't get upset about them guys. You know, they just gonna keep disappointing you every time they do something like this. You know what I'm saying? So forget what they talking about, Stephen A. and Barkley or whatever. Don't let them guys get you. We already know where they stand. They throw them guys out there as a distraction to get us up in arms. And it's like, okay, we losing focus of the main culprit of this whole situation, which is Jerry Jones. Don't try to deflect and try to put or stand behind, you know, brothers to come to your defense. You got Michael Irvin. You know what I'm saying? So they can't save you. They can't save you on this topic. You got to come correct. This is something you got to atone for. Why were you there? Just tell the truth.
Now he gonna tell what the lawyer tell him to say.
Right.
That's how this thing works. You know, his advisor, whatever he tells him to say, that's what he's gonna say. It doesn't matter what we want him to say. You know, that's at this point, that's where it goes. You know, you jeopardize and losing your team.
So what should be the repercussion behind that? Some people say, "Oh, that was a long time ago," and you know, it shouldn't be no repercussion or no consequence served behind that.
Well, I don't know if there's enough there saying that he did anything, you know, to actually, you know, like the one dude, Sterling or whatever, you know, I think there was a video record or, you know, him talking that shit about black dudes and I don't want any of them. I don't like them. I don't, you know, don't ever talk to them. And, you know, like that's blunt out, you know, like that picture, that's going to create a whole lot of controversy. You know, he's got lawyers, you know.
You heard the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. That should be enough to say that you participated in that or that you support that.
Just because you were there, just because if it was a some random field that nobody goes to and something happened there and you got a picture of you there, yeah. But if it's at a school that you go to every day, you know, it's gonna be dicey, you know. Now, if he would have fucked up and told somebody, or 2 or 3 people came out and recall him telling them the story, how he stole on one of them, or you know, some shit like that, then I believe.
So just like you giving him the benefit of the doubt, just on that.
Well, I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt. I know how the law is.
Right.
I know how the law is.
Even if
so how would we get him? What is the strong evidence? Like if I was a lawyer, like what's the strong evidence? Okay, give it to me. Okay, there's a still photo from 50 fucking years ago of the smiling, looks like a good kid. He didn't look like he was frowning. You see what I'm saying? Unless there's more pictures, you know, I didn't see it. You know, you got to give me more pictures. You want me to fight for you? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying about the small amount of evidence. Yeah,
right.
It's just a small amount of evidence. Now he didn't confess to it, or even if he told somebody, you know, we could maybe have them testify. You know, maybe, yeah, he told me that 10 years ago. You know, then they'll try to look at all the DUIs and shit that he got on his fucking record to see if he's even a credible witness.
Right.
That's how it works, though. That's pretty much how it works. Yeah. So I don't know if there's enough.
But you know, this further proves the unbalanced scales of the justice system when it comes to them and us. Kyrie posted a link. Yeah, it was, you know, say for instance, if he posted that link 5 years ago, and we want to say, that was years ago, you know, he never spoke what his stance on or what he was doing, but yeah, we got this man, owner of a football team, that we have a photo of him at a rally that looks as they're trying to keep, you know, some black students from entering the school or whatever. So, you know, just because that was years ago, it still has the fine, you know, similar situation as far as accountability. If you're gonna do Kyrie like that, why y'all not holding this man accountable for being in the pick in a situation where it appears to be racist? You know, so like I said,
well, he's the boss. He's the boss, though.
But that's what I'm saying.
You
but
got
this
an
shows the
employee
unbalanced
and the
scales
boss.
of justice. This shows the unbalanced scales of justice.
It's
Then
not justice. Kyrie was never
I'm saying that
charged with anything.
I'm saying in general. I'm not saying like literal justice like that. I'm just saying as far as when it comes to identifying or pointing out something that we do versus something that they do. It's
Well, our
different.
community has the right. Like right now, our community could boycott Nike if we felt like what they did to Kyrie was bad. We could do that.
Yeah.
We could start our own shoe company and maybe try to get all the athletes to just say fuck it and wear our shit.
Right.
You know, maybe that shit'll be hot. It'll be selling all across the world. People be buying it. It'll turn into this big company to where you're creating jobs. We got to get paid off of our cool.
Right.
That's what's not happening.
But why are we afraid to try to step out and do that? You feel like you got to use.
Well, I don't know.
Other people
I've
money.
never sat down with those
Right.
businessmen. I've never sat down with them. They're already well established. That's the only answer I would have is that they're well established.
But if you already got in your mind, look, I can make this hot myself. I don't need no partners or no major backing. Especially all the money Kanye made, and I'm gonna go.
Yeah, no, Kanye's probably in the process of, and it's a lot easier. Like when you get to that level, see these dudes when they do these deals and stuff, it's not like Kyrie is really doing anything for Nike other than wearing his shit and doing shit like that. It's not like he went and looked for Nike and called them 100 times ever since he was 5 years old, and finally he got a shoe deal with them. Like they come at him with this shit. Like there's probably people that the underwear, poster deal. It might be this, that, or wallet. Somebody want to make a toy out of you. Somebody, so you're getting approached with all this shit, and really it ain't nothing but maybe taking some pictures, do an interview, couple little
commercials,
remedial little bullshit thing. Yeah, a couple commercials, and you get into the bag. So you really just, he ain't hurting off of Nike. Like that was free money in all the sense. It's like, okay, I ate off of Nike for 8 years.
So we all selling out for the bag then, because if you're gonna be like, well, I just want to stay independent. I don't want you guys sponsoring any type of shoe with my name on it.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I'm saying if you are already in the league, whether it's football or basketball, and Nike come to you because you're a great athlete, they come to you and they want you to market and wear their brand and want to produce your own shoe, you can turn it down. That it's about a preference and the choice. You can turn it down, but you turn it down probably millions of dollars too, right? So with that said, that's what I'm saying. So we all sell out, but man, if they're gonna pay me this hefty bag, yeah, I'm gonna take it. Versus, nah, I want to keep, I want to work on something myself and put it out there.
Yeah, but the guy that made Nike didn't play basketball. You see what I'm saying? He was in the office to where he could focus on what's going on, not train and be tired and shit. Like it's probably not gonna be easy for you to start your shoe deal, a shoe career, making your own shoe while you're in the NBA.
Why not? If you already got millions of followers per se, or fans that's a fan of you and your athleticism and your athletic ability as a player.
Because there's probably more to it. Like that's a whole business that you have to keep track of. You have to have employees. You got to have a lot of shit.
Well, that's why I respect about what's the brother who tried to do that, LeVar Ball. You know what I'm saying? why we're doubting ourselves as if we can't do it because we don't own the resources to manufacture it. We don't have any international connections to.
But that was a dad. That's a dad. That's a retired man. That's not the sons.
But he was trying to get his sons. He was trying to put his sons in a position to where they had their own shoe. They don't have to go to no big corporation. They don't have to sell out to no Nike or Adidas and whatnot for his shoe. He had his own baller brand. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what happened or fell short of it, but it's like, okay, why not reach out to China or whoever could produce the materials and slap your brand on it? Since your boys are already going to enter in the league, and that'll pick up steam because they got followers who want to, LaMelo Ball and Alonzo Ball or whatever. So hey, they got a following. Hey, I'm gonna go cop those LaMelo Balls, Baller brand shoes directly from the Ball brand versus, he had to go through a big fight with a Nike or, doubting that he couldn't do it by himself and you got to get a big corporation, a big machine behind you. Why can't we have the confidence enough to take a chance on ourselves and just go independent and do it yourselves? These corporations are going to, it's going to be some bullshit in the contract or some sort. It's going to be some shit in the game to some sort to where they're going to be sole owner of it or have
Those are big billionaires.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So we don't have enough confidence to turn those billionaires down.
No, we don't have the money to turn those billionaires down.
That's why listen, check what I'm saying though. Just because you don't have the money don't mean you don't have the following. I got enough following of people that like me, they're fans of me and my athletic ability. So if I got millions of people following me on these social media platforms and I'm finna put out a shoe or whatever, it's not through Nike or Adidas or any of these name brands. It's just got Kyrie on there. And I'm just using him as an example. It just got Kyrie on there. So if I make a connection with the producers out there in China or something, and we can come up with some type of direct deal or something like that, or understand or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Establish a business relationship. I'm going directly to the wholesaler. I don't need Nike or Adidas now. They're going to produce my shoe, put my name on it, and I can just I can sell it myself. I can create a distribution store myself. I got millions of dollars if I go ahead and invest in it myself. I can create a American-based store where I'm getting my shoes made and it's coming to my store in the States and I'm selling it like that.
That's billionaire shit though.
But shit, if you want to be a billionaire, you got to think like one, right? If you're trying to cut out the middleman and trying to be 100%, it's like, man, if I'm a millionaire and I'm an athlete and I'm making millions of dollars, and I'm like, you know what, I'm a good athlete and I got a strong following, and this is what I didn't understand about Ye. You got a strong following. Why did you have to feel like you needed to go to Adidas? Just sell your shit directly. Put your shit out there directly on the market. Put your name on there. Partner up with the producers out there in China, or have some sit down relations, or however you want to do it, to establish like, listen, like, it's a brand. I need y'all to produce it for me. This is what it looks like. I need y'all producers for me. Okay, I partner directly with them. Okay, y'all send my shoes or send my merch directly to my store, American-based store, and I'm finna sell it. I don't need to put it in Foot Locker and the Finish Lines and shit like that. I'm gonna make my own Kanye West store where you can send my merch to. You mean to tell me that's not possible? And you only gonna continue to grow and get bigger. So now you didn't cut out the middleman. You didn't cut out the billionaire corporations like the Nikes and the Adidas. You didn't cut them out the way. But more than likely, if you did try to go that route, they're going to try to find a way to sabotage your shit, to interrupt that, because now you didn't partner with us and we're not getting none of that money. So we're going to find a way to fuck your shit up or take you out.
Nah,
Allegedly,
I wouldn't
secretly.
say that. I wouldn't say that.
Hey,
I just say it's not gonna
I've
be
been
as
hearing
easy.
stories about Kobe, but I don't know if it's some truth to that. But
What did Kobe do?
Kobe was trying to have his own shoe, his own brand shoe.
While he was playing?
No, while he was retired. But this man was, of course, he was a legend. He's a legend in his own right, and I don't know if his shoe was going to be through one of these big name shoe brands. It was just going to be Kobe stuff, and I could be wrong on this, but everything is alleged to that situation that happened to him. You know what I'm saying? And some things he had in the works that he was trying to do, and all of a sudden this happened. That happened to him. So, like I said, if they can't get a cut of it, or you ain't letting them in on it, it always seems that something happened to somebody, or they paint this narrative of them being crazy, or they come up, uncover some dirt on you, or put a scandal on you. So I'm trying to be discreet as possible and talking in code, but I think you get the drift. The moment you get to thinking outside the box, where you're not trying to include them to where they can't make money off you.
Well, they're gonna get theirs because it's all about materials and shit.
Right. But if I'm like, you know what, I don't want to go through Nike or Adidas.
You got to ship it. You got to go through the airline. Like, one thing about it in this world, you got to trade with people. You got to. You can't get around that. You can't do anything without letting everybody get a piece. You can't.
Correct.
The white man got to eat. Everybody got to eat. I can't just make a shoe. Oh, only black people's going to eat off of this.
Yeah, right. If I'm saying I'm finna just eat off of this, and people that look like me finna eat off of this, they ain't finna let that happen. No, we gotta get some of that.
Well, that's the way it's set up. That's the way. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that. That's my thing.
I do.
I just want to turn the water on. Like, I don't really care who eats. Like, if the water's on, everybody can eat. That's my thing. How can we get the water on?
If I'm trying to establish myself, or people that look like me, and trying to
you will work.
What the hell I need y'all will cut. What I need to cut y'all in on it for? You motherfucker, what I need to be building up your generational wealth. I'm trying to build up generational wealth for me and my people. What I need to be building your generational wealth. Figure out your own ideas and create your own shit. These motherfuckers think that's the problem.
Well, they already got it. They already got it. So that's another reason why you should learn some of those tactics. You know what I'm saying?
Who they got it off of? Us. The motherfuckers ain't living off of their own original creations. They these motherfuckers didn't invent a lot. They're eating and they gaining generational wealth. A lot of it is off of us, what we created. Somehow or whatever, they got the patent to it. They got the publishing rights to somebody's music that don't look like them. How do these motherfuckers always seem to be able to get in that position? What black entertainer or any black person eating off the rights of a country singer or somebody, or somebody's music like that? Or
that's
any
my
other
point.
Entertainer.
That's my point. How many of them do you see in the NBA draft? You see what I'm saying? Those are the jobs that they want. That's the businesses that they wanted to be in. We wanted to shoot a basketball for 30 fucking years.
But we don't have to. So it's a choice.
Well, no, this is what it is. It's nothing we could change. It's going to make a difference tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So this is what's been going on. Michael Jordan, he came out. Every kid want to play fucking basketball now.
And why that is because they market and promote it so hard and heavy. So now you got all little black boys want to be ball players. You got, Steph Curry shooting long threes and jumpers. So now you got them all want to do that. They want to get in the league. So how do we counter that by saying, okay, nah, y'all, man, what's more beneficial is getting into some engineering, technology, and science. That's more beneficial than really athletics, football and basketball. We need inventors. We need more doctors. We need more, nurses and things of that nature versus fucking athletics. So how do we counter that to try to say that's more productive than being an athlete, going to play for a team for X amount of years? You may make it out, or you may have to retire early because your body just been so beat up because you didn't went to a lot of damn playoffs or maybe a lot of championships. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? Versus we need somebody inventing some shit that can be, innovative to a whole community of people like us. So that can still be just as valuable or if not or lucrative to us versus getting into these sports. They don't have to enter in those drafts. They choose to enter in those drafts because maybe they've always had that dream, or maybe they've been groomed to believe that, hey, that's the ticket, that's the meal ticket. I get it. I could go play some basketball. I'm good at it.
Well, they do a
Go
very
play some
good
football.
job of promoting it.
That's what I'm saying.
Just
So
like every kid want to be a rapper.
yeah,
They do a good
that too.
job of putting Little Baby and all those guys when they got 20 chains on. What kid in their right mind is going to listen to us because we're telling you to do the right thing when they can go out there and possibly be a rap star?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. As parents, how do we counter that, or how we try to go up against that?
You got to have your
To
own
be,
media. You got to have your own programming. You got to have your own media.
and that's what I mean
That's
by
the only way.
resources. We don't control any of that. We don't control the media. That's another resource we don't control. So we can't control narrative of things, which Umar mentioned. I got to be careful with my words and how I articulate it so it's not come back to bite me in the ass and they try to twist it.
I mean, even YouTube is ain't owned by us. So
exactly,
that was a platform. It started, there could have
but I
been
bet
somebody
you a lot
having another tube that was for blacks, but it's not popular.
I bet you we the ones that make it hot. If you didn't have no black YouTubers on here, YouTube would be dead.
I mean, I don't know.
Be interested. I don't think nobody would be interested.
I don't know, man. They got the Beast, Mr. Beast. That guy gets probably a billion fucking views a day.
Who's that?
His name is Mr. Beast.
Well, I'm saying if you didn't have no black YouTubers on there, would you think it would still be popping or still be?
Yeah, because YouTube is for everything. YouTube's for everything. YouTube's for gardening. YouTube's for everything. So yeah, there'll be plenty of people here.
If you took us out of it, or majority of us, you took that.
We're just a small sector, though. That's just a small sector of YouTube. YouTube is bigger than just a small sector. You got YouTube. There's a big sector of YouTube that's not even in English. It's all Chinese. Big, huge sector. You don't. Well, you motherfuckers ain't watching that shit either, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like they watching that shit. You turn to that shit right now, you can't understand one fucking word they said. So no, that's a fact.
I just believe that in my heart of hearts, we always add to something and we always make it better and more cooler. Like you said earlier, we got to get our cool back. We got to, you know what I'm saying? Stop selling our cool off so much. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you didn't have no If you didn't have no black athletes in the NBA or the NFL, would it still be entertaining to watch football and basketball? If
They
it
would
was
make
no
they would
brothers,
make a way. They would make a way to make it entertaining.
if you didn't have no brothers in the league, I wouldn't even watch it. It wouldn't be entertaining.
Well, they're actually getting rid of the brothers. They're starting to have more foreigners and stuff.
You still need brothers though. They sell the most. We sell the most merch for them. We sell to get the most views for them.
Just like Kobe. Kobe was from Italy. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's a lot of foreigners that's stepping up, being all-star, superstar talent.
Right.
And they don't mind. You know, they don't mind going to get the guy from the Congo to replace some fundamental black motherfuckers.
Cool. And I get you on that. I mean, we're a prime example. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Milwaukee. You know, the Bucks. We got Giannis.
There you go.
You
And they're cool with that. They cool with that. They would rather have him than a nigga any fucking day. Believe it. You know?
But just think if it was just him, though. If you just had him.
Even music. They man, there's a lot of foreigners. Nipsey was half Eritrean. You know? There's a lot of, I mean, you know, and they really pumping that shit up. Cardi B, Dominican. Different, you know, it's a lot of different people. Though that African drill shit, that shit's been pretty hard. You know, there's Canadians is getting on. There's a lot of people besides regular fundamental black people.
I still think we still have the most influential over here. Them foreigners, they represent us.
I think the playing field is open. I think it's a buyer's market. You know, whoever works the hardest. Blacks, we've had a lot of talent for a long time, and now I think the world is starting to catch up. That's just me. That's what I think. You know, maybe not physically. And
you need us to copy off of. You need us to find some new trend. You still gonna need us to find a new trend. They ain't coming over here making up any trends or creating, you know.
Not yet. Maybe not yet. Eventually they will. Eventually they will. Once they get a few more generations, you know, a couple more generations in there, you know, there won't be nobody else to push back from the original soil, you know.
Probably, but I think it's organic that we are natural creators and innovators of something, and we can trend set something in a heartbeat, and it can be the simplest thing, you know.
Yeah, but that's still something that needs to be capitalized on. Like, yeah, we've been that for 100 years, but you know, we haven't capitalized on it. So what do you think it's just gonna automatically give us that for another 100? You know, or have we had enough time? You know what I'm saying?
Give us that enough. What you mean?
Well, that we've had that crown of being able to create things and being, you know, all this shit, talented, and you know, we've had that. There's not been a debate, you know, and we haven't been able to do shit with it, but give it to the white man. You know what I'm saying? So
selling out our craft.
So we're just gonna be blessed with another 100 years of good creativity, or are we gonna finally capitalize on this shit? You know what I'm saying?
It gotta be done in a strategic way. Yeah, like I said, sometimes you may have to hold out from getting that bag, but for a bigger purpose to really capitalize on your craft.
You don't though. You don't. Kanye could have got that money with Adidas. Nobody said nothing. Everybody, when Kanye got rich and he was a billionaire. Nobody said shit about him not working with Adidas. You see what I'm saying? Nobody said nothing about when Kanye's a billionaire. Oh yeah, Kanye. Oh yeah, that's Ye. First we got Dre, now we got Ye, now we got Jay-Z, now we got, nobody said nothing about, oh man, Kanye West, man, but he did that with Adidas, man. He should have got that billion by himself. Nobody said that. Nobody made Kanye make those statements. You see what I'm saying? He could still have his fucking money, and they didn't sign him to no exclusive deal to where I can't still work for Nike or Adidas, and then I could probably partner up with some dudes while I'm still bringing in that bag to create a whole nother brand that my name ain't even on. You see what I'm saying?
But you know what the first thing we'll do? If somebody was in his ear, and we don't know, somebody could have been in his ear and saying like, man, just do this on your own. Why you want to go through Adidas? You know what we gonna do? Oh man, you hating on the brother. Why you hating on the brother? Why you can't just be happy that he partnered with Adidas? And it's like, that ain't the reason I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're trying to be 100% so legit, or just 100% black owned, or whatever the case may be, you either gonna choose to partner up with them because they are in control of the resources, or I'm gonna do this independently and put some of my own funds that I've earned in my music career into it, and hopefully black people will support me to back me up on this. Take a chance to back me up on this. But no, we only gonna support it if Adidas or Nike is on it.
But you need more than just blacks, though. That's what I'm saying. You need more than just blacks. Like, what if you had that because that's not a business. To me, that's not a business mindset.
That's cool.
That's more of a community mindset. When you're in a community of business, you got to cater to all communities.
Cool. That's cool. I'm not saying that they can't. I'm not saying no one from any other ethnic group, they can't buy my merch. I'm not promoting it.
But you're not gonna employ them, right?
Would I employ them?
Right. I'm just saying, because the way it sounds, it's like, okay, I'm doing this shit for black. We're just benefiting black. The only motherfucker that can get a piece of this pie is blacks. That's basically what you're saying, right?
No.
So why would another ethnicity?
I'm not saying that.
Well,
what I'm saying is, I would probably look to hire my people first and foremost, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who can do the job the best. If I can't get the best out of my own first. But as far as the selling part, I'll sell my merch to anybody who wants to buy. But I'm really going to be looking for the support of my own people, hopefully, because I'm a black owner. Hopefully, my own people is going to really support me to where, regardless of any other ethnicity support me or not, I got the major support from my people. So I don't care if they don't buy it or not. But they are welcome to. I'm not saying that they can't. They more than welcome to buy my merch if they like it. Cool. That's why you got a lot of brands out here. They ain't got no problem selling to black people. You don't hear Polo making racist type comments like Hilfiger did some years ago. You know what I'm saying? So, but we don't know how he is behind closed doors. He probably.
Yeah.
Supporting one.
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks, like the tens of thousands of people who were
one of the most racist events in American history, which was the desegregation of America's schools. He shouldn't be held accountable. Stephen A. says, since this happened 65 years ago, he should get a pass.
How many lashes for Stephen A. Smith?
Stephen A. is probably up to 150,000 lashes right now for his cooning. But listen, if Jerry Jones get a pass because he's 14, why didn't Emmett Till get a pass? He was 14. Tamir Rice, Ohio, he was 12. Where his pass at? What about the brother in Gulfport, Mississippi, 2 months ago? Jalen, I'm forgetting his name, shot in the head coming out of a dollar store with his hands up. Where was his pass? Trayvon was 17. Where was his pass? Look at all the young black boys who are tried as adults in America's prisons right now serving time in adult prisons under the age of 17. Where they pass at, Stephen A? Why are we protecting privileged white men? And you know what makes it so sad? Jerry Jones don't even have to defend himself. He got black men who will jump up. Did you see Michael Irvin? This Uncle Remus? Michael Irvin says, oh, he wasn't at the front of the line. So because he wasn't at the front of the line, he less racist than the ones who's at the front. Oh, he don't look like the guy with the cigarette in his mouth. Jerry Jones is a righteous man and a great man. All white people were that way back in the day. This is Michael Irvin. All white people were that way back in the day. So we supposed to get Jerry Jones the pass. There's nothing worse.
How many lashes for Michael Irvin?
Michael Irvin get about 5,000 lashes for that. No black man should ever volunteer himself, Stephen A. Smith and Michael Irvin, to play defense attorney for a white man. Jerry Jones ain't thinking about black folks. He has yet to speak up on social justice issues. He is a racist, and he should be forced to sell the team. But it's not going to happen. Why? Because it would take the players of the NFL to protest to force him out. And we already see that our NFL athletes and our NBA athletes don't have enough courage. They're more concerned with money than they are about the movement. And that's why I'm disappointed in Deion Sanders.
Hold on one second. I don't think there's no defense. I know. I don't think there's no defense for Jerry Jones.
And there's no defense for Stephen A. Smith and Michael Irvin defending him either. Let that white man speak for himself.
And I like what
y'all don't take up for black people like that. Stephen A., you threw Kyrie under the bus. Shannon Sharp, you threw Kyrie under the bus. But soon when a white man messed up, and Shannon didn't defend Jerry Jones, but Stephen did, and Michael did. So when a white man make a mistake, every black man in sports media want to be defense attorney for white folks, but have no problem throwing black athletes under the bus.
And I like what Jay Williams said, that,
shout out to Jay Williams.
Yeah, Jerry Jones should be forced to denounce anti-black racism,
and he hasn't.
And he should discuss what he's learned over the past 66
years. He ain't learned nothing. He's a privileged white man. He just as racist now as he was then. Listen, I've been studying psychology my whole life. I got a doctorate in it. I got 3 master's degrees in it. I got 2 certifications in it. You know what they tell you in psychology?
What's that?
That the human personality is largely fixed by the age of 5. 5. Jerry Jones was 14. If you're going to tell me that Jerry Jones is fundamentally a different person now at 80 than he was at 14, let me know what major critical life experiences Jerry Jones went through that transformed the way that he thinks. Nothing at all. People saying, well, we got to give him credit. Dak Prescott talking about, look at his resume since then. Look at his resume since then, Dak Prescott. He ain't done nothing to help black folks, and Jerry Jones ain't thinking about helping black folks.
I don't like when people say because he didn't hire a black coach, though, because just because he hired a black coach don't mean anything.
I do agree, but at least it shows you are at least concerned about how racism looks on your resume. Jerry Jones is not even concerned about how racism looks on his resume.
How many lashes should Charlamagne get for being a Cowboy fan still?
I like football.
Charlamagne,
you an Eagle fan? You like Eagles?
Nah, I'm not watching no football, no NBA no more. I'm done.
What?
I'm officially done, brother. We cannot be for the black liberation struggle and support white corporations and systems that systematically practice and defend white privilege and white racism against black people.
What about all those brothers that play the
Colin
sport?
Kaepernick, what about them? They just there to get it back. They're not protesting. They're not doing nothing. They're not building.
Some of those brothers protest.
Okay. Okay. Show me a rich athlete who built a relevant independent black institution in this country. Give me one. And let me tell you what they are. Independent school. Don't give me no charter school. Charter school's a public school.
So
don't give me no charter
LeBron
school.
James in the school he built?
That is a public school.
It is, but
it has his name on it.
But you know LeBron speaks up for black issues.
I didn't ask you about speaking. Let me go back to my question. My question was, name me a black celebrity or entertainer who has built a relevant, independent black institution.
But is that
school?
I agree. But
bank.
But is that the
supermarket?
That's the one.
Hospital.
That's all that matters.
Manufacturing, distribution. It's the heart of a community, Charlamagne. Take care of the major problems we got. Just because LeBron James got in front of a microphone and undid what he did a few weeks ago, and I want to give LeBron some props. I appreciated his comments about Jerry Jones and comparing that to the way in which they tried to castrate Kyrie. Shout out to LeBron. But now LeBron don't pull a Shannon Sharp and a Stephen A. And right after you do something positive or say something good, you take it back by going right back to the Django character. You understand? He got to be consistent. Speech is not enough when you're worth billions. To whom much is given, Envy, much is expected. If you a billionaire talking.
So how can y'all co-sign Kanye so much? He don't do that. Kanye does not fall back into the black people.
Kanye spoke a significant truth to a significant white power
But he don't pull
that
back
controls
into black people.
I agree. I just
LeBron
said
didn't
that.
have infrastructures full of black people making
I'm gonna
capital.
ask you again. What institution that's relevant has been built by a black athlete or celebrity this century? I need an answer.
But you just mean school banking and
relevant.
Okay.
LeBron James started a movement against voter disenfranchisement. Walk through the streets of Brooklyn, walk through the streets of Harlem, walk through the streets of the Bronx, walk through the streets of Queens, walk through the streets of Staten Island, and ask black people, what are the top 5 problems black people have in America? I promise you, voter suppression ain't one. Voter suppression ain't one. Come on, y'all. If we want to solve our problems, we got to get serious. And black athletes have been cooning for far too long.
I know
think you're being hard
They're
on some of
more
them brothers,
concerned about money
I know
than making a difference.
I know we got to go, but Deion Sanders, you were talking about Deion Sanders.
Uh-huh. Deion.
What's your thoughts on Deion
Everybody
Sanders?
been texting me about this all week.
Talk to me about Deion, Dr. Umar.
Mind you, before you get into it, you know, Charlemagne gave Donkey the Day to people that would criticize him.
I know.
That's right.
And I'm coming right at it.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm coming right at it.
Let's go.
More lashes.
I'm coming right at more lashes. When Deion Sanders stood against Colin Kaepernick's protest in 2016, I branded him a Negropean.
He did?
Yes, he did. He said he did. I saw him say it out his mouth on an interview. He said he should not have taken that knee. It was wrong. Deion Sanders. I put him in the Negropean camp because he didn't stand with Colin Kaepernick. When I heard Deion Sanders was taking the job, I said, okay, I'm going to give him his black pass back. Because here you are, one of the top 5 greatest athletes, arguably the greatest football player ever, including Tom Brady. Deion could go down as greater than. You go to Jackson State, HBCU. That's impressive. Now I hear all of a sudden you might be leaving.
Well,
So
he's leaving.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's
Stay
gone.
on.
Stay with me. He's wrong. But I have 2 levels of wrong. I got a low level and I got a high. I'll explain them to you quickly. My low level. If Deion told the administration and the students and the players at Jackson State that I'm taking this job, but I need y'all to know, if something better comes along, as soon as it comes along, I may be leaving.
He did say that.
He said that.
If he was that transparent, I didn't see that.
I played the clip the other day. He said it on 60 Minutes. He said that.
No, he said he may be leaving. He did not say he was leaving after 3 years.
No, he said that if a Power 5 school comes along, I have to entertain it. I would be a fool not to. And Deion has
That's
always
not
been
the same.
No, Deion has always been transparent and open about what his goals were.
That is not, no, I disagree with you. He told them if it comes his way, he would have to entertain it. He never said I would leave you that soon. He never said I can be gone in 3 years.
What does it matter though? His contract was
I'm going to tell you why it matters. I'm about to tell you right now why it matters. Because he damn wrong. Now, if he told them, if I'm going to go back and study some more, but from what I seen him say, he was not that direct. But
Definitely
if he was, and that's not what I saw, so we disagree there. But if he was, he's still wrong.
Man, I don't think he's wrong. I don't. You know, that's just my opinion. You know, I think he was transparent about the transition. You know, people have to understand when you get something, a better offer, and that's what it is when you're coaching. You know, your objective is to move up the ladder when it comes to coaching and being able to put your family, everything in a good position. You know, you want to be a part of that.
What up? What up? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. You in there.
Okay. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. I'm just mic checking.
Yeah. So just I don't think he was wrong. I think he was transparent. People should already know if that job opportunity comes through, and even on a smaller scale. Hell, Deion, he took the. I heard this might not be true. I didn't fact check, but I heard he took the cheerleading coach with him, you know, and so basically there are lives that are being impacted all over, and just because you know people think one way, you know, that it doesn't change anything, you know. I think he's doing a good thing. I think somebody else can get in there, and Jackson State could possibly still be a good team. You know, there's a lot of good upside to what's going on down there.
But it's a low level because at least you was transparent and you gave them informed consent. They knew you could leave at any time.
That's right.
Okay? Still wrong. I'm explaining in a minute. Now, if he didn't tell them that, okay, and I'm hearing from people who know athletes on that team that they were not told it that way.
They weren't listening.
And they're upset.
Because he said that on 60 Minutes.
Okay? He didn't say it that way, Charlamagne. I saw that.
He did not.
No, he didn't.
Exact
now,
quote.
if he did not do it that way, that automatically means that Deion Sanders used, abused, and exploited HBCU Jackson State just to be given an opportunity to show predominantly white institutions that he could coach. If he only used them as a stepping stone to getting a job at a white college, he was dead wrong. Now, let me tell y'all why this is bigger than football. What case is the Supreme Court reviewing right now?
I disagree.
With what he's saying about Deion?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, he said if Deion used them as a stepping stone, then he's wrong. If he used the HBCU as a stepping stone to get to a Power 5 team, then he is wrong. I totally disagree with that. So, I mean, some people work at McDonald's so that they can get some type of job history so that they can maybe go on and get a better job somewhere else, you know. And this is the system. This is America. This is the system. Unless you're going to move up out of here to somewhere else, this is kind of how it goes. People move up the ladder. Sometimes it's a fraternity type of deal to where you'll, you know, get pulled up by your buddies or your schoolmates or classmates or whatever, you know, maybe pull you up, shoot you a lob. You know, you can handle a position that, you know, a friend of the family, get you hooked up in there. But for the most part, we all understand that, you know, there could be a situation that's your reality, that you have to work your way up the ladder. Okay. You guys hit the like button. You know, we've been cooking for a minute. Appreciate everybody that came in. But now this is what we do over here at Dr. Hood. So what do you think, Darkane?
I agree with you on that, and I disagree with Umar about the Deion situation. Yeah. You know, that's like, for instance, if we did have our own community or whatnot, and we had a bunch of gifted brothers who are specialized in certain things. Okay, they good in our community. They provide that in our community. But we have some other ethnicities that want, if we could outsource to provide that service to them, and they want to go over there to do some work for them. I wouldn't have a problem with that, as long as he's going to, you know, bring his earnings back over here and spend it amongst the community. He can outsource his skill set out to them. You know what I'm saying? If they need it. But I think it's the, okay, when you get the earnings, you're going to bring it back to the black community, right? And spend it amongst your own, right? So ain't nothing wrong with outsourcing your service, your skill sets, your expertise. Ain't nothing wrong with outsourcing that. As long as they're going to properly compensate you and pay you for it, as you should, what you deserve. But I think here with this situation with Deion, it's like he brought his expertise, his whatever, you know what I'm saying? He's good at coaching. He got football knowledge, being a veteran football player. So, and not only that, he poured into, you know what I'm saying, their you know what I'm saying, that situation as well. So he came out of his own pocket, took half a salary, took a cut in his salary. So with all that said, you know, I think it balanced out, in my opinion. It opened up an opportunity for him to go coach somewhere else for more money. But who's to say that he's not going to pour back in the black community with his earnings. He still can do that. He still can support Jackson State.
Well, he can put other people in a position to support Jackson State. How about that?
Too.
How about put other people in a position to support? Let's not put everything on Deion.
Right. That too. But I'm saying he still can do that.
He did. The 3 years he was there. I think he did. Like I said, he pulled the cheerleading coach up. Cheerleading coaches, probably at Jackson State making $10,000 a damn year, probably. Damn near probably volunteering to do the shit, right?
So there you have it.
And now she's on the big cheer squad on a big school. She could bring in a couple of her people that she been kicking it with, and they've been doing their little Bone Quisha stuff. You know what I'm saying? They getting it in now. They living it up.
Right. So I don't understand why they won't support this man moving up, and be thankful and show gratitude to what he brought there in their town, in their city. And he still can do that, even though he's finna outsource his skill set of coaching. He still can pour back into your community and your football program and things of that nature in other HBCUs with his earnings that he, for outsourcing his skill set of being a veteran football player and his coaching skills.
The
Right
affirmative
now,
action case against black, what is it, for black students in colleges?
Absolutely. The U.S. Supreme Court right now is reviewing whether or not racially conscious admissions in higher education are unconstitutional. And guess who is bringing the suit? Asians. But guess who's funding the suit? White people with connections to the 6 conservative justices on the United States Supreme Court bench. So what they're saying is Asians are discriminated against on the basis of the personality aspect of the admissions process at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, among other universities, by subjecting Asians to that personality assessment, which includes personality, background, social economic status, culture, this, that, who you are, what you want to be. Asians are being penalized for the high test scores and grades. So what the Asians want and what the white folks who are funding the Asians want is they want the Supreme Court to say you cannot include race at all as a factor in higher education admissions. If they throw that out, if they say Harvard cannot use the personality assessment portion of the admissions process, the percentage of Asians that get accepted into PWIs goes up by 20%, and the percentage of black students will plummet by at least 50%. You know what that means? You are watching the gentrification of black children off of the PWI campus. How is this relevant to Deion Sanders? The reason I'm so personally disappointed in Deion is I thought he was there for a movement, not for money. Meaning, Deion Sanders, the coach of Jackson State, I foresaw a situation where Deion would hire other coaches, other retired black NFL greats to coach other HBCUs. In doing so, you attract our top tier high school athletes to come to HBCU.
Maybe.
Stay with me.
Eddie George is at Tennessee
Stay
State.
with me. Stay with me. Football and back. Like I know, if you got top tier NFL greats coaching HBCUs, the athletes are coming just like they was coming for Deion. He showed you, Charlamagne.
Deion, though.
He showed
Dr.
you.
Umar.
And his other one's just as
one
great.
of the most famous people ever.
And his other one's just as great. So listen.
Eddie George at Tennessee State.
That's one person. We're talking about a system, not an individual. So Deion and these other.
Yeah. Well, now if you think he sold out, bro, that's definitely your opinion. I don't think elevating, making revenue,
What is the key thing that Dr. Umar said in that interview about Deion? He thought he came there for to support a social movement, or however he put it. But what he poured into that can't be acknowledged. That can't be, appreciated. What he did do there, with the attention he did brought there, sponsors and whatnot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. You thought the man came there for that. He's only one man. He's not a movement within himself. So then what that says about that state, the you know, the people that what does that say about the people who should have been supporting Jackson State football program or team all along? Y'all only came out once Deion got there. Y'all only showed the major support once he got there. What was y'all doing before he got there? Y'all wasn't showing your team support then and trying to, you know, build them up. The man, you know, I look at it like I said before. The man set the table. Does he got to cook and serve the food too? He set the table for y'all to continue to grow and continue to support that team. You know what I'm saying? They got good, solid players, from my understanding, out there now, which will hopefully they may get recruited in the NFL if they decide to go to the draft, or if they're, you know. So what's wrong with a brother going to outsource his skill set somewhere else and get properly paid for it, and he still can come back to the community and support and still help build and whatnot with his earnings? He's just outsourcing
Or
his
just
skill set.
raise his kids to where they'll be better people in society. You know,
I gotta take this call.
He's
But
doing
go
a
ahead,
lot. He's doing a lot that I don't see other dads doing, and I don't see us talking about it. What's going on, Willie B?
Man, look, I've been trying to tap in. I've been busy this morning. Y'all been cooking for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yo, don't y'all don't see the problem, man, that like Deion is getting more scrutiny and criticism as a black football coach than our black president did.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Nobody went through this much of stuff with Barack Obama when he left office and checked all the boxes on all the stuff he didn't do for black folks. Deion Sanders did more for black folks than Barack Obama did.
Man.
And that's real. How many colleges did Barack Obama help remodel? How much money did Barack Obama put into HBCUs? How many games did Barack Obama? I seen him on ESPN. I didn't ever see him at Grambling State or Southern or Jackson State or Howard
or Chicago.
You hardly could find. Exactly. You didn't see him in the streets of Chicago.
Worst damn streets.
You hardly
damn
seen
near.
Barack Obama around black folks. You hardly could find him around black folks. But we're going to hold Deion Sanders to this standard as if he's just bringing down the black community.
Right. He's the reason. You know, that's
and
what
my
I hate.
thing is why is Umar Johnson so big on this Deion Sanders when he is building a school, right? Ain't he supposed to be building a school?
Yeah, I guess he did. I guess it's pretty much almost done. You know, Charlemagne, he ain't a guy you could just lie to. You know, he'd do some research and shit. So I would assume, based by their conversation earlier in this interview, that that it's near its conclusion.
Okay, so Charlemagne did ask him about the school.
Oh yeah, that was first. That was first.
Oh, okay. Well, see, that's funny. That Charlemagne is a sneaky ass nigga though. That nigga's a troll. But no, that's good. He asked him. So here's my thing though. The rumor that I've been hearing lately is that he got white folks to help him finish that school.
Right. That I was about to go to.
And you want to talk about helping black folks? What about all the black folks that tried to help Umar? I've seen the receipts. There's been people for years talking about they've been trying to reach out and help Umar for free, and he declined.
Come on up.
You seen the
He
Lord?
said that he tried. He said they kept giving him a hard time. Some of them, some contractors or whatever. So he had to go ahead and just outsource.
It was always some Yeah, but look at you seen the Lord Jamar interview, didn't you?
But what about the thumbnail though? What about the thumbnail, man? Your boy been on his thumbnail game.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Well, I'll
That's pretty
speak to the
good.
thumbnail. Here's the thing. It's almost like we're trying to juxtapose Deion Sanders to Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, because it's like, why are we like, okay, why is black folks expecting Deion Sanders to be the savior?
why
And
you
then
get in
also,
trouble for having a promotion?
but also, what is niggas really tripping on Jerry Jones for? This ain't no surprise.
What
This
if
ain't no
Deion
surprise.
just went for some high school or some shit? Would he had to let down Jackson State?
Well, he left the high school to go to Jackson State. How come nobody said he let the high school down?
Right.
Right. Did they feel some kind of way that they were taking JSU? That is, did they feel any kind of way that they were taking Deion from a high school?
I gotta get a hold of Stank Mouth, man. We gotta get Stank Mouth back up on here, man.
Yeah, get that brother on, man. That brother, man.
Well, this really goes to what the Def Chef been saying. We put so much value in these entertainers, man. It's almost like people are just so crazy they just forgot who Deion Sanders is. The man is a football player. He's an athlete. Everybody think this is bigger than football. This ain't bigger than football because Deion Sanders is not much bigger than football.
His life is consumed with football. His sons play it. His grandkids are gonna play it. You know, this a family business to him. You know,
But I'm
he's
saying, but
made
that's who he is,
family
though.
business.
That's what he is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. ESPN is not much bigger than sports because that's what they do. They don't do food and weather and politics. Their lane is sport. That's what Deion Sanders' lane is. Deion Sanders ain't never been into politics. Have you seen Deion X? Civil public works or anything like that? Deion is
Right.
not one of them. Like, we should be holding some of
never
these
heard him
athletes
say
more
that.
accountable that actually transition into the political realm. Those are the ones we need to be holding to this standard.
Hey, he touched on Herschel Walker. That was funny what he said about him, but he touched on him too. He's a former football player.
Well, I'm
But
saying those are the
I
ones we
mean,
should be holding to this standard. The
Right,
Herschel
right.
Walkers. You're ones who actually make it a point to go into this social political work. You know, like your Bill Russells and Jim Browns and them dudes. Them dudes made it a point to go in that direction. That was on them. Deion ain't never played this lane, man. He's never.
And the first thing came out Umar
I
mouth
don't know.
was, I thought he was for the movement. The man never said that he was. I mean, I don't recall him saying that. I never
Thought he
heard
was
him say
for
that.
what movement is Deion Sanders named? Real, I'm listening to his last piece. He talked. I didn't say, and when Deion Sanders said that, it was clear to me that if another team, excuse me, I'm entertaining the call. He basically said it straight up. That's the message I got from it. It was clear as day. Somebody else calls, I'm moving up.
So the people who got a problem with this
Before he got to Jackson State, is his ambition, really. That's really what they got a problem with. He said it from the man, anybody who listened to Deion Sanders from the beginning before he got to Jackson State, they know Deion Sanders' mission was Deion Sanders is at war. He made that clear to me. Who is he at war with? With college football. He wanted to take over the game. Now he's doing it, and people's mad that he's not doing all this other stuff. Like I said, when has Barack Obama ever been held to this much scrutiny?
Hey, I thought he was for the cause, though, man. He was for the movement.
Who, Deion?
I mean, I agree.
Barack,
I agree
you
with
mean?
you. No, right, exactly. I agree with you, Will. I'm just being condescending of the talks that we hearing and all this pushback he getting about this. And it's funny to hear Dr. Umar, have his hearing his opinion about it. I disagree with him, obviously, on that. But yeah, he never said he was for some type of movement and going to coach down there. So you can't assume, or you can't assume that he was for. But I mean, again, despite all that, man, what about acknowledging what the man did do? And like I said earlier, I know for a fact I didn't send anything to help with a water crisis and nothing like that. I didn't donate anything. So who am I to be upset or have a problem with what he did about going to another school, getting paid more? Hey,
You talking about the
I'm
water crisis down
congratulating.
there and the water crisis down there in Jackson?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Right.
who cares if you didn't donate nothing? Like that's not on us to fix their water problem, man. That's on the state of Mississippi. That's what I'm saying. We
But I'm
holding
saying
Deion to higher.
that'd be
But
the comeback people throw at you.
and that's weak. That's just as weak though. You sitting there saying we didn't donate nothing, so we can't say nothing. So you're holding us to a higher standard than you are the elected officials in Mississippi.
Right.
We're talking about water.
And don't forget your boy Brett. Still, that's being still swept under the rug, it seems, and y'all ain't got no smoke for him down there about that.
Nope. They don't even know what's good. A lot of people don't even know the situation with Brett Favre. They don't even know what he did.
But
they
know what Deion did,
folks on Sanders.
Right. We gonna hold Deion accountable to his word, but we ain't gonna hold Brett accountable for what he did.
Yeah, this is just sad. Like, don't get me wrong. I agree with Umar Johnson when he says, these athletes are cowards. They are. Because not even just for the quote unquote movement, they just don't utilize their power. When he was mentioning the Colin Kaepernick thing, that thing would have been as simple as 10, 15, 20 NFL players just saying, we're not playing until you give this man a job. The NBA players could have did the same thing with Kyrie. We're not playing until y'all let him back on the court.
My thing is this, and this is just my opinion. Do you really think you're going to make an impact as far as from that standpoint? Now, yes, they could have band together and withheld to play, but you're at the end of the day, they hired you to play a game, and you're on their platform trying to make a stance. Now you can very well do that as far as we're going to withdraw from playing. Then we're not going to play a game until you get this man a job. The NFL players with Kaepernick and what Kyrie did. What as far as the Kyrie situation, we're not going to play unless you guys, treat Kyrie right, or let him play again, or what have you. So you're trying to make a stance on a platform of something that that is controlled and owned by them, right? So
yeah, but
you
they
think you're
have
going to
the
be
power,
successful
though.
at that?
Yes. They have the power. If you've looked at the history of sports, you look at these lockouts, even the strike back in '87. The NFL strike in '87, it almost worked, But the problem was you had some of these white quarterbacks giving in and coming back. Your Troy Aikmans, your Joe Montanas, and these dudes started coming back, and they lost power. See, I'm gonna tell you why I know the NBA has this power, because if you remember, there was a situation in Milwaukee a couple years ago where you remember that in Milwaukee where dude got like shot or falsely identified. Oh, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was something in Milwaukee. I want to say it was a player, but it was something in Milwaukee where dude got arrested by the police and he was like falsely identified, and the police broke his arm or something like that. All I know is the Milwaukee players. I remember Giannis and these other dudes. They held a press conference. They didn't ask the NBA nothing. They came out and told the NBA, "We're taking a few days off."
Was it, because I'm from Milwaukee and I'm really trying to think hard about it. Was it Sterling Brown when he had that in?
It might have been that. It might have been, but I thought it was something else to where some dude got arrested. I don't remember exactly what it was. It might have been the Sterling Brown. It might have been.
Yeah, because he had a little confrontation at Walgreens. Was it like at a Walgreens?
Yeah, I'm trying not to get the story twisted up, but all I'm saying is I remember Giannis and the star players of Milwaukee, and this was just Milwaukee. They came out and they didn't say, "Oh, well, can reschedule." No, they came out and told them, "We're not playing. We'll reschedule till Friday." And the NBA didn't ask no questions. And that right there showed me that these guys have the power. Trust me, they do. The NBA, because the NBA, they need their stars. So if LeBron, right, Steph Curry, Giannis, KD, you know what I'm saying, Ja Morant, you get these key players, it's only going to take about 10 of them to just stand up.
They don't want to sacrifice.
Look, you got to give
they don't want to sacrifice their sponsorships.
Look at how the NBA has taken. NBA players have. Look at the power move that they've made versus the NFL.
Right.
With free agency and branding, and you know, the NFL players get warned, if you take a knee, you won't play. That's what Jerry Jones told his players.
Right.
But nobody warned any of these players for wearing these T-shirts and stuff. I can't breathe and all that, because NBA players are more visible. They have more power, man.
I don't
but
doubt
even
that
with
they
that
do.
being,
That they don't.
even with that being said, I don't expect them to flex that power, because that's not their position.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? These guys are athletes, man. Like, we hold our athletes more accountable than we do our pastors in our neighborhoods, man.
Yeah.
We don't do this to our pastors. And these guys are collecting money every week. Tax-free cash.
Right.
Tax-free cash donations every week. And nobody's talking about the neighborhoods that they're in.
Yeah.
And Umar Johnson, what have you really done for the black community, man? Let's talk about that. What has he done?
He mentioned he donates to HBCUs, and you know, he gonna mention his school, of course. But he said he had to outsource to get work done. You say you try to go through your own.
And you believe
people.
that?
I believe he outsourced.
So they wouldn't
work,
help him. But you're blaming Deion Sanders, who went to his own people. They made him give back half his salary so he can pay his staff. He paid for the facilities, got remodeled, called corporations and got it done. Went down the street and got Mississippi Valley State's facilities remodeled. So he did the same thing you did. He outsourced and went to Colorado.
And I think that's the killer point to
like, do you see how how much hypocrites these niggas is? These niggas talk and then they do it's like the same conversation we had the other day. The one cat comes on and the first thing he says is how he moved out to the burbs for the same reason as Deion. Well, then you're out of there. You're out.
Right.
Mute his mic. He's done.
You're saying, and you're trying to build, a political stance in the suburban community, but most of the people in there probably don't look like you. But we really need it in the inner cities where majority of us still dwell at. You need those votes. You need those votes.
And then you're talking about voting on a lower level. You're talking about voting on a more civic level and a lower level with the mayors and stuff, but your mayors are mayors over the white neighborhood you live in.
Right.
So you're not helping your people on that level either, because you're not even around your people to affect their votes no more.
Thank you.
Your vote doesn't even affect their change. It affects yours in the burbs.
You hear how ass backwards that sound he was sounding? That's asinine, man. That's why I didn't understand his logic.
Hypocrites, man. They want you to do what they're not willing or capable of doing themselves. And they want to tell you how to do it, even though they're not even capable themselves.
I'm like, bro, man, if you feel like that, man, then we all sellouts then. All of us. We all sellouts then. You saying Deion is, we all are, including yourself. Why you talking about starting from a lower level political standpoint? And you just admitted it. So
Deion is supposed to stay in Jackson and just get paid pennies.
I was just saying, somebody want to pay him more for his expertise or skill set to coach, or what he can bring to the. What's wrong with that? He still can support his black communities and colleges and all of those things with his earnings. Who say that he won't?
Well, yeah, and he already has. So it's hard for me to believe that he won't. He already has. And here's the thing, though. Why is everything everything ain't about the damn movement all the time? Everybody's not the movement. Like, that's real. The movement ain't for everybody, man. It's supposed to be a narrow path. Everybody ain't about the movement. And my thing is if you are really a black leader like Umar, you don't want everybody.
Facts.
Don't try to get everybody.
It's not logical to have everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Don't bank on celebrities, especially if they choose not to be part of it. I can't fault nobody. It's a preference or their choice not to. Okay. Get your money or whatever it is that you do, get your money, and hell, that's what Michael Jordan do. He never said he was gonna be some activist or nothing like that. He got his money and he doing him.
Exactly. And I ain't really got much respect for Michael Jordan, but I'm not gonna sit here and expect him to be something he's not. That's who he is.
Right.
Get mad because he's not who I want
him. Man.
Him, Barkley, Screaming A. Smith, they are who they are. We just gotta accept that and then move on. Don't pay attention and be distracted with they nonsense or what they talking, because they the deflection. Just like they deflecting from the Jerry Jones situation by having people like Michael Irvin and Screaming A. Smith speak on it and go to bat for him.
What would be more beneficial if Deion spend, let's just say, 5 years at a HBCU and then 5 years at Colorado, or 5 years at Colorado and then 5 years at the HBCU? What would be more beneficial?
Probably whoever's paying the most.
Right.
And he could, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, he can still contribute to the movement, quote unquote. He can contribute to the movement with his earnings to bring that money back that he earned to his circle of people or whatnot, or, you know, his community, if he wants to do that. But I can't hold that man as accountable that he should, or condemn him if he don't. So, you know, I don't condemn nobody if they personal choice. If you don't want to reach back or you don't want to support, even if he was like, I ain't supporting black business, I ain't doing none of that shit. I mean, hey, that's how he feels.
Was it the movement that got at the HBCU? Who helped get him this job? How many black folks was out there rallying and trying to get him a job at the HBCU? Nobody was.
Man, Willie B
Nobody gave a
cooking
damn
today,
he was going to Jackson State. Nobody gave a damn he went to Jackson State. He got there, did a good job, and now they want him to the world. These black leaders need to keep their mouth shut. They shouldn't be so interested in people that are not even capable of moving this ball forward in this movement. We're talking about athletes who we know, most of them are coddled. They're just laser focused on they're not knowing the issues that's really going on around them. They've escaped most of that. I mean, you got to think, especially nowadays, these athletes, bro, from the time they're in 9th, 10th grade, they're getting looked at by scouts. They're getting handouts, shoes, clothes. They're traveling, doing AAU teams and all this. These guys aren't being built up to be community leaders.
Right.
They're not working. Like, these athletes don't work on their minds. They work on their bodies, man. Their bodies is their strength.
Yeah.
The strength of a leader needs to be his mind, his athletic abilities.
Boneheads, you know, big ogres, you know, a big ogre football player, gym rat, you know, just likes to lift weights all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's
So by you saying that, Will, you know, and I agree with you 100%. You know, if like I said, athletics is not the, you know, if we could have more of our young brothers and sisters in science and technology, you know, the STEM programs and stuff like that, where they are molded to be more dependent on their minds versus their physical attributes. You know, we got to start from the ground up. But if you know, okay, my physical attributes, these people want to pay me to play for their team or whatever. Okay, I go to play, get the money, and I can pour back in my community that way. But how often does that happen? I mean, some probably do what they can.
Because they're not looking at pouring back into their communities. These guys don't even know how to manage and spend their own money, let alone what to put it back into.
Right. So,
because they're not built for this. And it ain't their fault.
Right. That's what I was getting at.
Athletes are not looking for the big picture to get black folks out their condition. They're looking to get themselves out of their own individual situation. I'm trying to get me and my moms and my family out the hood.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. Again, it ain't their fault. They're just not built like that. That's not how they're not raised like that. Especially a lot of our athletes, they come from single homes.
Right.
They're not raised to think about
who
the community.
Like that. Right. You can tell who raised like that. And they still can be athletes. But it's not many. Like you said, they just focus on, I'm trying to get me and my mama out the hood.
And then plus, we know if you're too outspoken about things like this, they'll shut you down. Look at all the players that have recently just claimed to be Israelites. Dwight Howard, Carmelo Anthony. They're not in the league no more. That's real. Look what they're trying to do with Kyrie. That's just real. Look at what they did
Israelites.
look at what they did when Cassius Clay changed his name to Muhammad Ali. Or when Lou Alcindor changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I heard somebody say recently, it's easier to change your gender than it is to change your name. When Chris Jackson changed his name to Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, they had a problem with it. Next thing you know, he's out the league playing overseas. So Deion is only going to be able to do so much anyway. Do you really think the media is going to empower Deion Sanders to really help his community?
Right. They're going to cause a rift by putting titles up like, do you think Deion is a sellout? Right there, that's already igniting the narrative. And having us, and I'm not talking about us on this panel, but getting people up in arms, the people down there in Jackson, and to feel some type of way and to have all this pushback on it. And it's probably not all the people in Jackson. So let me clarify that, the people in Jackson, whoever has an issue with Deion, I'm referring to those people. That's what sparked the narrative. The narrative is Deion a sellout. So now we going back and forth. We at each other, but nobody talking about Brett though. He just flat out stole millions of dollars from poor people. More than
And that's
likely,
why
that
it
look
goes to
like
show Deion was damned if he do, he was damned from the beginning. The minute he took that job, he couldn't leave. He can't leave. He can't ever leave.
Trying to enslave my man.
Because Hood said it. What if he spent 5 years there and then went to Colorado for 5 years? The longer Deion stayed in Jackson, the harder it would have been for him to leave, man. Because he'd have been taking more with him. Yeah, these cats focusing on Deion, man. Open up your school, Umar. Deion Sanders is not the leader of the black community, man. This is insane how programmed we are to just expect these entertainers to be our leaders, man. Niggas didn't hear nothing Malcolm X said.
Right. Exactly.
Did we miss that? I mean, these dudes we can't expect these dudes to be our leaders. Deion Sanders is a leader and Deion Sanders does a damn good job of what he does. I mean, I like listening to Deion.
Right.
He's supposed to just stay at Jackson State, keep his son at Jackson State. You know what I'm saying? His son is going to be playing in the Pac-12 this year. Do you not understand what that does for his son? Think about this, bro. His son, he got 2 sons in college, and niggas want him to just put everything on pause and save the black community. Well, it's like, damn, can I finish raising my kids first? You know what I'm saying? Can I get my kids through college first?
All right. Man, like I said, man, hey, let people, make their own choice if they want to support and back. You know what I'm saying? That's their own choice, man. If they just decide to do otherwise, but at the same time, that person, he brought a lot of support to that town and they program or whatever, and y'all should be thanking them more than tearing them down.
This brother's a psychologist and he doesn't understand this. Think about that. The man is a he says he's a. So you don't understand the psychology that's going on here with this athlete?
Maybe
like he's really exposing himself.
Maybe too wrapped up in that's your personal vision and your mission, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes, but you can't project it on other people though.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. We expect people to do shit that we are not willing or even capable of doing ourselves. We want everybody to do it. That's like the famous thing nowadays, especially like on YouTube. Oh, you should be making videos like this, Hood. Hood, how come you're not talking about? Well, go make your own damn video and talk about it. Niggas always want to tell niggas what they should be doing, how they should be doing shit. I just wanted to just vent and get that out, man. This stuff is making me sick.
I feel you, man.
That's real, because we just drag the shit on, man. Like this is exactly why black folks need their own media.
And still probably be a lot of infighting in that too.
You know it will. It'll be full of drama. But I'm saying we still need it though, so we can report on our own. We can at least have a platform to write our own narratives.
Right. I agree. It can help. Well, I think we still gotta address the psyche issue, because we gotta learn to accept, to agree to disagree, man. Not get caught in our personal emotions about it. And I'm not talking about us per se, but just in general. Okay, if you respectfully disagree with something I said or I brought to the table, I don't want to take your life or take you out or, have some ill will feelings towards you. Everybody's not going to have the same mindset. We can, it's possible that we all can be respectfully disagree on some things and not have to go beyond that.
And everybody can't do the same job. We can't expect everybody to do the same things, man. Some people got to play their part. Some people got to help and play from the background, or, not everybody's equipped to lead, man.
Right.
And you don't want, and that's the thing is, as a real leader, you don't want everybody involved. You don't want everybody with their hands on the plow, so to speak. You got to have some people doing paperwork and security. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And be in a position that you are the best in, that you can, be beneficial for.
Yeah, everybody can't be machine operators. Some people got to pick up that shovel.
I'm finna play the rest of the interview.
I just think, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you this too. Don't y'all think it's a little? I was looking at this the other day. I heard somebody talking about this. Don't y'all think it's something, the people that they choose to put on the Breakfast Club to talk about this stuff?
Well, that's all you were saying.
Well, I'm saying, like, look at the people they bring on the Breakfast Club. They brought on Umar lately. They brought on that dude from the what's that? The Anti-Defamation League, the ADL. Can't remember that dude's name. Who was talking about Kyrie. I don't know if you know who Bishop Nathaniel is from IUIC.
No.
Well, he's the leader of the organization, the ones that marched on Barclay Center. That was IUIC.
Okay.
Israel United in Christ.
Okay.
So he was on an interview on what's that called? Hip Hop News or something like that. Them two brothers that be interviewing people.
Okay.
But they was just talking about how it's amazing how, the Breakfast Club will bring on these dudes. They'll bring on Umar, but they won't bring on no Bishop. They won't bring on real cats that's going to tell it like it is. They'll bring on Umar to talk about this. And to me, all this is going to do is open up the gate and ask and raise more questions about Umar. Don't you think?
So you think this is a conspiracy of theatrics and entertainment to cause stir up some controversy or to,
to muddy the waters, just like you were saying, the same way how they put these questions out there about, oh, is he a sellout?
The narrative to get us debating about it, going back and forth.
A dirty, confusing spin. Because you got a brother who's been building a school for 10 years talking about why Deion is not doing for the community.
I agree. About just commending the brother
Deion
for what
Deion did more in them 3 years at Jackson State with less money than you did in 10 years at your school. Just think about that. You built your school off millions of dollars in donations. He took his paycheck and put it back and called corporations and had Walmart and these other places come and build.
Yeah.
He called Nike and had them give them uniforms, new uniform every game. So I'm saying you got to look at the media play with them putting a dude like Umar Johnson questioning this dude. Of all the people they could find, they're going to have Umar speaking on this on the Breakfast Club. So I'm saying, just think about it. The Breakfast Club is the ones who will have Joe Biden on there talking about if you don't vote for me, you're not black. They'll have Cardi B on there. They didn't have Ice Cube on there. When he was trying to do his black contract for America, they didn't have him on there. They didn't bring on Claude Anderson.
Yeah. Actually, let me say this. Actually, Claude Anderson has been on the Breakfast Club before. Dr. Umar been on there over 3 times. So this recently. He's just been on there.
Yes.
Been on there 3 times. Who else did you name that wasn't up there?
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube has been on there, but he
wasn't on there.
He did.
He hasn't been on there since the election, though. I'm talking about with this Biden election. He ain't been on there since then.
He ain't been on there a lot since they turned him away from his proposal.
Right.
He ain't been on there as far as politics go. You get what I'm saying? He stepped off that right after they denied him to see him, or at least actually they did look at his proposal, but they really just kind of shunned him. With his proposal because of the influence he had and a lot of realistic policy he was trying to pass. If we remember what that was, it was a lot of, kind of we was talking about the reparational stuff and our bullying and stuff. That's Q was bringing them more. It was a real a plan, But
Ice Cube been trying to make moves all over the place and they've been shutting him down. Q was just talking about how he went to the NBA and they shit on him. Adam Silver shit on him about the big 3. And Cube said he has owners contacting him that want to invest in the big 3, but the NBA won't let him.
Yeah, Cube also turned down $5 million for a movie role because he didn't want to take the jab.
Yeah, that's why he said Hollywood been messing with him lately. That's exactly why. He won't take
But
the
you know,
jab, so that's why they ain't been. That's why they delayed his Friday movie, New Line.
you know,
That's why this new
he's
Friday
always
movie
had,
ain't in production.
they always been on Cube because Cube is one of those few that really is considered quote unquote free because he owns a lot of his shit. You know,
Yep.
less.
Are we
So
gonna
you know
lie?
how they
We
are.
have no friends.
Right. So he kind of carries himself that way. He has a small circle. You know what I mean? He's always been like that. You know what I'm saying? Especially after he started getting his own film company and doing his own movies. You know what I'm saying? His own way with Cube Vision. You know, and how he started making that good Hollywood money off the Fridays and the barbershops. And you know,
Cube he's not exempt from the situation. They'll do you dirty too, or they'll block
Yeah, because they don't Friday. He don't own Friday.
close doors for you. Look who's his partner, and not to say that has the main thing, but his partner is, I forget his partner name is Jeff Kowickenitz or something like that, however you pronounce it, but he has he comes from a family of Jews. So
now
I know his big three is not fully 100% black owned, but I mean, you know, I still commend him for what he's accomplished.
He's the foundational owner of it though. He's not all the way 100%, but he's the foundational.
No, he's one of the co-owners and founders.
Yeah, you know, he's part of the co-creators of it. So, but which is
when you put in the question of is he 100% owner, he'd always include that guy in there.
Yeah, he got partners.
About Umar saying he had to eventually go out and get somebody else that really knew how it was going to do the job that he didn't want to, right?
Right.
Who, Umar? Umar had that's different. Umar had more than enough opportunities to help.
How do we know that?
He just didn't want help. Man, listen, man.
He clearly
listen,
said in the
man.
interview
Don't start that what do you mean shit again, Ray.
What
Don't
do you
start that
mean?
what do you mean shit with me
What
today.
do you mean?
Don't start that shit with
What
me,
do
Ray.
you mean? Willie, listen,
I
you want to do this today?
Hey, Ray, I ain't got the patience for that today, bro.
You want to do this today?
You don't want to go there with me, bro. I'm not in the mood, bro.
You know, we had a whole almost hour conversation in Chris about the Umar interview.
Man, the whole thing is anybody that's looked into Umar Johnson, there's too many out there. The emails, you can see the Lord Jamar, and just watch the Lord Jamar interview, bro. He blatantly.
Lord Jamar?
What do you mean?
We're going off what
bro.
Lord Jamar said?
No, I'm going off what Umar said. No, I said what Umar himself during the interview.
What did he say?
Well, if you don't know, then you need to just go back and watch it, man.
Well, I've already watched the whole thing. I'm asking, what did he say that you've seen? We've had this discussion. I was on here hours ago. We've already had this.
You didn't see the Lord Jamar interview where Lord Jamar was talking about his stepdad has a school and is willing to sit down and help him and all this stuff, and he blew him off and just said, I just need money. I just need donations. I don't want your stepdad's help. He doesn't know how to build the school I'm building. He didn't want help. He was offered help and declined it.
So because he declined Lord Jamar's stepdad's help means what? He didn't want help?
He declined several people's help.
Okay.
Several people volunteered to help him. Took time off to go down there, and plumbers, electricians, they were going to donate their time to him.
Okay, and he said what? No?
No, he wasn't ready. Yeah, he declined their help, but he also wasn't even ready.
Okay. So what's all right? So his
man, this dude could listen, man. Hold on. You can't sit on the Breakfast Club and talk the way that he has talked, not just this Deion, all his interviews, and then say, "Oh, I had to outsource to white folks because I couldn't find this guy, Mr. Umar Johnson, the Prince of come on, man, Prince of Pan Africa, couldn't find black people to help him build this school."
Now,
man, get out of here, bro.
He admitted that, right?
Get out of here, bro. I'm not even.
His argument is that Deion went to a white school knowing that that's what he was going to do anyway, and he should have just said that.
He did say that. He did say that. He did say that. He did say that. He did say it from day one.
Opportunity comes, I'm gonna look at it. That's what he said.
Okay, so
he didn't say I was
so
gonna
that's what.
accept it. That's what his
Oh
argument.
my goodness, are you kidding me?
Look, we had this debate
If
earlier.
listen, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second.
On the other side, there's like me. I don't have a
So
problem.
you're telling me if you tell your girl, your wife or whoever, oh, if another woman comes around, I'm gonna look into getting with her, but I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna leave you for her.
We're talking about a
If you're
job
telling
career.
me you're gonna look, that means
talking about an intimate relationship with the girl.
no. I'm talking no. I'm talking about I'm just talking about logical principles. I'm talking about if you're telling someone from the beginning that if someone else shows interest, I'm gonna entertain it. That's all. There's nothing else that needs to be said after that. We're grown ass men.
If you also conclude from what Dr. Umar was saying that what he could have been, that's his opinion. There's a lot of people that sees his opinion on that side, and there's people that sees it on the other side, which is me. Like, oh, I don't got a problem he did. So
no,
I
what's his opinion? No, I'm saying I'm not talking about his opinion. I'm talking about facts.
Okay, what's the fact?
The facts is that Deion said in the beginning that he was gonna entertain calls for bigger jobs. He said it from day one.
Yes, he did.
So if I'm saying I'm gonna entertain offers from, and that's why I said it's the same as you with your girl or me with mine.
Okay,
if I tell my girl I'm gonna entertain offers from, if I tell my girl I'm gonna entertain offers from other women, I don't have to later go on and say, oh well, he didn't say that he would just leave me for someone else though. She would never say that.
Well, that's the whole. We're talking about job, career, promotion, and we're talking about.
I'm talking about just logic, bro. The logic, just logic.
Same thing applies.
Exactly. It's just the same logic applied. It's called an analogy. It's just the same logic applied, bro.
Okay, how? Explain. How is it the same thing?
Because you were informed in the beginning that this person was going to look elsewhere if the opportunity came. He was going to entertain someone else. Okay. Whether you're at your job whether you work at Safeway or you're in a relationship, if you tell your boss or your girl that you're supposed to be committed to, that I'm going to entertain other offers, then that says it all.
So does that mean that Umar is wrong for having an opinion?
That says you're willing to leave if the right one comes along.
Okay, fine. But is he wrong for having his opinion on it?
What opinion, though? What is his opinion?
What he said on the Breakfast Club about it.
His opinion didn't align with facts.
Okay.
His opinion was against the facts. So yeah, but I don't give a shit how you feel. If your feelings are opposite of facts, then fuck your feelings.
There's a lot of people that feels the way he do in Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah, but I don't care about people's feelings if the facts show otherwise. Who cares about your feelings?
Okay, well, plenty of people do. Clearly, they asked him the question.
Well, and that's the problem. Niggas need to stop caring about feelings.
Well, I mean,
and be men. Women is the ones we don't need to be who fuck feelings.
Yeah.
We're not women.
Well, tell the people of Jackson, Mississippi that.
I'm telling anybody that who's writing their feelings over facts.
Those are the ones who feel the same way Dr. Umar feels about it. So I mean, I don't care because listen, he did what he's supposed to do. So and he moved up as you're supposed to. So you ain't. I mean, hey.
And he told them that from the beginning. So all I'm saying is Umar and everyone's argument against that is just out of pocket. Because that ain't the truth.
People don't feel that way though. A lot of people feel like he.
Who cares how people feel? Like you keep saying that, bro. Who cares how people feel?
For the last 2 weeks, there's a lot of people that care.
Who cares? I'm not worried about people's feelings, and that's the thing. We got to stop. We got to stop worrying about how everybody feels.
It's a conversation to be had in the Black community, though.
It's really not. That's the thing. It's not. This is not a conversation to be had.
The most national, youngest Black media platform, The Breakfast Club.
This is the waste of our time.
Clearly not. He's an influence.
Emotional. Being emotional.
This is a waste of our
time,
man.
It really is. It really is.
It is, but not other people feel that way because he's an influence. These people
like you just said, taking this shit personal.
Yeah, they should.
That's why
Not
we
that
gotta address
personal.
our psyche, man. We got to get off that.
But there's a lot of people that take the Brett Favre shit personal. Okay,
Who?
so
I haven't heard nobody take that personal. Who?
What do you mean? But there's people that do.
Who? Name
The
them.
people of Mississippi do. But do you care?
I haven't heard. No, I haven't heard nobody talking about Brett Favre. That's the thing. They're not talking about Brett Favre.
Not enough.
They're talking about Deion Sanders.
Not enough. You're right. Not enough.
I'm on Brett Favre's ass, and just for that,
yeah,
just for that, we're gonna take a commercial break. For Brett Favre's ass. You did.
I'm about my pay. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, baby. I'm about my pay. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, ain't nothing realer. When you about your skrilla, I need the millions so I can cop a villa. I grew up around pimps, neighborhood drug dealers. And every city stand, man, I bill about my skrilla. Be about your paper, cause bitch, I'm in my bag. Bet I got more guacamole than your dad. And you don't chase chicken, man, you dipping in your bag. High on your own supply, nigga, where they do that at? If you don't got no bread, how the fuck you making toast? It's like I'm in the bakery, cause I be getting low. Stole a couple Ben Franks, but the bitch do the most. Every day I'm getting bands, I propose a toast. Yeah, I'm about my people. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, baby. I'm about my people. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, baby. What would I be if I didn't have trip for the 30? A nigga in his 30 moving birdies. And for them blue bucks, I ride dirty. Play for the 10 bands, meet you around 8:30. I need a mozzarella, Parmesan. Y'all niggas ain't eating Ramadan. I'm smoking backwoods, bigger than a baton. Bitch, I'm so Gucci, Louis Vuitton. I'm looking for that cheese like a street rat. I sell it for the 24 like Kobe's back. Bitch, I'm in the military like Kobe's dad. If the dough sour, get Swiss cheese, cause I need my Jacoby Jack. I'm about my people. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, baby. I'm about my people. Came up selling crack, baby. I came up from nothing. Was moving that, baby.
Oh, Hood, who was that?
Who was that?
Young Rebel, man. That boy been coming with some heat, man.
That somebody that's local?
What?
Mm-hmm. Town business.
Somebody that flipped they flipped the click joint, huh? That was my joint too.
Hey, that had a little.
We having so much Fetty Homes. Yeah, that's my joint though. Yeah, that was my be legit shit right there.
He been on it. Man. I've been digging it.
Good,
he's back invigorated, man. He's coming with some heat, man.
Dude, you got to give me some of these songs, man. I like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, man. I want to vibe to that, man. That one and that other joint.
That ain't your boy. That ain't your boy that came on and dropped his track on us, is it?
Yeah, I've been. Well, anything I played is either one or my other brothers. I got two brothers that do music. So any beats or anything that I ever put on anything been from them.
Man, I paid for it, man. I like that joint, man. That one and that other one, that one you be playing. I like
Hell
that.
yeah. Yeah, that boy, he's stupid though. This one was hot too. Let's see.
I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent. I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent. Wake up, go get it, handle your business. You can work a 9 to 5, it ain't no difference. I keep trying, if I lose, man, I'm so different. The Lord wired me different, man, I'm so gifted. I got knocked on my ass and I tried again. I had to pull a couple strings like a violin. I got little discouraged, but I tried again. They don't support what you doing, they are not your friends. I'm just keeping it real on that gun, let's keep it a buck. Man, you gotta keep faith even when you down on your luck. Bad transmission, going nowhere, I was stuck. I had to bounce back just like crack, whipping it up. I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent. I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent. I try to make money every minute, every second. Hungry for the money, had to come back for seconds. Just touchdown with the pack, it's a blessing. Cause if the pack don't touch down, you'll be stressing. And I try to stay connected like Wi-Fi. Finesse you 2 times, but I ain't from mob ties. I'm so wrapped around this money like it's hog tied. I'ma keep chasing that till we all die. I'm trying to be the best that I can. I kept on going when I didn't think I can. Didn't think I could ever be a better man. I try, I swear I'm looking for a better plan. Damn. I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent. I'm trying to get these millies, so I'm taking all these risks. Try to holler at your bitch, but she wasn't talking shit. Try to do it right, but it just wasn't making sense. Gotta hustle every day, cause I gotta pay this rent.
Sure, that beat is hard. That beat was hard, boy. I slapped that one. I slapped that one right there.
It is. Yeah, that beat is hard. For real, and that is a lifestyle.
Well,
That's,
you already
one of
know,
your people's.
we had
That's
this
one of your people's hood.
I heard a few others. We were that night when we was all playing the music, so I'm already convinced. Ain't 4 out of 1 for me. 4 out of 1.
I say, man, Hood gonna have to put me a little mixtape together, something, man, of his people. They doing, making music like that. I can vibe with that, man.
Right. Some shit, like I said that day, I said some shit, even though it might have been a long while ago, something that shit still be slapping and some folks didn't know about it. You might have to, re-bring that back out different times, different ways, So
even for, if I want to start doing my own lives and stuff, man, I like to play a local artist or whatever, or somebody ain't never, been heard of. You know what I'm saying? If I can't get homegrown, get it from Hood, one of his peoples or whatever, they making tracks. Pay them for it to use it on my live or something as an intro or something.
Bree liked it too. Bree liked it. Bree liked it in the chat. She liked it.
What up, Bree?
Okay, great. Yeah, you might have to go in here and keep putting them on the intros and outros, Hood. That makes sense.
Yeah, that would be dope. A dope little intro or intermission. Running them tracks.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I had to start looking up Colin Stowe P after that. Yeah, I think I already have a song. So I was like, oh, okay, I got some Colin Stowe P. Didn't even realize.
Yeah. I'm doing all right, Bree. I saw the text. I don't know if you can see my text. I can see yours. But yeah, I'm doing all right. You have a good night. I thought you said you were like getting ready to go to bed or something like that. I know you like hours ahead of us.
Yep, Bree. Yep, we know you hours ahead. Yep, have a good night in France. And France.
Right, France. I bet it's beautiful out there too, man. If only it was a hop, skip, and a jump, and be out there.
France would be the absolute regular destination if it was like that.
Right.
That's where we going on a day that every few days, baby. Oh, France. Yes, France. Yes, France. I need me some good cologne from France.
On one of them P. Diddy private jets or something.
Yeah.
We out there.
Oh, Bria in the building.
Yeah, we was just.
Bria. Come on up, Bria.
Yeah, shout out to
She's
Bria.
gonna go to sleep.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the hours.
Yeah, damn.
Good to see you in the chat, though.
For sure.
Yeah, man. You know, so Dr. Umar. Let me let him
You know, like I know, if you got top tier NFL greats coaching HBCUs, the athletes are coming just like they was coming for Deion. He showed you, Charlamagne.
Deion, though.
He showed
Dr.
you.
Umar.
And his other one's
Deion's
just as
one
great.
of the most famous people ever.
And his other one's just as great. So listen.
Eddie George at Tennessee State.
That's one person. We're talking about a system, not an individual. So Deion and these other coaches bring all these athletes from high school to play football, basketball, so forth. The revenue of the HBCU goes up, Envy. As a result of the revenue going up, Charlamagne, the schools got more money. They don't have to subject themselves to closure. They don't have to subject themselves to being dependent on white money. You got HBCUs at risk of being closed. I read something that said almost a half of them. A half may not survive the decade. So this was bigger than football. This was about the survival of the HBCU.
It's bigger than Deion,
especially
though, Dr. Umar.
no,
Yes,
no,
it is. I think
no. Stop trying
you're blaming an individual.
Stop trying to give celebrities a pass, Charlamagne.
No, you're blaming an individual.
I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming black men for not being men.
But you know what?
I'm blaming us for not being men. That was an unmanly move.
Can you admit one thing?
Deion could have went down in history, brother.
Are HBCUs chronically underfunded?
Of course.
Were they chronically underfunded before Deion?
Yes.
Yes.
Will they be chronically underfunded after Deion?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What are those reasons that they're chronically underfunded?
We don't
because we as black men have not come together to create the funding source to make sure they survive. I don't want to hear about the government. We have too many wealthy blacks. Y'all interview them every day.
I'm with you. So you got low.
Talk about it.
Is he wrong? Who's going to disagree with that?
I think he's stretching it a little bit, Ray Midnight. I do.
Of what part?
Nah, this part I disagree with him on it too.
Of what?
He's just kind of stretching it. Just
because he said himself. He said himself it's not about the individual. That's one individual talking about the system, but he's pointing at one individual, holding him responsible for the system.
The whole system. Yes.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, you know, I mean, if y'all put it that way, but I see like his point too. Like
all the athletes,
his status and celebrity could have brought more. I get what he's trying to convey. You get what I'm saying? But if black men as a whole, black entertainers with the money they make, the millionaires could pour back into that. I don't know if y'all. I agree with that part. You get what I'm saying? That HBCUs would have better funding. You know, if folks put in the funding the way they talk about them in the industry. I agree with that. I wasn't disagreeing with what y'all said about that other part. But this part, when he said black entertainers as a whole contributed something to the HBCUs a little bit more, whether they went there or not. But if they, if you wear, what I'm saying, if you support them and you have the status and financial wherewithal to do so, why shouldn't you? You get what I'm saying? Right. So and they both agree that's something, him and Charlamagne agree that should be done more. And that's what I said I agree with.
But we got to quit holding these people to that standard as if it's their responsibility. We as black people, we don't need celebrities. We got spending power anyways. We spend more money on bullshit, even in them poor
Agree.
And
Agree.
Zapsters ain't
man,
bought. Zapsters are not bought by Deion Sanders and LeBron James. Zapsters are bought by us, niggas in the hood, regular niggas.
Yeah.
And you gotta let people.
So these are the people that need to be the change. And the thing is the proof is in the pudding, because look at all that money that people poured into that area once Deion got there. That tells you that they already had the money before he was there. They just didn't want to spend it until he got there.
Spend money
The
on
money
what?
is there.
He set the table.
Oh, you mean at Colorado or Jackson State?
At Jackson.
State.
Oh,
So he set
the
the
money.
table so y'all cook the food and serve it.
The money is there. Y'all just needed
But
me
they're underfunded. So how is the money there?
because everybody's talking about the money that was generated with him being there and him leaving, taking money out of there. So that he didn't bring the money in there. It's not like he emptied money out of his pocket.
Well, he bring the influence is what they're saying. Like once he's gone,
yes,
they drop.
but we don't.
Does it
That's
not?
but that's
sponsors.
But that's the point, though. Why do we need his
Other than the stuff he
influence?
implemented. Right. I'm talking about the
Why do we
influence.
need Deion Sanders' influence to put our money in the right place?
We don't need they needed him. We don't need shit. They needed him.
They didn't need him either.
Clearly.
No, they didn't. They just used that.
So they were doing what they were doing before he got there?
No, what I'm
Other
saying
than
is
being
the money
underfunded?
was there regardless if he was there or not. It just didn't. You didn't see it until he got there.
Okay, so then that would make so that goes into the part to them. Then he should have left them because if the money was already there and they're somewhere underfunded, which two brothers on there agreed they are. Well, then he had every reason to leave even more if the money was there, and they didn't want to pay him.
The money was always there.
Oh, okay.
They didn't need Deion Sanders to. They didn't need Deion Sanders to be there for them to support Jackson State football team and sell out them games before he got there. The tickets probably cost more since Deion got there and they were selling out games. How come they wasn't selling out games before he got there?
Do we know this for sure?
Do we know what? That the attendance. Hold on, you're asking if we know if the attendance increased since he was there?
So you mean it's okay? So then agree. Then his influence is going to be missed. What he brought, the attendance, the sellout crowds, the last few years, is going to be missed.
The support is
the support.
Be there.
Absolutely.
Right.
His presence is going to be missed.
His presence may be missed, but the support should
The
continue
support
from that town.
That's the argument Dr. Umar was making.
Nah, but what I'm saying is
continue supporting.
Anyways, yes, and it shows the money was there, so they didn't need Deion to make that stuff happen.
They didn't need Deion, so why didn't they hire somebody else to come in and do the same thing that he did in the last few years when he was there?
You think
I
they
see
really?
What you're doing, Ray, stop it.
What
hold on. The thing is, they didn't even expect Deion to do what he did when he was there.
What I'm saying? No, what do you mean they didn't know? What do you mean they didn't need him?
Hold on. You think they went after Deion with the expectations that he was going to give back half of his pay and make all these phone calls to get that place looking better?
Deion brought
you
his
really
own
thought that they knew that that's what?
So I mean, regardless of whatever he is, he was going to bring. If Randy Moss went to go coach there before him, his influence was going to bring the support.
Hold up, Ken. We got to let these guys duel it out. Hold up.
You know, they wouldn't have had the support unless Randy was there. If Randy Moss went back to his high school to coach football, of course everybody's going to be there more than ever because of the influence that he's brought. So naturally, if it doesn't matter what HBCU Deion would have chosen to go to, his influence and what he did in football, period, was going to bring the support and have those crowds come, unlike it was before he got there. And then he added
that's
on.
Sad. That's sad that it takes the influence of a celebrity for you
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
To motivate you to support somewhere where you don't even you can look around and see that place needed support. You didn't need Deion Sanders there to see that place needed some damn financial support.
But you're right.
So that right there is my point. That's my point. It's sad
They didn't
because we
need the
expect
support.
the influence
They
of
needed
these
more before he
entertainers,
got
man.
They didn't have
We,
those kind. They didn't have Walmart there. They didn't have new facilities there before he got there. There wasn't sellout crowds there every other night or every game they played until he not in the fashion and the influence and
until
support
he got there.
until he got
Wait
there.
a minute. They didn't
Yeah,
have a
but that
Walmart?
No, they didn't have a Walmart supporting that school as a sponsor.
Okay, I got you.
You get what I'm saying?
no, they didn't have none of that because he
was
made the
from
phone
that.
calls. But what I'm saying is the money was there to sell out them games before he got there. They could have sold out them games and poured money into that college before he got there. The thing
So
is
can Walmart continue to support them then? Since
That's
Deion's
what I'm
leaving?
saying.
they can.
Can
Well,
you?
I'm sure they.
Continue to stay there if he's there, not there.
No, that question was to Ray. I'm not.
Well, I
For
don't.
me.
Yeah.
They should
Well, the
still
thing
be
we don't
able
know
to
anyways if
support.
they will.
Well, if there's a contract to sponsor their whatever it is they're there for, they
Oh,
got to
okay.
fulfill that. But
Okay. Yeah,
but
that's
to your
true.
question, after that, you think they gonna come back if there's no influence or reason to be there after that contract is up? If that is what the case there in play, because of course
Okay,
it wouldn't be a good look if they left because he left just like that, right?
Well,
So
and
there
that's
has
why. That's the whole point, though. Is that's why we have to. That's the whole problem. Is we expect celebrity influence for us to do shit, and Umar should be the last person speaking like this, man.
well,
I
for
can
the
see a
kind of
regular.
person
I
he
could see
is,
it. Listen. I could see a follower talking like this, but not a so-called leader. This is sad that he's on here talking like this, expecting this influence out of a celebrity. He should know better than this, man.
there's a lot of people that agree with that.
He should know better. This is dangerous hearing this from a so-called leader of a community. Expecting this out of
This is dangerous,
an
but
entertainer.
everybody
That means
knows
he's not
that
even
Dr.
equipped to be a
Umar is
leader.
pretty passionate about his people and their moves and how they go about
Yeah, but
supporting
his
their
approach
white
is part of the problem, man, and he's a problem.
I
It's a
don't think so.
problem for a
I don't
leader
think so.
to be speaking. You're
So
speaking
you
backwards.
think Dr. Umar
You
is
said yourself it's a problem. You said yourself it's a problem that we expect influence from our entertainers to make us move. You agreed with that. He's saying the same exact thing, so that's a problem.
I don't agree with that. I see where
You don't
he's
think
going.
that's what he said? You don't think that's what he's doing?
No, I see why he doesn't agree with why he left. There's a
No,
lot
but what
that's
I'm saying is I'm not just talking about his. No, I'm not talking about just his disagreement on why he left. I'm talking about him speaking as if he expects these entertainers to be the leading influence.
You don't think that
He's speaking?
Deion is an
That's what
influence?
he's also saying.
Do you not think Deion is an influence to young black men?
You're not listening.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No one's saying Deion's not an influence to young black
No, I'm
men.
asking you. Do you think that Deion is?
We know he is. He has to be. He's a coach.
So then you're speaking to
He's a
Dr.
successful
Umar's
coach.
point then.
No, it's not, because Dr. Umar's not talking. No, because Umar's not talking about him coaching.
What?
He's an influence to young men because he's a coach, a football coach.
That's all he does? For these young black men is coach? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that's his job. That's what he is.
Oh, okay.
So we shouldn't be expecting the minute percentage of shit he does to be his leadership. Yeah, like you got to think about this. Starbucks makes coffee, but you're going to see some things other than coffee in there. But there's still a coffee place. Deion is not a black activist. He's a football player. Right. So let's not expect much more from him than football is all I'm saying.
So when he sat there and said that he didn't agree,
His influence comes from athletics.
You agree with that too?
Well, that's his opinion, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so what do you mean exactly?
Dr. Umar's opinion. You think there's going to be 100,000 people who's going to go with his opinion and then run with that and say we hate Deion. No, but there is a small percentage of people that agree with what he's about because he's an influence to young black men. They didn't have that before he came there.
That's fine. I know people are going to agree with Umar, but what I'm saying is that you're missing is that we've identified a problem in people expecting entertainers to be our influence. That's the wrong way to do it.
I understand, but when you have
if you
somebody
agree
like
with
that person,
that, hold on a second. If you agree with that, then you have to agree. If Umar is saying the same thing, it's also a problem.
No, I
and
don't.
that's what
Because
Umar
he
is
said,
doing.
You said,
So you're saying it's okay for
and
Umar to say it, but it's a problem
no,
anywhere else. But if Umar
it's
says it, it's
okay
not
to
a
have
problem.
two opinions on how you feel. There's
No,
just
you're
one
saying it's
right
a problem.
way. My opinion means
No,
this, and that's what it is. That's
I'm
not how it goes.
I'm just looking at your logic. You're
My
agreeing that it's
logic
a
is how his
problem, but
logic
when
is on his
Umar says
point.
it or does it, it's not a problem.
No, I'm saying you just sat there and said we can't look up to people that. Go ahead, get applesauce. You can't look up to people, these celebrities, that influencers.
To be our leaders, like that's to be our leaders.
Leaders.
That's exactly what I'm
Okay,
saying, and you agreed with that.
We know in college sports, okay, we know that coaches do way more than just coach. There are influencers of what's going in young men, yet alone a person who is his status to come into their community and do what he did in such a little bit of time compared to any other person, alumni or not. I don't even think that ain't even his college, okay, his alumni. So he did this all voluntarily, granted, but he was an influence to that community, which is based in the hood, okay? He was an influence to that community money-wise, mentally wise, emotionally wise. That's the point that Umar, you're right. It shouldn't have to
but
be
it's not his job, though. That's not his job to continue doing that.
Part of a college
He's a
coach's
coach.
job. That's what they do. That's
Part
what
of
they
his
do.
job is to be an influence on the black community.
If that's what you're coaching, if you're an HBCU football coach, you're already that. You're already that all in the door at an HBCU as in his status. In most colleges, there's a lot of college coaches that's involved in their community in D1s. So when you get somebody who's from a D1 college that was established in 2 sports, okay, that comes in and do something in a small ass poor poverty stricken community, that's his argument. I can't knock that, but at the same time, listen.
I think you're missing a lot. I think you're missing a lot. I think you're missing a lot of things, man, because you got to. Well, you are. I mean, the fact that you're not even willing to let me explain what you're missing is maybe why you. Because we were just talking about this, man. We was just talking about this, how he's an individual and they expect him to fix a system that was way broken before he got there. He's gotten there. He's done more than any other HBCU coach I can think of, especially in such a short time. He's done more than any other person I can think of has ever done. And we're upset that he's moving on to do more for himself.
Did he leave it that way?
This is not on him to fix this system by himself, man.
Okay,
the system is already broke. So what I'm saying is we got to be realistic. They didn't bring Deion Sanders and Jackson State to fix the black community. They brought him in there for money grab. It was a money grab, celebrity status opportunity. That's all it was.
Who?
Let's just keep it a buck for that university. For Jackson State.
Dude. Nobody's going to even.
Have you heard about the money that they misappropriated? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on. How are we holding Deion to such a status and fixing HBCUs? And you're not even addressing the fact that Jackson State itself was misappropriating funds and not paying him what they owed him.
Okay, so then that's why he left. Okay.
No, it's not. Wait. Let's just not say that. Hold on a second. Let's not, because they wasn't putting the money into the players and the staff and the stuff that they were supposed to. People were pocketing money. People were pocketing money because there's an opportunity that they're never going to get while this dude is here. This is money we're never going to see. So let's get this money. That's what it was. Because we're sitting here, who cares why he left? Why are we talking about his influence on the black community when they took influence and started pocketing money? So he couldn't have changed shit anyways. If they're going to pocket the money that he's generating down there, if they're not going to take the money he's generating and put it back, then what could he really do by staying there? Stay there and keep making them more money?
Well, I mean, look, also go to Colorado and make them even more money that they already got.
I'm saying is what money are they putting back into the HBCUs that he's generated? What have they
more
put
money
back in?
into the HBCUs more than they was able to do before he got there? Wasn't nobody talking about Jackson State didn't have no ESPN contract until he got there. You think
They still don't
after
have
he
one.
leaves,
But
do you think after he leaves, people's gonna be watching Jackson State football on ESPN?
no, but my point is that no,
He's
I
not
already
an
know that. But
influence
I'm
on the
saying
community of the college he coaches.
when he was there, they messed up the money when he was there. So they wasn't doing right by the money with him making all this money. So they wasn't gonna do right by him.
And Colorado also
by the
said
money.
we don't even got your whole $5 million yet. So what it was. We
So
got
what?
college. We got a person that was taking money from welfare and putting it to a college. All colleges scam their students. They're student athletes.
Then why are we
That they don't
expecting
have to
Deion
pay.
to stay and fix this shit then?
He had already fixed it already. But the point is
Then
they didn't want him to leave the way he left it. How he left it. That's people's not mad that he took the money and left. It's how he left. So I mean,
how did he
no one's
leave?
knocking that.
How did he leave?
Not evidently not to the folks in Jackson State and Mississippi in a good space.
Well, they should know why he left though. They should be
Listen.
more upset with the fact that Jackson State, the president and them was messing and pocketing money. That's what their gripe should be with.
Okay, but that ain't why he left.
That is why he left. You said that was
That
why
ain't
he
why
left
he
because
left.
they was
The
pocketing
opportunity
money.
was there, and he left, and the money was good too, which no one's
Well,
knocking.
you said that a second ago. That's probably why he left. Is because they wasn't paying
I
him the
said I
money they
wouldn't
owed him
blame
and was
him for
pocketing
leaving if they
money.
can't pay him. If they can't pay him in the ain't nobody, not one of us in his position is not going to take that position. Regardless, even if they was funding him, even if they could pay him a quarter of that, who wouldn't take that opportunity as a college coach? And I succeeded here for 2 years. But don't sit there and tell me he's not an influence of that community.
No, he
And
is
that
an
college.
influence to the community, but that's the
And that
problem.
college, which is a community.
But that's the problem is that we depend on these celebrities to influence in us to fix our own shit.
Those
And
kids
then when
at
he
any
gets
college,
there,
that's what they do,
when he
bro.
gets there, what's happening? He fixes the facility, makes that place better than it's ever been, and they're still pocketing his money behind his back.
Pocketing what money that he brought to the school?
No, that they owed him for ticket sales, that he wasn't getting paid. So that's not what happened.
If this was an issue, he would have been like, "Look, they wasn't paying me. They was pocketing
Deion
the money."
Sanders said it. He said it. Oh,
Where?
hold up. Hood.
Where? Pull up him saying that he left because they were pocketing money.
Hood, please find that it's a short.
Please.
It's a short, Hood, if you there.
I
You
left
can
because
find
they were
it.
pocketing
Hold
the money.
on a second. You can find it, bro. This is crazy how you act like people just
Because
make this
you
stuff
said
up.
it
You
goes
can
off
clearly
facts.
find Deion
But
Sanders
you said
saying,
it goes off factual shit, right? So pull
well,
up
what
the
I'm
clip
saying is
where he
you
said,
can
"I
clear.
left because they were pocketing my money."
No, I'm not
they
saying
owed
that he said he left. He said that somebody is stealing money. He said that. This was months ago. He said this.
Oh, you mean after the game when they come in and
said-
robbed his room?
When he said, I keep looking at the attendance, we're selling out having 60,000, but the attendance sheet says there's only 28,000. He's like, somebody's stealing money and I want to know the flex pocket. He said that in a press conference.
Is that appropriate for you to go on public to say that as a coach? If he said that?
What do you mean? Is that appropriate to say that I'm getting money stolen from me?
While you're there, that's a conversation for
You're
public
asking if
media.
that's appropriate?
Yes.
Oh, is it appropriate to be stealing his money?
College? So then,
Is it appropriate to be stealing his money? Is it appropriate to be stealing his money?
If that was the case, do we know that for sure?
Oh my goodness.
Do we know that for sure? That's not why he left, though, is it? Because he still coached and led them to a championship even after all that. So that ain't the reason he would have just left right then and there. Or he could have left that first year if that happened after that. So that can't be the reason. If you're an HBCU coach, period, just like Eddie Robinson Jr. is, his dad's status, he's an influential figure to the SWAC conference. Okay? We're not just talking about Deion. Deion is just a bigger known figure, entertainer figure, a bigger sports figure. But Eddie Robinson, their family comes from that college tree. They're influencers to that community and those colleges. There's not huge HBCUs. So that's part of a small community. So yes, that goes into Umar, whether it's right or wrong, there's a lot of people that agree with that, with him. You know, that's what I'm saying. But for me, I don't have a problem with Deion leaving because, nigga, I'm leaving too. Even if you ain't taking from me. I fulfilled my accomplishment as a college coach, and now the bigger coaches, the teams are calling. Absolutely, I'm gone. I seen the conversation he had with his players. They were fine with it for a majority. So I mean, I don't have a problem. That's what men do. You can't sit up there. It's like saying that I have a new job offer that's better than one I have, but I ain't gonna take it. But I ain't getting paid right here. It doesn't matter what was going on. I would have left either way. But he wasn't influenced to nobody was talking about Jackson State before he got there. And even the stuff we found out later of doing, what he did for them, that meant everything for that small community that's actually, for some that said, is kind of crime riddled. Okay, so Deion Sanders coming to Tacoma and coaching University of Puget Sound would be fucking huge. What are we talking about? And that community, even though it's a white community. So yes, we would miss that. A lot of people would not be happy that he left for what he did in his small community, or if it was on the hilltop where we never had nobody like that. If Umar Rashad came back and coached Mount Tahoma football, which he's from, okay, and he had an influence on the same community, and he came bring all these big corporations to our hood. Yes, that's big for us. That's an influence. We would miss that. You didn't have to go to Colorado, but yes, you did. Because damn, why not? And I'm helping my staff. I don't really need the money. So no, I mean, I get Dr. Umar's argument. I don't agree with it, but there is a lot of people that feel that way. That's all. But everything else, let's not get that conflated with everything else he said that was on point. Do you remember that? No, of course not.
What up? What up? What up? Good, you still there?